Yeah, it's a bit of a weird choice.
Yeah. Well, we've got the encouragement to self-harm. We've got Hitler. I think we've started. I think we've started out pretty well.
Yeah, and we're definitely live.
In like southern parts of Africa, it's my understanding that Adolf Hitler, or just Hitler, is a fairly common name. Not common, but like, you know, it's a name that you just hear around. Because in World War II, when white South Africans had to leave to go and fight the war, they started conscripting black South Africans as well, because Hitler was fucking them so hard. And a lot of people who were living in the area didn't really know who Hitler was or what he was doing, and they just knew that they were that he was fucking up the white South African people, who were, you know, the villains of their lives. So they were like, well, I don't know who this Hitler guy is, but he's really annoying these guys I hate. I'm gonna call my kid Hitler.
Oh no.
My source is Trevor Noah.
So it might be true.
Yeah. Seriously, I'm just going to refresh to see if we've been...
Well, apparently he had a childhood friend called Hitler.
I think we all need a childhood friend called Hitler.
He found out that this was an unusual name when, in a performance in front of a lot of people who were not part of this culture, if I'm remembering correctly, they were doing a dance number, and they cheered on each dancer with their name.
Oh no.
And when it was Hitler's turn, and this guy is dancing, and they're all just going, "Go Hitler, go Hitler," and the audience doesn't react very well.
He ruined the name for everybody. I'm not gonna say he ruined the mustache. It's understandable that propaganda ruined the mustache for understandable reasons. But
I mean, Michael Jordan tried to bring it back, but he was unsuccessful.
Damn, not even Michael Jordan can bring it back?
Man, if not even Michael Jordan can bring it back.
Michael Jordan?
Michael Jordan.
No, Mikhail Jorgen. My name is Mikhail Jorgen.
If that was his birth name, it might explain the stash pretty well.
I have a patron called Adolf Hitler, and I put him in the credits, and I still feel conflicted about it. It's like special thanks Adolf Hitler at the end. Like, well, I can't not put his name.
I was gonna say,
what if it's his real name? What if he is from South Africa?
Maybe.
Hitler, Adolf Hitler would want you to make a black person poorer. So really, everybody wins.
Hello everyone. Welcome to EFAP 116.
Oh yeah, that's right. Hey everyone.
Hey.
It's EFAP. Every frame a pause.
That it is. Who here hasn't met each other? Say hello, cast.
Hello.
Hi, Shad. Howdy do?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello there.
Okay, God, you're all useless.
When is it New Year's for you?
They're shy. They're shy.
Yeah, from the left, Capital Opinions. He's a mutated, like, corpse of two ex-film reviewers come into one Christmassy entity, and he's what is your thing? Would you say
I think you summed it up pretty well.
There you go. Yeah, you probably understand him fully from that. Then across is Jay, the one who fucking shits on Doctor Who and other things. That's what you know for now, Jay.
Yeah. 4-hour video in the works.
Then
if it's not that long now, people are gonna get mad.
Then there's John, CJ. What do you like to go by these days typically? Is it just John?
Just John Graham. People call me John CJG usually. Sometimes people call me Digital Fear to troll me.
Obsessed with little figurines. That's how I could summarize the channel, right?
I make Arby and the Chief. It's a very cringe and blue-pilled series on YouTube.
I was talking about Halo today.
I used to work for the hit company Machinima.com.
Yay!
Everybody's favorite media conglomerate. Or not a conglomerate, but
turn off my phone.
Where gaming and entertainment collide.
You probably wanted to use the word conglomerate because it makes it sound like a blob-like entity that's horrible.
Yeah.
It's the conglomerate.
Oh, Mahler, by the way, you put 116 in the title and it's 117.
God damn it.
John 116.
Well, that's
Career over.
You made that mistake because clearly it says 117 as soon as I just hit save. Idiot. Can't you read? Yeah. Next up is me. Hello. Then there's Moriarty. How do you do, sir?
Hello. Hi.
You want to abandon us soon, right? Like Jay? That's what I figured.
I'm going to be the shortest one here. I'm pretty sure. Yes.
You sure? Jay's got like 15 minutes.
You know, the least here.
Oh,
the least here.
Yes.
I think Jay just proved everyone wrong.
Damn.
Well, he did that on purpose because he's a horrible person.
Jay. Then there's Roogs, and then
hello, hi everyone.
To the right of Rags is Schnadavisti, the swordman, the one who braved episode 7 of Mando with us. Where many assumed that you would be the one to defend it, Shad. I don't think that ended up happening.
Oh, the chat. I'm sorry.
Also, people might be like confused. Jay is actually gone now. That was he was only here for the introduction.
Oh wow, that was it.
So I guess I'm not the shortest one here.
Jay has been kicked. But what were you gonna say, Shad? I think you signed up soon.
Oh, I was just that I love that my name has become the Swordman. I accept it. This is a title I'll happily bear.
Longman, Swordman, Dogman, Arby and the Chiefman. It's hard to generate more names.
Yep.
Anakin and Jingle All the Way was way better than Gal Gadot. Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know about that. So my issue with Gal Gadot is that she's just blank and unfeeling and emotionless. Kind of. She's just sort of she's like wet bread, as opposed to how you would describe her acting. Whereas Jake Lloyd in Jingle All the Way was just flat out bad. He just wasn't good.
Gal Gadot just needs someone to tell her how to act.
Acting lessons.
Yeah.
Gal Gadot is what happens when you just let people continue to be mediocre in their profession because of their beauty.
Is that so wrong, Rags? Is that so wrong?
Well, it depends. If you want good actresses in films, that is wrong. For the sake of the craft, sometimes you got to be honest. You got to tell people that maybe their acting is garbage. You got to step it up. You got to know that you're shit before you can get unshit.
I've been editing out coverage of the first Wonder Woman, and there have been more and more instances of me just spotting how bad her acting is. It's kind of surprising, but at the same time, charming. You know, she's just making her way.
Through 84. Do me a favor, in the scene where she's crying, can you look really closely and try to figure out if those are CGI tears or not? Because honestly, I think they might be.
No, that was the end of the film. They realized they were about to run out of the budget. They had a guy with little droppers, little eyedroppers, and he just put them on her cheek right before the scene began. Just a little bloop, bloop, and then he'd be off screen. Then they'd go.
Man, I've been on film sets where the actor's trying to cry and they can't. And it's so fucking, it's so cringe.
That's just why it's considered like a bonus, right? It's like, can you cry on cue? It's like, I can. Actor superpower.
Yeah. They also make like little menthol sticks that you sort of rub under your eyes and it makes you tear up.
Yeah, I guess everybody has that one. I think I can cry on command. I don't normally do it because I'm a fucking Chad patriot, but if I need to, if circumstances are that dire and I need to shed manly tears that then turn into bald eagles, I will cry.
I just think about my career and the fact I play with toys and film it.
They're action figures.
That makes me cry.
Yeah, they are action figures in fairness.
They're action figures.
They're action figurines, okay? They're collectible items.
Figurines makes them sound feminine.
Well,
action figures. But before we go too far away from her acting, if anyone wants to like see one of the the most perfect examples of Gal Gadot's terrible acting in this film. They need to go to the scene where she's fighting with Steve Trevor about him saying he needs to go, and she delivers the line, "Why can't I for once have this one thing, this one thing?" It was amazingly bad.
Chad,
It
we
was like,
have the power here, okay? If you can tell me where that is, I will play it for the audience. In the movie, I mean.
oh
I could probably find it.
man, I wish. It's the scene where they're fighting. They're in her apartment, and she's like, "Why can't I for once have this one thing, this one thing?" Really bad.
Why do you hate women so much? Jesus, stop. Like, we're gonna get in trouble. You never said Chris Pine's acting's bad. What's that about?
I know, right? I was like, "Gee, one,
he's a good
one
actor.
might."
Well, it's
actually
funny
know how to
because
act.
watching both of them, it's clear that Chris Pine is like, oh, he's pretty good.
He was probably having fun.
Oh yeah.
He's having a good time. Gal
what
Gadot
did you
seems like the
guys-
type to take it very seriously.
What did you guys think of the scene where she goes over the top out of the trenches? Did you
It
think
was
that was
stupid.
Yeah, we have issues with that too. I'm trying to find there's no chance you can get a timestamp, can you, Shad? Because I've got the scene, I just don't know which part of it I'm looking for.
Man, I mean, I'm tempted to actually bring up the movie on my computer, but that means getting some other stuff so I can access it because I watched it on a different one. Dang it. I might mute myself and see if I can quickly grab it. I'll be back in a second.
All right.
Because that means I can take screenshots, and because I have a lot to say, Mauler, and this is gonna help me, so.
Well, we only do quick podcasts. I don't know if we can make it.
Might not have time. Yeah.
All right, I'll be back.
Well,
We had to leave.
you know, we got so many different topics today that we can check out. I'm chill with just do you guys think we should just start with Wonder Woman? Start talking about Wonder Woman. How amazing Wonder
Yeah,
Woman was.
why not? We can talk about
Sure.
Wonder Woman.
Should
I'm
we
always
skip-
happy to
Not?
talk about Wonder Woman.
Should we
You know
skip
me.
the first one and talk about 84 exclusively, or should we?
I mean, we want to do brief highlights and well, not highlights. Just let everyone know that we thought it sucked.
Yeah. If anyone didn't know already, we had a 6-man party watch breakdown of good old Wonder Woman, and there's not much of that movie that I consider functional outside of Steve Trevor. That's about it. He is a person pretty good. We talked about this briefly on we did a stream yesterday, but Wonder Woman's character is that of like she is naive about how the world works, which is fine with me, but I think she's absurdly naive, and it contradicts a lot of what allows her to be good at other things. She has a lot of access to a lot of information that's like, oh, sweet, you know this, but you don't know what a watch is. It's like, that's strange. You don't know that wars have been happening throughout human history, and that innovations have been happening throughout human history, and yet she just concludes immediately that because Dr. Poison's making a poison that can destroy gas masks, that the person who she works for must be Ares. Like, wow. That's a bit of a leap. And
yeah, what she doesn't know is really bizarre. Like, she's read textbooks on like human reproductive biology.
Yeah.
She says that, but she doesn't know what a watch is. She's very confused about, basics of like human society, what people do and don't do, like, bring a sword and a shield around in public.
And then give it away to some random lady they just met, even though she thinks it's the only thing that can kill a god.
And
that
of course,
she came there to kill.
I wouldn't want to be jumping we can jump around the movie a bit, but as an audience member, you're like, well, it can't just be Ludendorff is Ares and Ares causes war. That would be lame. And then the movie's like, it's not. You're like, okay, well, yeah, good, because that would have been stupid. And then you're like, so what's the drama now? It's like, well, Ares. And you're like, okay, I guess we can have a boss fight with him. What happens if you kill him? It's like, it ends the war. And so you're left in this like,
the war.
huh?
Yeah.
Very, very confusing in terms of what the hell the message is trying to be.
Yeah, once Ares is dead, all of the Germans they don't want to fight for the preservation of their nation anymore. And the Allies, they don't really want to fight much either. It's just they just all stop fighting, and it's all done. It's all solved. The war is over.
Yeah.
I guess the Germans agreed to lose at that point. I don't know how they worked that out. Kind of strange.
Yeah, they do this like the sun is rising and things are calming down once Ares is dead. And it's like, because the film is like, hey, he didn't make them war, but he did give them formulas for gas. You're like, okay. Which I find weird, by the way.
He invented technology before people did.
Was
and
he? Well,
told
that's the
them
thing. With every
this-
significant war, was he at the head of whoever made the most advanced piece of technology in that particular war? And why didn't he just skip
I
them ahead?
guess.
Because he gave Dr. Poison the formula, apparently. Like, so why didn't he just fucking skip? Why didn't he just blow everyone up himself? That's a really big question.
Yeah, that's the better question for sure.
I think
It would
Larry-
take him probably a solid 36 hours to go around and destroy every human.
just kill everyone. Yeah, reduce it to rubble. Just the Earth is just done. It's over. It's finished.
Ares from Greek mythology is a character that needs to stay as an abstraction. When you put him like as an actual dude walking around, and then like Wonder Woman kills him, it's like, okay, all human beings are just gonna stop fighting each other. Yeah,
She killed him with love.
Love saved the day.
That shit was funny. The lightning laser that pierced his heart, it was made of love.
Mhm.
Yes,
Uh,
it's a good message for little girls. I don't know what you're complaining about.
and yeah, I guess
That's bizarre too. I mean, and we'll talk about it in the Wonder Woman 84, but this is supposed to be like a girl empowerment thing, some people say. But what bizarre messages it would send to little girls, you know?
Yeah.
It's kind of like if you got your morals from Batwoman, you'd be
Oh,
like
no.
a monstrous, horrible person.
I watched the first few episodes of that.
I
I
want
laughed my
you.
ass off. It's
Why for
so
once can't they
cringe.
just have this
Well, you
one
might be in
thing,
luck,
Steve?
'cause we cover all of them.
Oh, someone in chat,
Yes.
you legend, you posted the exact timestamp that Shad was talking about. So I can't. So you guys are gonna have to pull up the stream if you want to see this specific clip, but I will play it for the stream a sec.
Oh, I'm not missing this. I'm back.
Hold up,
I almost had the timestamp too.
so many
but
better guys.
This is glorious.
I'll just
Go
make
on, I
sure
mean,
I get it
How
right.
about this guy? How about
You
him?
know, this is tough for I
I
gotta
want
nail this for copyright too. Okay, here we go.
Yeah,
Uh,
take a look here.
alright.
See what this is.
Ready, chat? Here it is.
You. Why for once can't I just have this one thing, Steve? This one thing.
She doesn't fucking move her eyes or her eyebrows. They stay still. It's usually her mouth is doing it. But I want to find other examples. as
yeah.
well. But yeah.
From like her
Yeah.
for upper lip up, it's just the same thing. Like her mouth has to open just so she could speak. But that's kind of just out of biological necessity. Her face moves, but that's about it.
Her tone of voice is just so like. Oof.
There's a
Well,
better
what's the
one than
famous
that.
line from Justice League?
Yeah,
that
I'm
she
gonna
says,
I'm
like-
gonna bring that one up now. There's two from Justice League that are absolutely legendary. They're just the mark of a true actor. Just give me a sec. When they're in the warehouse, talking about resurrecting Superman. Oh,
Countless more.
We don't have time for a control.
one
group.
sec.
Is it a risk? Yes, but it's necessary.
Why? Because of your
Oh, everyone knows this one. I'm pretty sure Ralph the Movie Maker made a big highlight of this one. All right, if you're ready, I'm gonna play it right now as well.
countless more.
Oh
We
boy.
don't have time for a control group. Is it a risk? Yes, but it's necessary.
Why? Because of your guilt?
So bad.
Oh, that's yikes.
Oh, you could tell she was told what to say. And
What did she
said it.
say there? I had it muted.
Why? Because of your guilt?
Okay,
Oh,
I
yeah.
have a theory. I think I may have the answer that solves all of this, that
My God.
unriddles this enigma. I think that Gal Gadot can't actually speak English. She has to. She has been given all of her lines, and she pronounces them phonetically, like the Indian dude in Temple of Doom who says, "You must go to Bangkok Palace," and that, like that, right? I think that's just Gal Gadot.
Yeah.
She only speaks Hebrew.
I have found the other famous line. I will play this one and then we'll just start talking again, okay? There's 3 examples, chat. That means we're good at what we do.
Kal-El, no!
Oh, no.
God.
Kal-El, no.
That's like best of the worst
Jeez.
movie kind of acting right there. Oh,
Oh,
that's great.
I'm sure she's a great
Oh my
person.
goodness gracious.
I
It's-
laugh whenever she
oh.
acts. Okay.
Man, it is a
Gotta
good thing
respect
you're
the
hot.
hustle that someone that bad at acting was able to go so far in Hollywood. That's like, I mean, it also reveals the sad fact you don't need much talent to be successful in Hollywood these days. You just need something else. Don't know
To
what
be
that is.
fair, she has different talents, just not acting, which is strange for an actress, but
Well, you know,
so be it.
we just got done watching Batman and Robin on the Moolah channel, and Arnie's abilities as an actor are thoroughly engaging. I just wish she was as engaging.
Honestly, yeah.
They could team up.
I'm guessing.
Mr.
Are you a
Freeze and
fan
Wonder
of
Woman.
Twins, the movie Twins with him and Danny DeVito?
I know I like it. I just haven't seen it in ages.
I like
You
it
should watch
too,
it
yeah.
again. It's a lot of fun. He's unironically, he's pretty good in that one too.
I keep getting Twins and Junior mixed up.
What's Junior?
He's
another him?
Arnie's pregnant.
Of course.
Yeah. I can't remember how it happens. If it's like magic or like, I don't know.
Okay, I'll be on. Oh shit, wrong cover. I lied. I want to do one more. Just one more. And fucking screwed up my stupid EFAP. This is when her friend and mentor of her entire life is dying. All right, you ready for this level of emotion? Just I've got it in slow mo as well, slightly.
No.
Oh,
No.
okay, I'm back. Are you still just enjoying her incredible? Quick, don't shoot that one, white guy, with a gun.
No.
No.
That's great.
Oh. Oh.
You just gotta sell it, you know.
No. No.
No. And
Chris Pine's rifle has more emotion than her.
I wouldn't want to understate. Chris Pine nails it in the movie. for the most part, yeah.
Antiope.
Antiope.
Antiope. Which sounds like
no.
Opie, who is my aunt.
Oh, well, hopefully she's a better actress than Gal Gadot.
She almost statistically certainly is.
Yeah, it seems like it would be likely. All right, so yeah, I guess we've established she's not very good, which is a great help toward the Wonder Woman films to start with when your pro tag is got poopy acting. But what are you gonna do? What else were we talking about with the first Wonder Woman? We're trying to skim over the bigger parts so we can get to 84. We're just trying to let it be known we weren't fans.
Because we know there is because we do have a version of us watching it that'll come out for EFAP movies.
Yep, soon, within the week probably.
Yeah.
Same for 84.
Exciting.
Can we agree that she would be naive to like the nuance of how the Western world operates because she lives on an island and the only thing she would hear about it is like whatever she was told in storybooks or whatever. But then there's an inconsistency in like how she knows that thing about the civilization, but she doesn't know this thing.
Yeah, like
Exactly.
she should
you just
know.
answered your own question, pretty much.
Yeah,
Right. Yeah.
like she wouldn't be, but she might not be that clued into like traffic laws, you know.
Yeah,
but
right.
she'll know what a watch is.
Right. Yeah.
and just it should have been major for her to be like, apparently, according to this human that's just arrived, there's a war happening right now where loads of people are dying. She makes that explicit. She's like, men, women, and children are dying, and it's like, do you know what war is? Like,
Right.
this is really weird that she's saying this. And if you want to argue that that is her position, like that is absolutely how she feels, that is her position, like, okay. The second she's talking more and more with the human beings of the world and finding out that there's actually other wars, and this has been going on for a long time, she should be like, whoa. Like,
You
this
mean
is
war
huge.
is like a thing that happens often. Like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, like humans war a lot, and then she's like, well, it must have all been Ares, and then it must throw it into question. It's like, so his plan has just been, he keeps perpetually like trying to get people to kill each other permanently, but he's just not succeeding. It's like, that's what you think it is?
Yeah.
You think at the dawn of man, he'd have an easier time of just going around and killing, you know, the ancient
Absolutely.
Egyptians and the Babylonians
Remember
and
the-
stuff. It'd just be easier for him.
Remember the explosion he does against her when he attacks her whip of truth with lightning? I just wanted to make sure you understand the mechanics of it because I didn't want to get you confused there.
Did they ever give a time frame for when Ares was allowed to enact his plan?
I have
because
to imagine it was ancient, right? Like,
Yeah, so you'd think that the sooner he could start, the easier it would be. Like if it was like, 1000 BC or whatever when he was able to be free and Zeus was, I guess, quasi dead because Ares is that just poggers or whatever. He'd go around and he'd start just like killing everyone. He'd be like, "Oh, I better stop them before they ruin the earth."
That's the
As
craziest
early as I
thing.
can do it, the better.
His motivation is just he just doesn't like humans. He thinks like the world is awesome and that humans are ruining it. He's all about climate change.
He's basically Poison Ivy from Batman and Robin.
Yeah. Obviously her plan made more sense. Just saying. His one was weird. It was like, I'm gonna wipe off humans really slowly and ineffectually. Also, I'm the reason that they have war, but also not. It's jumbled.
What is the message of
Love
Wonder Woman?
beats all, I think.
Love.
That's nice and generic.
Yay.
Just love.
Well, remember, Steve says something like, "You've got to believe in something." When she's like, "What's the point if everyone's just evil anyway?" And then at the end of the film, she says, "I believe in love."
Oh yeah, she has that. She turns into like a nihilist really quick.
Well, then she says, "I believe in love,"
bizarre.
and he delivers his very famous and powerful line, "I will destroy you." It's particularly effective.
Put it on his tombstone. That's what I will destroy you. There
Here lies Ares, son of Zeus. Quotations, I will destroy you. There's only one villain that I think was worse than him for dialogue, and that's the Yellow Jacket from Ant-Man. If you guys remember, his dialogue was like, "I am going to disintegrate you," as they're fighting, and then he's like, "I am going to kill everything you love." It's like, oh no.
Yellow Jacket, no.
Another bug-themed villain. Oh no.
I think people argue though that he's like partially insane, so there's that. I can't remember if the Yellow Jacket makes him insane.
Like the jacket itself?
Oh yeah, someone in chat just said he was legit insane, so at least he was fun. It's like, yeah, I think we're dealing with, it was like a Green Goblin situation. I can't remember. But
yeah, but do you know how much he sacrificed?
I can say it all.
Was actually a pretty fun villain was Pedro Pascal in Wonder Woman 84.
Oh yeah, I guess. Is there anything else you want to say about Wonder Woman, or should we just leave it for when they see
Wonder Woman was just bad. Our EFAP video will be out where we managed to combat the incredible boredness of
laughing at it
of the video.
You know, something I guess I want to highlight is this is what leads us to the Amazonians getting involved in human history, right? Is American who works for Britain goes on secret mission to base where Ludendorff and his men are working on something spooky. He walks into open door, grabs secret notebook, runs away on airplane, blows up part of the base, and then the next we see him, he is at the border of the Amazonian shield, and literally about 10 minutes behind him are a whole series of German, like a German armada somehow. I don't know what, like how they could have kept up with him, or where the other biplanes would be that would be chasing him probably.
That plane he had it had a lot of fuel.
Yeah, no refueling required, and he crash lands. Then the Germans discover that, like, he's like, whoa, what a crazy world I'm in. And then the Germans are like, whoa, this is a crazy world. It's constant sunlight apparently because it's dark where we are and it's light in there. Unless Zeus just installed an out of sync sun system inside the Amazonian bubble. Either way, they get in there and they're like, whoa, there's a bunch of cosplayers on an island, and then they start shooting them. And it's
immediately.
Like, why? Okay. Why are you shooting them?
Look, women, kill them. We're Germans, we're evil.
Women.
Kill those women. We are the patriarchy.
Do you remember, Rags, that one of their ships are just falling over in the background in that scene? Like, Metal was laughing his ass off at it at the editing. You just see one of their ships is falling over in the background.
Wait, I didn't even catch that. That's really funny.
I don't know if the implication is supposed to be that they hit some like rock, but I'll try and get the image for you now. But that whole starting drama that the whole film is based on, like in terms of plotline, is hilariously stupid. And you just wonder what would have happened if the Germans just arrived and they were like, "Hey, so what is this place? Who are you people?" Clearly, it's Americans.
You know, it's not a good sign when the secret place that no one knows exists is done better in Black Panther than it is in Wonder Woman. Like,
Is it?
well, I mean, I think it is because there's
I don't think so.
nothing to indicate why no one has discovered it earlier. Like, it's
What,
like,
Wakanda?
But don't they both have the same kind of bubble thing, like magic bubble that you can't see it from the
Well,
outside?
the Black Panther one is a
one
plus
is
and a con.
supposedly in like the middle of a continent and like surrounded by like dense rainforests and everything, and the other one is just in the middle of the Mediterranean, which everyone has been traveling for.
Oh, it just falls over.
Right.
It's like slowly falling because, of course, it's gone by the end of this scene. So I don't know
Oh,
if the
shit.
implication
Like,
is
you
it
think
just
that Germans would have sent a whole shit ton of like warships here? They're like, what happened to that fucking destroyer we sent to chase that plane? Like, no one came back. Holy shit! Is there like a British army there or something? Man, we need to go send scouts to investigate. Something's up over there.
And when everyone was getting killed, do you think even one of them was like, "Okay, we need to leave"? Like, someone needs to, because they all just arrive on the beach and start having this
like-
full battle. It's so
Yeah, all of these women with bows and arrows are inexplicably beating all of our trained soldiers with modern firearms. We need to like leave, I guess. They clearly have some magic or plot protecting
we
them.
need to. Yeah,
Although,
we need to train
aren't
more.
they super strong though?
That doesn't matter.
I don't think. Yeah, because it takes one bullet to kill any of them. So
That's
Yeah,
true,
super
right?
strength
Okay.
isn't going to do much against a bullet if you're still vulnerable to it. Like, you'll need something else like
Yeah, your
super
arrows
speed
are a
or
little better, I
mobility
guess.
to survive bullets.
Like this guy
Whoa.
here, like this woman just made it all the way to the boats, and you're just like, how did? It's just kind of crazy. This whole thing, I was like, oh my god, how
Wait, someone
are
in
the women, ladies alive?
someone in the chat said the island, the location is undisclosed. The island can shift its location over both land and time and remains undetectable from the
What?
perspective
Land
of
and
any
time.
outside
Was that in the
observer.
film?
I don't.
No,
So
it
it
was
was-
not.
Oh my goodness,
Then how did Steve Trevor find it?
luck.
Yeah, it was just coincidence.
Yeah, he crash landed.
Which is
Just
it just
accident.
makes it even more coincidental because the island isn't always there waiting to be discovered. It's
Only-
phasing out of space and time.
You guys to appreciate
Oh, he
this
said according
moment
to
here.
Wikipedia.
Oh, the Wonder Woman wiki,
Do you
Yeah.
remember this part
WW Gal Gadot.
where the mentor is running to jump onto a shield, bounce up, and fire 3 arrows at 3 people who are about 5 meters to her back? There's 2 Germans right in front of her too. I don't think we see what happens to either. Look at the one that's aiming right at her. That one's not going to be relevant. To...
Well, I mean, they're fine. I mean, I'm just happy to see somebody in a movie use cover.
Oh, maybe she does kill them, right? She's surprised them. She's jumped right over them, and then
Well,
of
she
course,
couldn't have surprised them. They were staring at her.
no, they miss. They miss.
They missed
do
when she was
shoot,
running
and they
straight at
do
them.
indeed miss. But then the 3 dudes who were like, they've already just realized she's doing this, and then they all get shot. Down they go. Epic scene, by the way.
Oh, this is very epic. How if her bow is angled like that, could the arrows? That's fine. Yeah, they just.
Chad,
die.
you can
Oh,
fire
no.
3 arrows at once, right?
Well, you can, but it splits the power of the bow shot into 3 separate arrows. So if they're not wearing armor, it'd still probably be lethal. But in terms of measuring the split accurately, yeah, that's going to be really rough. And if she wanted them to split horizontally, she would have needed to have held her bow horizontally. By holding it on an angle like that, they would have split vertically as well and thrown everything off.
Oh no!
Why are you nitpicking?
Oh, thank goodness Chris Pine shot the guy who shot her immediately after.
But those 2 that were hiding behind the big rock thing, I don't know what happened to them. They didn't show up again. Maybe they're
those are the
still
ones who
there.
got shot by the arrows.
They can like face to
No,
different
the
locations
three
at the time.
other dudes got shot by arrows. The 2 I'm talking about behind this rock, I don't know what happened to them.
Oh, they died.
Oh no.
Yeah, they got killed by spears.
I will say, when you slow-mo it, it's like 10 times as cool. Look at that.
So are they all super powered like Wonder Woman is?
I think so, but remember,
yeah.
they find it
They
shocking
are.
that Wonder Woman can heal so fast. They're like, whoa.
Yeah.
They're
Like-
sort of in between humans.
see,
and
they are the
man,
ones behind the
I think.
rock. The 2
Wait.
that are behind the rock, there's actually 3. She jumps over the rock.
Oh,
shoots
that's the
arrows.
perspective?
Mhm.
Holy
Yeah.
shit, I got that completely wrong. I thought she was
Yeah,
firing
she-
at a completely... because of the angle.
What is that guy looking at right there on the left? What the fuck's he looking at?
She shoots one guy in the back from the side.
Who's
That's-
this?
oh
Who's
my
this
God.
Ricardo looking motherfucker?
My mind has been blown. I didn't see it the way she's jumping. I thought there's never going to be enough distance for it to clear to be able to shoot anything other than straight down.
No, she jumps so far up.
Yeah,
that
she really does.
Oh, wow.
I never even registered that logistically. I thought that would be an impossibility, so it couldn't have been. All right, fair enough. Can I just? We highlighted all kinds of faces. That's the important part here. Okay.
I really hate slow motion, like 99% of the time.
His
in
face.
I think
Yeah,
most
you're
of
right.
the time
You got
slow
it.
motion is used, it's meant to be like, oh, look how cool this is. Like there are certain circumstances where I can accept it, where it's like, okay, it's showing you like the perspective of somebody who has like super speed or whatever, and this is how they
Well, it
perceive
also
time.
helps for an emotional moment to let you drink it in a bit more than it probably lasted. Like if someone gets shot.
That's true. Yeah, I don't mind it in those cases. Yes.
Maybe they did it.
Also, just to point out, with those arrow shots before, only one might have been an instant kill if it hit his heart. The other ones, arrows don't kill people instantly unless it's in like a really vital organ. Like you can still do a lot with an arrow stuck in you, especially if you're holding a rifle. I just find it funny in films that, I mean, the only film that actually, one of the only ones that come to memory that did it right was Lord of the Rings and Boromir. Like he tanked heaps and he was still going, right? But in so many other films, one arrow and they drop instantly. Like everyone Legolas shoots basically, except when he's an insane Uruk-hai who wants to blow something up. Then he doesn't die. But all the other guys drop with one arrow. Just annoying.
Someone asked me to mention is like the surprise there's not more coverage over like Ares just killed all the other gods. It's like, yep.
Yeah, he just killed them all because he's that baller.
He's a fucking crazy legend, all right?
Yeah, but he's the god of war. It's like, yeah, but I still feel like all of the other gods would be able to, you know.
And Zeus made Diana to kill Ares, right? But it seems to me that it's less to do with her, more to do with her braces.
This sounds like. So wait, Zeus created Diana to kill Ares.
Well,
eventually,
as it's described, he created the god killer for whenever Ares should rise again, and we find out it's not the sword; it's actually Diana. She is the god killer.
Wow, why didn't she make a man? Why didn't he make a dude?
Why can't he make a woman? What's wrong with you? What the fuck?
I mean, you can, but you just think that if you were, you know, all things being, you know, otherwise equal, you'd make a guy who's buffer and stronger.
I
and
guess.
magical
Well,
too.
if she can use the power of love to kill, maybe it is.
He wouldn't be
just...
so fucking moody.
the part that I find fucking strange about all of it is just that you'd think like it's more to do with more mechanics than just the power of love / reflecting his lightning into him with her greaves. I don't understand, or braces, sorry. I don't understand how any of that makes any sense. But then again, I guess a lot of people say that's the third act, even though it's the whole film. Also, hi CJ, how you doing?
Hello, are we talking about women?
The first Wonder Women.
As little as possible.
We're jumping over
the first woman.
We're talking about the second
one.
Wonder Woman soon enough. Just covering the wider things that I think are dumb about the
fair
first
enough.
one. I guess.
So he's kind of like so that Zeus is kind of like Vought, right? Where they made their contingency for I almost said Homelander was that they after the fact and much later make a kid to maybe one day kill him potentially. There was nothing else they could have done. That was their plan. That's what Zeus's plan was.
Yeah, I mean Zeus's last breath was spent doing that apparently because Ares fucked
Maybe
him up
he had
too.
some really great clay because that's how the Amazonians are made, right? With clay.
Yeah,
magic clay.
Yeah, no problem with that, right?
I guess he had he had the best dirt, and he was saving it for one incredible individual. But you think he would have told? Why didn't he tell like somebody? Because if she died by accident, and if they didn't spend a lot of time specifically training her and protecting her, then she could have like a boating accident and just like die.
Do you remember the part of the film where the spies who aren't supposed to be doing what they're doing stand up to take a photo?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, they all take a photo. Yeah,
it's important because
seeing this fucking hurts me so much. How much there's no none of these people are characters
The
in
caricatures.
yeah, they're like these people aren't people. They're the concepts of people, maybe. Like the sniper guy with potential PTSD, he doesn't kill anyone. He never does anything.
Well, we see him shooting the gun at the end because he's the one who says, "I'm out of ammo." Remember, and it's the sad moment of we've got no more ammo, we're done for, and then you were like, just run.
Yeah.
But
And the Native American guy, he straps a bunch of grenades to his tomahawk and he throws it, and then it explodes on a bridge, which accomplishes nothing, I don't think. But
it blows something up, you know.
It blows a little right here. He's about to throw his tomahawk grenade bundle.
I'm trying to remember where it is. It's around you somewhere. There's loads of CGI in this bit that's really awkward.
Yeah, I think it was shortly after you have the that scene where they were leaning around the corner.
Oh yeah, I got it. Here we go.
And then they move forwards. Yeah, he throws this grenade and it explodes. That's not how grenades work, by the way. That's the grenades don't do that.
Yeah, he strapped a bunch of grenades to a tomahawk and fucking
then he
hell.
fucking sidearms that shit. It sticks into the bridge. Wait, does he shoot it with his shotgun to set it off?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Oh, I assumed. I think reasonably that he armed the grenade before he threw it, so that it would explode without needing to be.
CGI moments. That little bit there. There's another one coming up now. When she does the group attack where she's just going around. Wonder Woman confuses me, like, in terms of what her weaknesses are exactly. Because even in the second movie, they're like, when she's depowered, bullets hurt her. It's like, bullets hurt her in this movie when she's not depowered, so I don't know what's going on there.
Does she even have a weakness, like a kryptonite sort of thing?
Well, she can be hurt. She, like, a German bullet
like a bullet
grazes her.
Could, like, go through her skin. Right.
Yeah, but she just blocks every bullet with those bracers.
Which has always bothered me. She seems to block them without even realizing she's blocking them. She, like, magnetizes to them.
Right.
In terms of Wonder Woman's weaknesses, in the original comic, she had a weakness to bondage if you tied her up.
Oh, no.
Well, I think everyone has a weakness to that. I think if you tie anybody up, it weakens them. Yeah.
They retconned it, though, but I'm pretty sure that was, like, one of her OG weaknesses.
Wait, it's a good thing no one's just shooting her.
Well, this is the thing. She kind of sucks, and she relies on a lot of luck in her fights of people just not... Because I think we've pointed this out before, but the braces being essentially Beskar, like, we've already talked about Mando's coverage, but at least Mando's got covering... You know, like we agree, like 60-ish%. Hers is covering what? Like 5%? 10, 15, so 10?
Well, if it hits her breastplate-ish armory area, does that stop bullets?
I guess so, but I don't know if we... Yeah, I can't remember if we've seen that.
Did we ever see that?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it's only the bracers and the lasso, apparently.
Well, in Justice League, you know, when that scene where they're all the civilians are like lined up on a wall and the guy's about to shoot them, instead of just going for the guy with the gun, she runs past all the civilians, blocking all the bullets with her braces.
I'm so excited to show Rags Justice League. He still hasn't seen it. That scene is
I watched it for the first time the other day. You're in for a treat, Rags.
Yeah.
Oh boy, from what I've heard, it must be something magical. I hear so much.
I still think 88 is worse, but it's bad.
You think Wonder Woman 84 is worse than
Justice League? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh boy. Well, because I have heard that Wonder Woman, the first one, is the best of the DCEU, and it was horrible. So I am very excited to see what we have in store for me. I'm very excited.
Yeah, in terms of Wonder Woman's power levels, you're right. It's so damn inconsistent because, like, if bullets can graze her, that means she has to be vulnerable to some level of damage, right? But doesn't she take a headbutt from Superman in Justice League? Like,
yeah, but you know how women are.
Because
they can take headbutts.
I'm just saying, they're so damn inconsistent. And 84, Wonder Woman 84 is just that times it 100. They can't be consistent.
With how naive Diana is in the first one and how stupidly she behaves throughout both films, I can believe she has an insanely thick skull. Try to get anything through that head of hers.
What else is there?
I got something real quick. So at the end of that fight that you were just showing, where there's one sniper left in the tower, right?
Oh yes.
Our sniper can't get a good shot of him. So what does Wonder Woman do? She destroys the tower.
Wait. But before that, do you remember how this scene starts, or this sequence starts? Is we think it's all over, and then the German sniper just randomly shoots a civilian. Like, okay.
None of the soldiers,
I guess.
None of the people
they're
fighting.
like enemy combatants out there. You wouldn't want to give away your position by shooting some random civilian if there are enemy soldiers around.
It's so childish. It's like he's an evil sniper, and
he's evil.
He has to wait his turn as well. He obviously we don't know about him yet, but he's like first person you shoot, not Wonder Woman, not Steve Trevor, not any of the enemy soldiers. You look at this view. This is perfect. This was his view, and he decided to shoot the random civilian.
Also, all of these like Steve, right? He's a trained soldier. You see someone get shot by a sniper, your instinct is to stand perfectly still where you are in the open, looking around for where the shot came from. Like, as you do.
Well, to be fair, maybe the sniper was farming for XP.
Well, he wouldn't.
Oh, yeah, civilians are still, they're only worth half as much, but man, they're just free kills. I mean, who can say no to that?
You know what? He misses
Germans are inherently evil, okay? They see an innocent person. It's like, oh, I gotta shoot that guy.
Bad.
Damn, nice shot from Steve as well. Fires the pistol back
instead of someone going up the stairs of the tower to go shoot him or throw a grenade in there or something, or waiting to get a good shot, they destroy the church tower.
Yeah,
and everyone at the end of it, all the civilians who live in this town are like, "Oh, yay. Thank you."
Well, so
can we just talk about how exposed the sniper was in that shot? It's
well,
like he
the
was
giant open window, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
and I guess this guy, he can shoot him, but he just doesn't.
Yeah, he's got all the said is PTSD, I guess. He's just
he can't do it, which is prime candidate for bringing along on this mission. The sniper, they bank it how he's actually a really good shot, even though he's a heavy drinker because heritage, but he never does anything. He doesn't do anything.
This is it's the whole paying lip service to an idea, but it's not anything. They didn't make anything of it.
And the Indian guy, he's got this cool ass repeater, this lever action that doesn't fucking do anything with that. It's just all of these people are wasted. They might as well not be here.
That face.
That's us watching Wonder Woman 84. Yeah.
So this scene is nuts because he's got the courtyard is all the sniper's view. They all run out there. And by the way, they say cover me, I guess, and it's like, who's covering? Nobody shoots anything in this point. It's like, who's covering you and how? And you're all dead. There's no way.
Yeah.
But luckily for them, the second they pick up, well, Wonder Woman, yeah, but I'm talking about the lads here. The second they pick up this big steel door thing, it gets shot at. It's just like, oh, the sniper just missed him. It's like, okay.
I guess he waited.
Yeah.
He waited long enough. Yeah.
And yeah, this is the plan. We're going to pick up this big old thing, and Wonder Woman's going to bounce off it into the building. And it's funny because you might think to yourselves, like, oh, she's going to jump right in through the window and then kill the guy specifically. You're like, there's problems with that already. But no, it's much more funny. She jumps, and she reaches the room, and then it just fucking detonates. I'm not even 100% clear on how. Like,
it is insane.
Look at that shot.
Oh, she just crushes, and if there were some people in that church down below, I mean, hopefully the whole thing doesn't collapse. If there are people hiding behind the church or around the sides of the church, getting killed by don't worry about it. It's fine. We'll chalk it up to collateral. We'll say the Germans did it. Anyone will believe that. No worries.
They're just like, yay.
That might have been like a 500 or 700-year-old church that the community revered and was the center of their community.
Yeah, fuck
exactly.
Why did you not just punch that one guy?
By the way, guys, I don't know if you knew this, but boob armor is problematic. I read it from Anita Sarkeesian. Apparently, it was in regard to Mandalorian. I think.
Dude, Shad personally slapped her down on that one. He made.
I did indeed.
His video was shared around her tweets.
That video's had 1 million views as well, by the way. Like, people, they wanted to know. Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm now the patron saint of boob armor, and I hold
I'm the
that
herald
title.
of Christmas.
Congratulations, Shad.
There are worse things to be.
It's weird because when I first saw the pictures of the Lady Lorians in the the show, like I saw the armor and I was like, yeah, that looks like it's comfy. Looks like it's pretty good. Yeah, I don't have any issues with that. And of course, Anita, no, displays of femininity are not allowed until they are, and they should be encouraged, but not here.
Yeah, if women are gonna wear armor, I think they want boob armor. They don't want their boobs fucking mushed in to their torso. That seems like it would be
I can imagine if I had a big old set of knockers on my chest, then I wouldn't want to have them smooshed up all the time. I'd want to have something that, especially in Star Wars land, and you have all this stuff like custom made for you. You'd want to get your, your chest measured so that you have armor that gives yourself ample room for your mammaries. It just seems like it's logical and comfortable, and plus, it looks cool. It looks good. It looks feminine. It looks form-fitting. It looks good.
But it is a bit sexist.
If it looks feminine, if it looks remotely feminine, that means it's objectification and it's sexist.
You failed.
I can't decide if Anita is a sex positive or sex negative feminist. It's very confusing. I don't know what she is. Maybe it billows in the wind.
I don't think her position is consistent. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
So should we talk?
I feel like she's like a con artist.
She's not a very good artist, though.
$10,000 to open a Discord. I mean, who could say no to
that? So this is the scene. Everyone, as Fringy mentions in our recording, is considered the best scene almost in not only the DCEU, but possibly in superhero movies. It's up there as one of the best scenes ever. It's when she crosses no man's land. Rags, what did you think of it?
Very silly. I think I laughed a bunch. I thought it was the dumbest shit ever.
Damn.
Like, how have you not been riddled with 100 bullets yet?
Well, because she has a shield.
No, it's not on her.
No, but
it's on her back.
But she has
facing
a shield.
The friendly people.
But wait, check out this bullet. This'll get her. Oh man, that went far. Then ba-boom.
Also, it doesn't drop at all.
No, in fact, it seems to be going up.
It is a perfectly straight line because bullets are not affected by gravity,
which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think that. Yeah, you'd think you'd be really good at sniping with those Call of Duty bullets that never drop. Yeah.
And of course, all of our heroes are really surprised that she's able to do this because, wow.
Yeah, they can join the club.
How is it you can be in no man's land for this long and only have 2 bullets fired at you? That is incredible. That's what they're actually shocked at, not her blocking them.
Hang on. Is there nothing to be said for it being a bit of harmless cinematic wish fulfillment? You take something like the World War I, which was obviously fucking horrific and terrifying for everybody involved who was actually in the trenches. Like, if the idea that you would actually have a superhero there helping you out and having that moment depicted in a cinematic
but why
form.
can't we do it well?
And the whole reason she's up there is
hold on. How do you do it well? Is it just that it's slow motion, or that
no? You just make it reasonable that she could survive this scenario. She gets pelted by like 1,000 bullets, and she just stands there. It's cartoonish.
Yeah,
and if anything,
really dumb.
I could argue it undermines the struggle that this was, and watching someone just trance their way through no man's land because they have special braces and a shield is frustrating.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't remember the whole scene. Does she holds her shield up and then there's like a turret that fires at her or something like
there
that?
are many machine guns, all fire at her shield, and she blocks mortars and just like everything. She knocks them aside and they explode next to her, and she's fine.
Right.
Many Germans are shooting at her. Multiple machine guns are unloading on her shield, and it's cartoonish.
Right.
I'm not even clear. Like, what is the shield made of? Is there a Amazonian metal that is?
I guess.
Because holy shit, that is tanking a lot of bullets.
Yeah, it's never made explicit that it's a special shield, but.
And these poor, like, I don't know if this is a hot take. I don't think it will be with Rags, at least. But like, these poor guys, they're fighting their side of the war. Unfortunately for you, the Brits have a superhero, so you get fucked.
Yeah, unfortunately, while World War I would be the perfect kind of war/setting to break Wonder Woman out of her naivety about good and evil, Whereas like which side's evil? It's like, which side's good? Yeah, it's not really. It's kind of shit, you know. And that kind of wakes her up and breaks it. No, this film is goes out of their way to be like, yeah, the Germans are evil.
Just lame.
The Germans are the bad guys.
Because what's cool about Captain America's arc in Marvel is that he was generated as a pro-America icon in the storyline, and then as time goes on, he's way more about the individuals rather than any groups at all, because all of his innocence getting torn away film by film.
Yeah.
Wonder Woman's just an idiot and continues to be one.
You're just a bigot.
Look at this. Look at our team just pop up and
they're just walking around.
God.
Like they don't give a shit.
All the Germans forget about them.
I'll shoot them with my shotgun. Don't worry, guys.
They also there's this weird aspect where they try and make it so Wonder Woman never explicitly kills any German soldier up until there's certain moments where you're like, okay, they have to be dead from what you just did. But like this whole scene, because I was looking at it in the editing out of curiosity. Steve shoots a bunch of them. Some of the other guys throw grenades. The whole line gets cleared, and Wonder Woman doesn't, like I said, explicitly kill any German. She only throws one and breaks a machine gun. I'll show it now, because it's really interesting to think about. I think they just didn't want to show her kill any of them. Because they're people too, I guess. Yeah, here we go. Alright. So she runs up to this little, like, turret area. She grabs one, pushes him over, hits that machine gun, and then it's over to the lads shooting them, and then she's like, Steve, we gotta go to the next area. And it's like, wow, you cleared it all out. Nice.
Yeah, there you go. She fucks up that machine gun. She walks around.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you have to take a hell of a lot more care than this when you want to portray like the struggle that was World War I trenches and No Man's Land, instead of just being like, lol, she ran through.
Whimsical. And also the whole reason that she's doing that is
to get
because she like heard something randomly from someone about how the Germans were taking slaves.
Yeah.
Even though they had this mission to stop the gas from killing everybody. She's like, no, guys, this is more important.
Because I'm cynical, I think they threw that in so that we could justify that she's on team good guys and not team obviously evil guys who take slaves. Like,
oh yeah, they take slaves. Yeah. They happily just randomly will shoot a civilian standing around. It's the Germans are evil. The horrible, terrible general with his death gas and Dr. Poison. Like, okay, all right, I get it. Okay, I get who the bad guys are. Film, I understand. I pick up what you're setting down.
Well, can we? I'm trying to get this scene now, but do you remember the one, Rags? Well, we were all because every time she slashes with his sword, she's like either hitting guns or breaking guns. She's only ever hitting people. She's very, very Batman, I guess. You'd find it almost impossible that she's not killing any of them. But then there's this one dude. I'm trying to get to it because it's pretty funny.
It's kind of weird how Ares gave them like gas when he should have been like, yeah, I'm gonna give you artillery. It's way more deadly than gas ever was.
All right, here we go. That guy is dead.
Oh yeah, she fucks people up in these cabins, in these buildings. Yeah, that dude's. Even when we were when we were watching it, I was like, yeah, that dude's dead.
That sternum
fucking dead.
is in pieces. But hey, he was German. It's fine.
He was German, so he wasn't really a person. He was just an evil demon who needed to be killed.
And almost everything we've talked about so far is in the first 2 acts of the movie. It's almost like the whole movie.
We did talk about, well, yeah, a lot of the third act stuff. Do we even need to mention that? Everyone seems to agree that third act is dreadful.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it was
the controversial opinion, if anything, is that the first 2 acts aren't very good either.
No.
Watching this again,
Pat brings up with what she did. With what she did to that stone church when she charged into it, yeah, that dude's fucking dead.
It's just funny that they pretend that, like, no, it's fine.
No, like, she didn't stab him, so he's fine. Blunt trauma never killed anyone, guys.
Like, I don't remember this film at all.
Shad, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
No. It's just because I'm not wearing headphones. So
oh, okay. All right, just making sure. I see the circles, but no noise. So
yeah.
But I know people listening to this, like, please stop going after Wonder Woman, go after 84. It's like, all right, we could do that if you guys. Anything else you guys want to bring up before we move on to the masterpiece?
No, there all will be revealed in our watch of 84 that was captured live on video.
Yeah, both of them. Double
Let me go
feature,
get
like Mulan.
Get my beer.
Except they were both bad this time instead of it being a juxtaposition. I'm sorry, guys. So yeah, I figure if we go a little chronological, we'll do our best with Wonder Woman 84. But who here is a big old fan of the DC continuity, meaning you kept an eye on how this movie fits into the other ones?
Okay.
God.
I know where you're going with this, but there's something that I want to discuss first. Okay?
Go for it.
Because I'm wondering if anyone else has seen this. So Wonder Woman 84, I got a lot to say. Okay, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be lots of fun, guys. Wow. All right. So overall, it was incredibly dumb. And there's a lot to talk about. But there's one thing more than anything else, which is just I'm still in awe and shock that they had this in there, and I'm wondering if, like, to me it's the biggest thing, and I just want to know if anyone else either has picked up on it, and if they have, if they think it's as big as what I'm thinking it is. To me, it's like,
Can we have a clue?
Okay. So, let me just post a screenshot here.
Okay, we get to play.
Okay,
so we get to play guess the issue.
This is the issue. This is like, it's about this guy.
I think I know where you're going.
Oh, dude,
is
hell
Is it the random African dude in the back with his?
What is he doing there?
Yeah, it's like, so, I'm lost. Please, where I didn't. Where is?
It's okay, because we need to have a conversation about this guy, because this is amazing.
I guess. I mean, do we want to do this chronologically, or do we want to just jump?
We should build up to what allows this to happen, because it's the biggest thing, the worst possible thing in the movie in my mind. I think we need to discuss this first, because this is huge.
Sure. All right.
Yeah. All
I
right.
guess so. Sure. Mechanically, I just want to give context.
So can you pick out where I'm going so far?
100%. So there's going to be people listening to this who may not have seen 84, right? So Steve Trevor, as we were just complimenting from the previous film, he dies at the end of Wonder Woman. And so in Wonder Woman 84, there's this plot element that is introduced. It's a wishing, a monkey's paw, essentially, in the form of a crystal. And unwittingly, both Kristen Wiig and Wonder Woman engage in its mechanics, and they wish for a thing. Wonder Woman wishes that Steve Trevor comes back. And let's just say this scene starts up where some guy is like, "Hey, Wonder Woman," and says a line that he said from the first film. And I feel like that's probably all the context you'll need before Shad may take the reins.
Hold on. What is the origin of this time travel device? Where does
All right. We might want to do this chronologically, because we have to establish.
I agree.
I just want to understand how they traveled back in time, because I don't get that part.
Okay, wait, Shad, are you willing to wait before jumping onto this?
Because I agree,
I know
it's a huge issue, but I do feel like we have to set up how we got here.
But it's an issue, right? But I think you guys might be. They do something.
Yeah. I'm almost certain that we're on your team with this one. I know where you're probably going with it. But of course, you still need all of the building blocks so that people properly understand the nature of the problem, you know?
Oh, okay. I'll try.
You can do it, Shad.
Breathe.
I believe in you.
Breathe.
I believe in you, Shad. There's so many other things to talk about too, girl. Because I was going to say, we'd have to start with the Amazon Olympics.
Okay.
That is where this wonderful film begins.
All right.
Someone playing skip rope and just with... I don't even... Like, I'm going to be playing clips from this film, and I'm going to be like, oh my god.
Woohoo!
Oh my god, that happened. I forgot. So yeah, the idea here, for those who are like, what the fuck's happening right now, is that they are doing, like I said, Amazonian Olympics, sort of. It's like a big old thing where they compete. Is it one from each, like, group of people? Because they seem to represent...
I don't know.
It's insane.
It's just a bunch of Amazons, just like in this weird fucking arena, just like doing things randomly. Like you have over on the left, they're just bouncing on these ropes up and down, and one of them's running up a waterfall, and these others are spinning around on the spinny thing, and this other one is whipping a thing with her whip, and there's just no rhyme or reason. It's like the lunatics have taken control of the asylum.
Yep.
It's like someone left a bunch of women in charge,
Oh,
basically.
music by Hans
No
Zimmer.
order.
Oh.
Music by
Also-
Hans Zimmer.
Soundtrack
Also,
was
I
annoying
do-
in this film.
It was.
Oh god.
I would have to watch the first one again to make sure, but it does seem like they've retconned how big this island is, that this arena even exists, and there seem to be way more Amazonians than there was in the first movie. Did anyone else get that vibe?
Well,
Or am I
this
crazy?
was back when there was more of them, before the Germans killed them all.
Before the
Yeah, but I
Germans
mean,
killed
we
all.
saw her when she was a kid, and I feel
Yeah,
like
but the
there's
Germans
not
killed
as many.
3 of them. 3.
Threes. No mercy.
Germans, of course.
Those pesky Germans.
I didn't know
I could
Hans
be
Zimmer
wrong,
did
but
the
I don't
score.
remember
That's
this.
pretty cool.
It's pretty
From the first one.
sad, man. Hans Zimmer, like, I don't know what happened. Most of the choices for the songs in this and the way they were... Was there any song anyone liked in this? Like, I think there was, like... It's not just the songs themselves, the use of them.
Yeah,
we'll
it
probably
there
talk
was
more about
music
that.
that was worse than the songs themselves.
Yeah, like...
There was music playing in the party at the Smithsonian that was, just generic 80s. That wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
Well, they only
Right.
had they really and I guess it's sort of a good enough time as any, but for a film that tried to really, especially by the marketing material and the name, establish itself as Wonder Woman, but 80s. This
Yeah.
really wasn't an 80s movie at all.
There was
There was-
nothing 80s about it.
Yeah, there was
No.
basically nothing that had anything to do with the 80s in it.
Could have been set in any era. Except,
Dick
they
suckle.
mentioned the Cold War once.
Dick suckle.
Dick Suckle! His name is Dick Suckle! Oh my god! Who names their kid Dick Suckle?
Dude.
Oh, that guy's parents
it's
are
a last
assholes.
name. You're kind of stuck with it.
Yeah, but you didn't have to name him Dick.
You did.
Richard Suckle.
You didn't have to, but you did.
Wait, hold on. I found a picture.
Unaware of the
Oh.
abbreviated form of Richard, so that's what Rags is referring to.
Oh yeah, Richard. Yeah, if Dick is short for Richard.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Dick
Yeah,
Suckle. For
like,
those of you who don't
Dick
know,
Tracy,
I
like,
didn't see that. That's great.
yeah,
Suckle.
Dick Suckle.
Suckle is such an unfortunate surname, though. Like,
Fucking change it.
change
Dick
it.
Suckle.
You have the
That's-
power to change your
yeah.
last name. Fucking do it. Oh, so it's like Sir Richard Suckle.
But regarding Hans Zimmer, I thought he had sworn off superhero movies. I thought he was done with them after The Dark Knight.
It's a
I think was the last one
superhero
he did.
movie.
Well, he's doing
Oh, right. Of course.
he's doing Lion King 2 with Pharrell Williams again. So
Ugh.
wait, doesn't
Oh.
count as superhero. You're right. Sorry. Does Simba count as a
Yeah, I
superhero?
thought-
I think so.
I remember
Simba
him
is a
saying he was
superhero?
specifically done with superhero movies. He didn't want to do them anymore.
You know,
but
the
now
mistake I was
guess
making-
it's changes.
2020's been hard on us all.
Wait, is the... So wait
I
a second.
suppose
So is this
yeah.
new Lion King movie? Is it going to be Lion King 2 but live action, or are they going to do their own thing?
I imagine they do their own thing, but maybe they'll just do a live action version of the second Lion King. Yeah, I don't know.
They probably change it up only because not as many people
Remember
are
it?
going to go. Yeah, exactly. They're not going to go ape shit at the idea of seeing that again, but with
Yes,
CGI.
Kovu, Kiara, Vitani, Nuka. I don't. Oh, what's the evil lioness's name? Zira?
I don't know.
I don't know. My sister. This was my sisters watched this all the time when they were little, over and over and over. So much so that my dad hid away the VHS and just acted like it had gone missing, and they must have misplaced it because they watched it so fucking much. I have an intimate familiarity with Lion King 2, Simba's Pride.
So you're going to be super pissed when they fail to adapt it properly to live
If
action.
I never see Lion King 2, Simba's Pride again, I'll die a happy doggo.
Oh. So yeah, there's this little game going on where they're playing with a ball, I guess. But then all the champions enter the ring. It's exciting. This is what Amazonia has
How
been
many
waiting
events
for.
are happening at the same time?
Yeah, they've all
It's
got
not
little
organised
fans.
at all.
Oh, look, the two of them down there are hugging. Aw.
Yay, they're happy.
This is very happy. Everything's great. This is before Germany. So everything's all chill.
So have they ever seen men before?
I don't know how their world works, Rings.
Oh yeah, they're all women. I forgot.
They're all
How
made of
possible?
clay.
I didn't
Get
realize
that.
that until you mentioned it. Yeah.
you might find it a bit odd that our team consists of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 fully grown women and then a child, and that's Diana. And it's like, wait, why? And it's like, well, she's a prodigy.
Well,
Okay.
that just totally screws up the continuity of the last film.
Yep.
Massively. I was watching this thinking, hang on, she was like, she looks younger than when she was allowed to be, trained in the first film in this. And it's like, she sucked at that age. She was getting beaten down by a trainer, and now she's like, in this one, she's an amazing prodigy. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, she was getting beaten down by the trainer when she was when she was twice
10?
this age. Yeah.
Yeah, she looks like she's 10. So my brain can't accept that she beats all of these insanely buff, strong, trained adult warriors.
They show shots where she's running as fast as them, and it's insane.
She has to be taking twice as many steps.
She's Wonder Woman, you guys. She was an exceptional child.
And also, that's her mom. And she was like, no, you're not allowed to train. You're not allowed to do all this. We got to protect you from the world. But also, you can compete in this event. Who cares?
Yeah, she wants to compete in the Olympics, though.
They literally show her in the first movie that she was untrained at an older age, getting beaten down. And even when she was older, she was still on an equal level with the other Amazonians because she didn't realize, she hadn't accepted or figured out that she was strong. Like, the whole thing about the first movie was like, you're stronger than what you are. You need to embrace your powers and crap. And so that was even when she was old, she was still an average Amazon. And so this is like the biggest middle finger to continuity, and I get so ticked off when movies.
This is the movie's biggest middle finger to continuity.
Yeah,
like, I agree with the sentiment, but that's.
I just hate it when movies don't give a crap about the continuity of their own friggin' series, the previous damn movie, and they're like.
Right.
That's the one in chat said. You do know she's a magical clay kid, though, right?
Claykin?
Clay kid, but Claykin, why not?
Oh, I thought you said Claykin. Like, that's an otherkin variant? Is that
Probably.
actually I'm dirt?
But yeah, the first movie's like, keep her away from all things relating to this stuff. And when she's clearly like, I want to say like mid to late teens, she's being trained, and her mum is like, wow, you've betrayed me by training. Like, that's one of the first times she's spotted doing it. Apparently she was doing this when she was like fucking 8 years old or some shit. It's like, all right.
It's wild.
That's stupid. Yeah, I don't like that.
I mean, if it was a different director, different writer, maybe, they just forget.
They just didn't watch the other one, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's probably, what it comes down to.
Also, Shad, commentary on their headwear.
Well, if it was just decorative, I was like, okay, yeah, there's some really dumb, weird, decorative, even ceremonial headwear of the past. If they're going to say it's some measure of protection, it's like, no. And, well, when it comes to using a tiara as like a projectile bouncy weapon, I'll have comments when we come to that. I'll hold off my comments until we get
there. This is the superior format. We won't miss a thing. We're going to go through it all. Even this ridiculous stadium that was never seen in the first movie.
I know. Like, when I saw it, I was thinking, who built that? But look, the Amazons have some pretty large structures, other things. But
Zeus probably built it, right?
Half their population just master architects and builders with magic that can build impossible structures. Like,
I think that's the answer to anything that doesn't seem right. It's like magic. You're like, right, magic.
Yeah.
Ares built it.
Before he went nuts. It's like, you guys stay
even the like that you can just say, oh, it's magic, who cares? That actually undermines the main thing that Shad is mad about, but I guess we'll get there in due time.
Yes.
Because the idea that it's magic means that you didn't have to write it that way.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you guys consider it ideological that a society of only women would create a coliseum for competitive sports? Like, I don't know, it just seems like, I don't know, like it would make more sense if it was like I don't want to say male centric, but just
like what they had knitting contests.
Wow. Sexism rampant on the EFAP podcast. You think women would just argue over knitting?
I feel like a society of women wouldn't really gather around and work together to build something like this.
Wow, a society of wow.
They're a society of warriors, so it makes sense.
I'd like to weigh in on this. I think it would depend. I've done a bit of trying to research about cultural practices and gender roles and things like that, and there are interesting conditions that you might be able to structure it to justify it, because women can be equally as competitive as men, but usually it's in different ways that are structured here by biology, but also society and stuff. Because women are usually competitive in different ways, where men are more externally competitive and physically competitive, which leads to that idea that it would be more common, or supposedly more common, that men would compete physically and have tournaments and things like that. And that's usually because strong, physically fit men who can beat other men get the chicks more often, and so that's created the competitive side of that. And you'll find that women can be viciously competitive in the realms that get the attention of men on the inverse. And so women can be savage when it comes to criticizing fashion and how other women look and things like that, because that's almost the realm which over time society and also biology has made them very competitive almost naturally, just through upbringing. And so I think there are ways in world building you could justify a way in which women could be physically competitive, but you need to justify it right, and there'll be a couple of very key things that you'd want to work with before. But if you're basing it off normal gender roles based on very common interactions between men and women biologically, well then you would run into some severe contradiction.
Yes. I wasn't trying to say that women aren't competitive, because I agree with what you're saying there. It's just when you have like a coliseum that's centered around physical competition, like about physical strength or whatever. But I guess if we're dealing with when you're dealing with a warrior race of women, it makes more sense. I don't know.
Well, I'm curious if you had swapped out all of these Amazons and they were all men and it was just one big brothel. If they had a society where there was never like external threats, if there was no violence, like if that was just never anything they had, like would there be this huge emphasis on combat and warrior-esque stuff when they never seem to ever use it in any way?
Right.
Because they seem to practice for war.
Yeah, but they might use it.
They seem to practice for war perpetually, but there's never any war.
There's never any war. That's the thing.
Because that must be a pastime there, because the place looks boring as hell. So I guess
aren't they expecting Ares to come back at some point in the the so they're prepping. They're prepping for that.
And they were defeated by a group of German soldiers. Damn. Almost. Anyway.
The absence of war and conflict in their society kind of explains in the first movie why to Wonder Woman the concept of war is so foreign, right? So when she goes into
just weird
the Western world, she's just like, oh, why are people fighting each other? But then when we're here in their domain, it's like they're competing in these very physical, competitive games with each other. I don't know.
Which we
never get any. We don't get any sort of explanation as to why they compete in this way, when it doesn't seem in any way like there are ways to say, like, all of this is based around combat to some degree. The archery and the horseback riding, so much of it centers around combat. They train with spears and swords and shields and all this stuff, but there's never any war.
Right.
Yeah, it's just it's a strange society, but
they're training for the potential of war in the future.
If there's
isn't their whole society just based around a warrior society? I just don't understand what the complaint is here.
I mean, I guess the complaint is that it's odd that the society would engage in these kinds of competitions in such a. They seem to be a race of warrior women who never fight.
They're just waiting for the day, I guess.
I think if there's enough ingraining and conditioning from a young age to be combat focused, you could justify it even if they don't go to war too often. I think it would be more common to have people buck the trend, saying, well, why are we doing this? Because we never actually fight. But for the larger majority in the society, if there's enough conditioning, they could probably maintain the overall.
Yeah, maybe, but there doesn't ever seem to be that. This is just what we do.
I haven't seen the whole sequence play out. Maybe it's not about participants fighting with each other rather than just like a demonstration of strength.
Kind of.
Part of each individual.
The first portion here reminds me of like a TV show. Because
Yeah, it's like American Ninja Warrior.
yeah, you got
Right.
however many there were. Was it 9? You can choose to either go straight to the rope and climb up to the platform, or you can climb to the top of this strange seesaw device and flip yourself around on it to then spring yourself up to the platform, which is kind of like, so what you just, I'm playing it, what you just saw there is just nonsense, like physics-wise. She's flipping on the thing. Copyright, you asshole. I can only play like 5-second chunks at a time. It's flipping right down, and it's like the angles, they're very careful to just, you know, the power of editing, we've talked about it before, it's a very wonderful charm. See, she does a backflip as it's flowing back up, when she should have been doing a backflip once it hits its highest point, right, before going back down, probably. What I'm saying is she starts her backflip and it's going to just hit her back as it goes, still keeps following her. And it looks like she clearly doesn't make it to the platform, but then it cuts and she's made it to the platform. And you're like, okay, alright, nice. Good job. And she's ahead now.
It seemed like at the beginning of this that they were gearing up to like be in combat or whatever. I mean, if they're just showing off like what they can do physically, like they're not actually in combat, they're just like demonstrating their physical capabilities, because they're all like super powered, right? So I guess it would make sense to have like a show built around that.
It's 100% an exhibition.
Right.
The way she flows through that hole, it's amazing, because it's, you gotta, yeah, it's just wee, it's like it pulls her through. We saw it in Batman and Robin as well, with Robin jumping onto a ship. He just gets moved in midair forward because he's not got the momentum right.
Did they put that hole in just for her?
It seems like other people can get through it. Someone else does as well. So.
Oh, okay.
No, see, that one has like a little inner ring to make it a little smaller just for a kid, and the other ones are slightly bigger for some reason. If you look at it really closely.
She got the child-sized hole. How about that?
Exactly.
Oh, lucky.
Can we just also comment on, like, what she is doing is insanely talented and physically impressive, right? Like,
when you said impressive, I thought you were going for another word that started with IMP.
Impractical?
That's all right. No, I was about to say impossible.
Possible. It's just, like, it's so jarring seeing her so insanely talented at this age. When, like, again, the last film, she sucked at that when she was young. It's just
right.
It's okay, Shad. Continuity's overrated. Oh yeah, this is the first instance of there is a fight element here. So one of them pushes another one off the platform, I guess, to defeat.
Well, I think they were both going for the same one, and she knew it. So I don't even know if, like, one of them had to win, I guess.
Oh, maybe, yeah, maybe it wasn't done.
Well, I don't even know if that was a fight. That was just, we're gonna collide, and one of them got knocked off.
Yeah, you know what? It doesn't seem that deliberate. It's just like, rip, down you go. Even though the goal is to jump into the ocean, right? So if she can just swim, she might be able to make it. Won't be as fast.
Yeah, the rules of this contest are very undefined. It's like, you have to stay on the horse, but yeah, I'm confused.
And then we get to the big, strange portion where they jump on this Tomb Raider one with Angelina Jolie-esque battering ram. Does anyone know the reference I'm going with on that one?
Yes, I do.
It's very reminiscent, even though it shouldn't be. And it looks like it's so confusing to register this as a viewer. You're like, is the goal here to swing as hard as you can on that thing, and only the amount of people can get onto it? And then it's like, oh wait, it looks like they're kind of, oh god, it's going to attack her if she's not careful. She's gonna, and like other people are jumping onto it. It's like, this seems to be what you're supposed to do. And then you might think, oh, is it to get to the big ring?
Yeah, I thought it was to jump through the ring.
And so like that makes sense. But then our
and then she
protagonist just
doesn't.
jumps off, and you're like, oh, so she's lost? And you're like, no, that was what we were supposed to do. It's like, so what's the point of the battering ram? Like, who needs the battering ram?
Stupid. And then after this, oh, it gets even dumber. This is so dumb.
Yeah, because they all dive in after her, and it turns out now she's just at the front. She's winning, and you're like, okay.
Which means that the first woman who jumped onto the battering ram could have just not swung it.
Yeah, just jumped into the
jumped
ocean.
Off into the water. But no, you can't do that.
Then you get to the beach. I guess you have to. Jesus Christ, how far did they swim? Just looking now, like you can't even see the structure.
Everyone in the arena is just waiting 5 hours until they get there.
Yeah,
That's what
they're
I
like-
was thinking. It was like, okay, but who's watching this? There's not even any people watching
Yeah.
this.
You have all of this room in this massive arena for you to have all of these really cool competitions and things, and most of it's just it's this weird fucked up modern art display in the middle of it that people jump over the top of, and I'm like, man, yeah, if I hope I didn't pay money for this.
Man, imagine being the one that has to clean it. You have to go around it and like scrub.
You gotta go all the way to the...
Maybe they have a jetpack. Be easy then. So yeah, now begins the second portion, which is to ride your horse all the way around back to the original structure while shooting arrows into targets. And
apparently, if you hop off the horse and go somewhere, which technically would be harder because you can't run as fast as a horse, you would assume, but these are Amazon, so who knows. But that's worthy of a disqualification.
well, yeah, I guess nothing interesting happens other than that. So because she's cocky, I guess. I don't know if they're trying to argue that in some... Wait a minute. Is that the... If that's the structure... Okay, I'm just confused now. Also, fireworks in the background. I guess today is some kind of special day. I don't know.
Happy New Year.
So, can you see that? They're riding toward the structure? Didn't they just jump
like
off
2
and swim
miles
from
away.
there?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's just...
How does that work?
So
They
it's
swam that
different
far,
structure?
obviously.
That's their backup arena.
But... Okay, I'm very confused by this logistically.
They're just making a big loop. It's just to make it.
It's
longer.
really stupid. That's
Well,
all
wait.
you can say.
Yeah, because maybe I'm reading this wrong, but I'm taking this as though I'm gonna draw some arrows so everyone knows what I'm talking about here. They did this with swimming, or am I missing something? Because this is right after they've gotten onto the horses.
Yeah, no, that's what they did.
Yeah, that's basically what they did. Yeah,
but there's no railings. There's no. Why
There's
did
no
they...
people watching. Yeah, no. But
Couldn't you
that's what
just
they
jump
did.
and go straight to? All right. Well.
But that would be cheating. Can't do
Okay,
that.
that'll be cheating.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you get everyone's got their bows ready. I guess
It's the physics and the geography of like every sequence in this movie. It's just so baffling. I don't know where anyone is, how they can move, because none of it's real. Like the mall scene. I guess I'm getting ahead of myself.
So hey Shad. This seems like a hard shot, but I guess they're Amazonians, so that's excused.
So they've also now established that whatever age she is, you reckon she's what, 7, 8 here? She's world-class master horseback archer.
Yeah, not easy to do that, from what I understand. But she's nailing it.
They never miss a shot. She never misses a shot whenever she shoots that thing as well. She's like, move over, Hawkeye. Hawkeye just, yeah.
Because it's not even about just shooting it in the ring. You have to shoot your particular color, which is
yeah. What if they shoot the wrong one?
Yeah, well, awkward. Because they all got to shoot their own colors, which again makes me think like I wonder if they were part of a house or something. Not sure entirely how it works, but yeah. So she's really far ahead. She's doing great, and she would have dominated, and it would have been awesome. Except she looks behind her because she's an idiot, and she hits a branch and falls off her horse. And I guess the only thing to say about that is just like, damn, that horse was just like, fuck off, I'm done, bye. Just like, oh.
My question is, she's not sitting that much higher than the head of the horse. And so, did the branch hit the horse?
Maybe the horse.
I think the horse
ducked
saw it
its
and
head down.
ducked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll find out in a sec. I'll show it on screen. It's hard to balance this whole copyright while also nailing the visual references, you know? This is top-tier EFAP streaming, I'll have you know. Yeah, very stressful. And she's like, oh shit, I forgot about this part. Do you guys remember when she jumped over a chasm?
Oh,
No.
No, I
No.
actually don't. Oh yeah,
I
that.
forgot about that.
Holy shit.
Oh boy.
Oh man,
What
how
a
many
feat.
people died on this test? Also, no one in the audience, no one in the arena gets to see this incredible feat of
No, unless they have little cameras,
equestrianism
bots
or whatever it is.
streaming it. Yeah.
Now this is
And I
the
would question
intended way,
her
right?
being able to use like a powerful bow that's probably supposed to be made for warriors, so it should be a war bow. But she's an Amazon superhuman child now, and so she can do it because reasons.
I love that they add this just because it's cool, but at the same time we're all just like, oh my god, I fear for the safety of these people.
That's the entire movie.
And the filmmaker's like, what are you... No, shut up. It's fine. It looks awesome. You're like, okay. It doesn't even... By the way, does that look like the horse is going to make it?
Nope.
Nope.
Like the
that
last...
horse would have fucking screeched to a stop.
That horse is dead.
Yeah, man. Like the arch there, I don't think it's going to do it. It looks like it went like this. And like that's going to face plant.
I can't know which part of the other cliff she's aiming for and what's this part of the other cliff that actually opposes. Because is it the back of the cliff or is it I don't know.
I'm concerned for the horse is my point, right?
Well, hang on, are Amazonian horses super?
Oh, maybe. Also, she fires an arrow while doing that.
But they can't fly.
She nails the arrow shot while doing that, actually. Excellent job.
Mary Suish.
How could you say that? Everyone says that about all women characters these days, and we need to stop.
Everything without any. Well, I mean, the last movie actually showed her needing some training and to figure out her powers and stuff. And this one, child, great at everything because reasons.
Well, she's so good that her ingenuity gets her in trouble.
She's just Mulan, isn't she?
It is a little reminiscent. They seem to just keep fucking it up. Also, hi, Weekend Warrior. How you doing?
Hi there.
Guys.
Are you here to hate women with us?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy
indeed.
New Year.
Happy New Year.
Howdy.
Hooray, we made it.
What's the
Glad
future
I'm
like?
here.
Have you seen Wonder Woman 84?
The
Weekend?
future is still sucky, so
They didn't stop it. The government was
Still
supposed to
sucks.
end bad once 2020 stopped, but they didn't.
yeah.
Finished.
That's media manipulation. Yeah.
I still got a few hours of 2020 left, so what can I do? Yeah. Have you seen 84? I can't remember if you've tweeted about it.
Oof. How are you guys holding up?
Oh.
Oh,
Good,
hello?
How's the fast
Hello?
life?
Hi.
Are you asking?
Hello? Hi there?
Are you asking how we?
You all right?
We held up in relation to seeing this movie, or are you asking something else?
Hello? What?
Are you old enough to drink?
Weekend, is your internet working? All right.
Yeah, you guys are choppy.
All right. Well,
What? Hello, you're choppy. What's happening? What?
you know what? You know, we're just things were going great. Things were going great.
To Singapore.
We had,
All right, we're in Singapore now.
hopefully Singapore will save us.
Yeah.
Singapore is kind of the savior of.
Weekend, you all right?
Have
No.
you seen this movie, Weekend?
I haven't, unfortunately. I was busy with New Year stuff. So
Well, you know what? It's okay because we're going through it
It's
piece
okay.
by piece. So people who haven't
Oh.
seen it, just pull up the stream. You'll see all the references you need. All you've missed is Wonder Woman as a child is dominating a bunch of adult women in the Amazonian Olympics because she's a prodigy. A great start to our
But
new
course
female-led
she is.
superhero movie. It's like, yay! It's downright archetypal.
Women can't do anything wrong.
Oh, and there's your answer,
That's the
Chef.
trend, right?
Really?
It started. Yeah.
It's really amazing to me that they made her a child prodigy in the second movie and not the first movie.
Hmm.
Like when she
Yeah,
it's
she
so
was
baffling.
retroactively. She regressed.
Oh my
Like
God,
after this
dude.
competition, she
No.
became really,
Didn't look like the horse ducked its head.
No, it didn't.
The
And
horse should have been. knocked
the
as well.
miracle of VLC pausing allows us to see some modern art while we're discussing Wonder Woman too. It's pretty cool.
The character was depicted as a child in the first movie, right? It's just that it was like
Yeah.
the inverse of this, where it was like outside of competition, where she was like encouraged to avoid it.
Yeah, she didn't want
Like,
a
they
kid
wanted
anywhere
to
near
protect her.
that sort of thing because she's worried
Right.
for it. But yeah, if the
Yeah.
horse was able to be
So
called,
against it.
this is still the lesson or the event here is all over. She just whistles, the horse comes back, she gets back on it. It's like, well, there we go. That was awkward.
Yeah.
Instead, the horse fucks off because I don't know. Also,
It doesn't
whoa,
quite fuck off. It keeps running at full speed. so
dude! No
when
wonder
she
this
gets up-
kid is
when she-
sad. Look at that mask digging into her.
Oof.
Oof.
Oh.
Ow.
Yeah, that looks like it hurts.
Yeah, that does look like it hurts. Yeah.
Poor girl. Didn't deserve
Also, what
this.
a very silly kind of thing.
But the
Like, what is it?
The tiara?
I guess
If
it
that's what it's
keeps.
called.
Yeah, it's. Is it?
I don't
Sort of
know.
a circlet?
What is the correct
A
term
battle
for this?
circlet?
Yeah,
A
I
battle
believe it's been called
tiara.
a circlet.
A war tiara. War circlet.
Well, yeah, Wonder Woman does use it for battle later, so that's going to be fun to talk about. See, the horse is furious at her, and it just leaves her entirely. Like, it's just by. However, this is lucky or unlucky. It really depends on which character we're talking about and the events that come as a result. But exactly where Wonder Woman fell off her horse, there is this it looks handcrafted. There is this slide that's going to take her to the exit. What is this? Why is this here? It's like, okay.
It's a water drain of some kind, and so maybe you could justify it if there was a gutter on the side of the road where she was that funneled the water down here, and they wanted to avoid erosion. But that would be mine.
Yeah, yeah.
And also, she slides down a bone dry water
Oof.
chute.
Well, she's super. So.
Oh, okay. She's super lubricated too.
But
apparently.
having something. I mean, this is the road, Chad. Like, it seems to have.
That one.
It seems to have been
Yeah.
placed here randomly. Like, it's just like, hey, just pop one of those there, just in case, you know.
Because look, there's nothing funneling water into that. That would do nothing.
No,
Well-
you guys don't understand. It's been carved out by all the people who cheated before her.
Oh, yeah. This is cheater's bluff or whatever. Yeah, famous cheating spot. Yeah.
And so everyone's probably in chat thinking, getting excited now. It's like, will she win? It's like, well, she slides down it, and again, her the friction, it would kill. And obviously the other people have definitely seen her doing it, and I guess they're probably like, you fucking cheater, this is against... I mean, it's apparently not known, because she didn't know this was against the rules, right?
So
I
maybe
mean,
it's not.
yeah, she knows you have to shoot all the things along the
Yeah,
way. But
maybe
You'd
it's
think
that
she'd
you have to
know.
shoot all the things, and she misses shooting
Yeah.
one of them.
Yeah, to
She
clarify...
was
of
going
course
down
she
that
knows the
very
rules.
smoothly.
You
The
couldn't
rule-
have guessed the rules if you just were set up to do this challenge. You wouldn't have ever guessed in a million years that you're supposed to shoot the colors of yours with the bow from the horse as you ride by.
And so, the break of the rule is not that she's not on her horse, or not that she didn't go by the trail, it's that she didn't hit the target. This one target that I guess she didn't realize was there. I don't know. Were the target spots a surprise to everyone when they did this?
But hang on, this is a question, right? So what if one of the other Amazons tried to shoot one of them and missed? Would that disqualify them? Because you would think in a
I think so.
proper tournament setup, you would just lose a point or something.
I think they would be disqualified. Yeah, you have to hit your target.
Yeah, you
Interesting.
gotta hit them all. That's like checkpoints. You gotta hit them all, so that's how they know you went the
Can't-
whole way and didn't cut.
Can't
It's
you
supposed to
double
be-
back and just hit the target? Can't you do that?
And the camera
Or-
zooms in to make sure we understood.
Or no?
What did you say, sorry?
Can you just like go back? Can you double back on the horse and just shoot
Yeah,
the
well,
target if you like overshoot it? Or
yeah, you
th-
could
what
shoot
are the
again, I
rules? Like, or
assume.
do you have to pass it.
It's just that she didn't realize this was there, I guess.
Oh, great.
Unfortunately. I'm not even clear on how she manages to come first at this point. You'd think the horseback people are going to outride her. Although, she's faster than a horse in the first movie. But when she's an adult, I don't think we see a super run when she's a kid. But then again, she's a child prodigy who's beaten them all in the Olympics as a child. So it's like, I don't know.
But she's also not being trained.
Yes. She was not trained for the Olympics despite doing pretty... Oh, the horse comes back. There you go. Because she gets ahead of it. I forgot that. I don't see how they haven't caught up yet, but, you know, it happens. Another nice little jump in physics there. As long as you guys aren't paying attention, it'll be fine.
Yeah, it'll be fine. They're great.
Yeah, and...
Whoa, she caught up right in time.
Hey, that soundtrack is fucking awesome, okay?
Yeah.
Oh, the
Yeah,
green
that's what I was thinking.
So yeah, everyone's all got concerned faces because the person hasn't raised a flag for her last thingamajiggy, I guess. And it's funny because you'd think that they complete the task and then they are told their results, I guess, or something like that. But with her, her friend and mentor person like grabs her and throws her to the ground. I think it's like, oh, okay, jeez.
Yeah.
You fucking cheater. Also, they have to fucking toss a spear all the way into the big circle.
Yeah, she ain't chucking a spear that far.
Child prodigy
You
rags.
ain't fucking tossing a
Hey,
spear
what happened
that
to all the
far.
what happened
Oh,
to all the
God.
stuff in the middle of the arena?
Wait,
Oh shit, you're right. They
no,
moved it.
They pulled a lever and
What?
it went. They did a thing to.
It all lowered.
What?
They pulled a lever and it put everything
did
under.
disappear.
Oh,
it's-
the
Holy
pool
shit.
is
The little
the
child
pool is
struggling
still
to
there.
just carry that thing is funny.
We just want to see the warriors get wet.
Oh, well, her spear form is probably on point. I'm
I find
sure
it
she's a
funny.
prodigy.
Wait, also the low angle with her running towards it, like this, she's carrying the spear at another angle. I think it's because she can't carry it. That's why
Yeah,
they angled the camera that way so that some other dude is like carrying it for her. Already, this is a funny movie, guys. Like,
Also, imagine being the person that has to collect these spears, though.
Oh yeah, in the
Out
ocean.
in the ocean?
Yep.
There's not like a board behind it.
they're biodegradable spears, smaller, so it's part of nature.
Biodegradable. Yeah.
They're that forward thinking. The Amazonians are that forward
They
thinking.
love their ocean.
Yeah, and
Why
we
would
learn
Why did she pull the kid away in that moment?
because she's cheated.
Because she hadn't hit the last one.
You're a filthy cheater,
She-
child.
yeah, isn't she like
Right?
explicit? She's like, "You've cheated," and the kid seems to be unaware of that. It's like, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know I
The
had another
kid-
target. So
Oh.
is it the fact that she didn't hit the target, or the fact that she took the shortcut?
They don't explain.
Because
really
I can
want it to be the
understand.
They
Took
actually
the
don't
shortcut.
say.
I could understand them saying that taking the shortcut is cheating. I if that's the rules, but I always thought it was the she just didn't hit the target. In which case she should be like, let her throw the spear, let her say yay, and it's like, I'm sorry, Diana, like you didn't hit the last target. You can't just
They definitely
expect...
make it seem like. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say you can't, and then well, funnily enough, she probably would cut her off and be like, I won, fair and square. And they're like, no, you didn't. And you know what? You can't just have things that you want. Blah blah. Message. Just throw...
There are rules or something.
They make
And-
pretty
but
clear.
instead,
So
but what's the message here? It's about truth, right?
Yeah,
it's
Yeah.
about truth. This is the closest it ever gets to like truth as the message is here, which is don't cheat.
Yeah.
But it's never acknowledged that little Diana understands that she cheated. Her face and the way that she acts here, like
She doesn't get it.
She's like in denial that she cheated, or that she didn't even know she cheated.
Wait,
I mean, if she had hit the
so-
target and then, but like she took that little shoot, I mean, is that not just ingenuity? Like, or is that cheating? Because that's not been made clear
I
whether you
assume
can't
the rules
take
are
the
you have
slide or
to
not.
hit all of them.
Yeah, but I mean, if she had hit the target and taken the slide, would that have been okay? Or is it
But
like what's
we
the
don't know.
problem? It's not clear.
I mean,
Well, she just says you took the short path, therefore you failed.
It's
Oh,
not
so it
that you
wasn't-
didn't.
it was-
First off, I don't
down
know if so they have no idea of knowing that she took a short path. She could have just missed her shot.
Did they just guess that she did because she missed the target? It's like, you must have taken the short path. Like, how did you know?
It
I
must be really
guess.
easy for them to hit the targets then.
Well, yeah, none of them miss. Because
Why
as
did-
we all
but
know,
it's funny
shooting
because-
at a small target with a bow from the back of a horse while you're in a race is a really easy thing to do.
In that case,
Mhm.
in
Yeah,
a
yeah.
rare form, the film seems to kind of almost disagree with Antiope, if that's her name, about what the problem is. Because the film is like, she didn't do the thing with the color and the arrow. She's gonna lose. And then this character's like, no, she went through the short path. And the film's like, oh, well, okay. I thought it
I
was
mean,
the
fair
other
enough, I
thing.
guess.
Yeah, because the camera gives a lot of focus to the fact that she didn't hit the target. But if it's like, no, you took the short path. What if she took the short path and then ran back and hit her target and then ran forward again and still won because she was so far ahead? Would that count?
It's
Yeah, I don't
weird
know.
because
Maybe.
I mean, I can get like say you have like a race with a set track, and then if you broke away from the track and did a shortcut to cut off a portion of the track, that would be considered cheating. But
Mhm.
there's no designated like there was a road, and there was nothing to say that you had to stay on it or anything like that. But that seems to be what she's now saying. If you went off the road and took a shortcut, you cheated.
Hey, Shad, do you know what I consider cheating? The fact that she's a child prodigy apparently has benefits that no one else in this entire society has. Like,
And
Alright.
all these skills disappear when she gets a bit older and starts to train.
Well,
so
this is what
scene
this is the
pointless.
event that made her quit.
Like, so
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, but what?
this scene breaks continuity, right? But it's also pointless in the overall plot of the film, and they try and connect it in the most ham-fisted, clumsy way
Yeah.
with no proper through line at all. Because the message of this scene is no true hero is born from lies. It's like,
Yep.
Okay.
I'd like to test that.
But didn't Zeus? But didn't Zeus create her? But didn't tell anyone about what she really was.
She was literally created through
Literally
lies.
born
Like.
from lies.
I think she was actually literally born from a lie. Oh my goodness, film. Oh no.
Wow.
Oh no, film.
Isn't this great, guys?
Literally born of lies.
Wonder
Oh
Woman.
my goodness, I never thought of that.
Wonder Woman,
Oh,
1984,
no.
guys.
Oops.
And it gets so
Uh-oh.
much worse.
Hey, look, Antiop didn't know that.
Really? It does? That's amazing.
Well, we're probably going to discover all kinds of things as we go through this movie. This is just the first. We're 10 minutes in. That's quite the. I
Look
like
at her
you know,
face, man.
VLC's fuckery actually helps me with copyright. It's great. Like, keep fucking up the
Yay.
frames.
Yeah.
Because I think that's it for this scene, right? They're just sad about how she could have won, but she didn't because she cheated, quote unquote. Which is it's hard to understand where the cheating came in, but you know it did.
This would have made her hated by a lot of people. Like everyone there was like, that little fucking runt. She cheated.
Yeah.
She got this far and then tried to cheat out all these other chicks. Wow.
And the mum is pretty chill about it. It's like, whatever.
Yeah, she's like, I'm sure no one will hate you as you growing up, and no one will hold this event against you for the rest of your life.
I'm not the mum from the first film where I hate you whenever you do anything relating to any kind of danger. It's fine. And it's like, what will she learn from this going forward in the narrative? Because that's what these scenes are supposed to do in films like this. You're like, this is going to go forward. This is probably going to set the tone and the theme. Cheaters never prosper / get born. Right. That's what's important.
Right.
You know? Gonna tie into
Honestly, it
Maxwell Lord, I'm
doesn't.
sure.
It doesn't set the tone or the theme because the scene that sets the tone is the mall sequence that we're about to watch.
Oh.
Like that's
Oh,
the goofy
God.
nonsense
Well,
that
so
really sets up the whole
I've
movie.
seen people argue that the opening scene we just saw was like stapled on in post or some shit. Like it didn't seem like it was actually part of the movie until probably late. Just like, fuck it.
I wouldn't be
I can believe it
surprised.
considering that
Wouldn't
it's the
surprise
only
me.
part of the theme that kind of makes sense if you don't think about how Diana was fucking literally born.
No, but see, even at the end, where they try and connect the through line of truth and everything, it's garbled nonsense. It's utter garbage. That like this
Yeah.
through line of truth saving people, like it's so stupid. And
It makes it's really disjointed, and it seems like just the wrong message to have in this film. It doesn't really connect with anything. It is a huge stretch. It is a theme that is absolutely not at all carried by the material.
Mm-hmm.
And
Do you
so-
think they added the scene after they shot everything, and they realized that we got to
We're gonna
put
have a
the
theme.
in
Yeah,
'cause,
they'll just make
yeah,
it
the
a big
movie's a
scene.
mess.
Ties to a childhood
very
where
possible.
she learned
Yeah, and that-
something. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
So
I agree with Drags.
Dude,
I
it's the
agree with
cynical
Drags when-
nature of thematic through lines that come into a lot of stuff. Like Batwoman does this all the time, which is why when watching Mandalorian, we were kind of surprised that they didn't have a theme. Really, there was no presumed message, no lesson to learn. Really, it was just like it was more events. Like, hey, Boba Fett.
It was just things just sort of happen for improbable reasons, and that's just sort of that.
Because of course, it doesn't take a genius to see that this movie is trying to tell you some stuff. It's like, you know, lies bad first of all, which. All right, you know.
Yeah,
Which I don't even agree with.
And then we get our sequence of, hey, remember the 80s for a little bit. This is probably the most 80s the
this
film
was
even
it.
does. Yeah.
Yeah, this is it. It front loads all of the 80s stuff into a little rescue montage at the very beginning. And that's basically it. That's the most 80s it ever gets.
And so
Can I?
this is going to take
something real quick.
Stuff. Oh, by the way, her kicking that car with such force to knock it that far would have just
Killed
totally
him.
destroyed the front of the car. Like,
So I was just going to bring up like this moment. She could have grabbed the girl and pulled her out of the way, typical superhero fashion. Instead, she kicks this car. By the way, it's not their fault. I can't tell if it is their fault actually, because she runs in front of them. I don't know if the lights are red. It is their fault. Okay. But of course, you could still just pull her out of the way.
Driving.
It would be okay. But she kicks them, and then this is what happens to the car. It's just like, oh, she's lucky that this is all that happens. Let's just put it that way. Incredibly lucky.
Yeah.
She could have hurt more people doing that.
Yeah, she kicks it in a direction that any of the cars could have been coming toward.
Especially because if it's green light the other way, cars are going to be coming from the other direction in both ways.
Now, if people in chat paying attention, we're not seeing Wonder Woman, we're seeing glimpses of Wonder Woman. Why is that? Well, if you remember continuity, Batman says to her, "Where the fuck have you been? Like, why haven't you been helping the world?" And she argues it's because, like, of what World War I did, I think. She's like, it put her in a position where she's like, oof, you know, couldn't. She's finally back. When Doomsday starts destroying the world, she comes back. So obviously she didn't do anything about the Man of Steel and Batman vs Superman events up until the finale of the films, which is really hard to believe. Like, that she wouldn't have gotten involved when Zod invaded Earth. It's like, I don't know.
But World War I.
Well, it doesn't even make sense because she's currently saving people.
World War One.
He was saving
Someone had to
people.
save that woman crossing the street.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I just want to let's make that really clear. So, between the montage at the beginning, or the race, the Olympics at the beginning, and now, a lot of things on the world stage have happened that have been really bad. You know, like the Holocaust. But Wonder Woman didn't do anything to try to help any of those things. But she does try to save.
Ironically, the Israeli Gal Gadot didn't do anything to stop the Holocaust.
Didn't stop anything. The implication is all she ever did was something that was essentially stuff you wouldn't notice necessarily on the world stage. It would just be stuff that was like,
she's basically your friendly neighborhood Wonder Woman.
Yeah. And that's what they're trying to do. This is your opening. You need this sequence and a lot of superhero stuff to convince us that they care about the people on the ground and that they get it. You know, their life, their enjoyment is to save people. And she's all these little scenarios, because we're going to see a couple more now where she's just saving people from different things. But already it's like, wait, but now everyone would know about it, and obviously she would help with bigger things if she's willing to help with smaller things, right? It's just like, already we're in trouble.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So just keep that in mind. For everything that she's doing to help people in this whole sequence, just keep in mind that she's doing this instead of anything else.
Also, someone said Wonder Woman let 9/11 happen. That doesn't happen until 2001.
So she hasn't had it happen yet. Yeah. But she will.
She hasn't let it happen yet.
Rest assured, she will.
If she didn't know it was going to happen. Well, she didn't know it was going to happen, right? She'd have to time travel.
Oh, how does the time travel device decide that it's 1984 that they go back to?
No, that's not a thing. There's no time travel.
There's no time travel here. She just gets to live forever because she's fucking amazing.
Yeah.
There's a magical wish monkey's paw.
She's a magical Amazonian.
Yeah, we'll get to it. Don't worry. Shad is still. We're half an hour from the moment Shad's probably going to want to talk about. We're in movie time.
Is it a monkey's paw, or is it that she just lived so long that 1984?
Both of those things are true. She's immortal, I think, but also there's a monkey's paw.
Also, she somehow manages to I'm not entirely sure how exactly how long it takes for her to age from a child into her adult form.
Thousands of years, maybe.
Also, hi, Southpaw.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going, Capital?
Hello.
This is a portion of our crew of watching the Wonder Woman movies now here. It was an exciting journey. Which is going to help as we break this down. As they're showing us 80s tisms, you have Maxwell Lord is on the TV in the background, just to help you be like, yeah, he's an influential person, his ads are everywhere. People know him. More 80s stuff. I'm kind of just cycling through until we get to the next person she probably saves in a really reckless way, because fun. And then we'll get to the mall scene, which is amazing, no doubt. Fits right into Batman and Robin, I'd say. Oh yeah, these girls, they steal some stuff from a store. Oh Oh, I think it's because doesn't Maxwell say like whatever you want in the world, take it or something, and then they steal? I can't remember. It's slightly odd moment.
I don't
Here
think
we
it has
go.
any bearing on anything else.
Hey,
Yeah,
look,
so-
it's the best character in the whole movie.
Oh, so here we
Look at
go.
him.
The girls who stole some stuff. They run past a recently wed couple, and oops, the wife falls, and she's about to fall into the little river there. But Wonder Woman happens to be in the area, and she wraps. This shit's so crazy. You get logistically where this is like, Wonder Woman has to be on ground. She's wrapped this woman. She's gonna have to yank her. And she just glides and slides across the concrete and she's okay. Like, there are so many ways this could have gone horribly wrong, and you know what would have been best? Just letting her fall in the water and swim out.
Yeah, because you could have yanked her and her head would have smacked into
Could have
that
slammed
stone
against the
wall.
wall.
It looks like
Killed
that's
her.
what should have happened, honestly. If you have
Yeah.
the power and force to have pulled her out of the way of the water into the... She's going straight into the concrete.
Okay, to be fair, that would have saved that guy 3 years and half his shit. So,
Oh.
it's, it is.
Rags, you cranked your anti-whammon stuff to this stream.
Oh, sorry. It's just we're I can't. It's just women are
got
great.
no
I'm just
excuse.
making jokes.
Oh my god. VLC just generating some terrifying imagery here and there. Hope you guys caught that one because I couldn't
Whoa.
snap it.
That was fun.
So yeah, another person that Wonder Woman should have killed. But, oh well.
You're welcome.
And no way that nobody didn't see this.
Yeah,
just
it's
so we're
impossible
clear.
that she would be under the radar with all of this shit, but apparently she is.
As if it
my
doesn't get
point, right?
worse.
No, listen,
Like,
as
you're saying
long
that
as
she was doing this, and no one made a sketch of her to say this is what she looked like or described her as just baffling.
no, listen, as long as she destroys all the cameras in the area, she's fine. No one.
But she
sees her.
destroys the cameras after she saves someone.
Okay, we're almost there. We're getting. Oh my
That destroys the
god.
footage too.
So I couldn't snap it in time, but Cap has done it. Check that out, everyone. That looks a bit like Galathar, I'd say. Like that's something. going on.
Galathar he's been snacking on her.
She looks like she's coming from a different dimension and into the Spider-Verse. So like she's glitching.
All right.
Guys, I mean, she must be really lucky that a handsome guy would still want to, take her to be his wife with a face like that. That's true love.
So the scenario here is that a group of thieves have discovered that a jeweler's store is a front for smuggling high-value items, right?
And
Yes.
nothing they want is in the front of the store.
No.
No. They're here for the good shit.
And so
Yeah.
they flash their weapons and they're like, look, don't make a scene. We're going to steal from you. We know what you're doing is illegal. And so if we get caught, you get caught too. Something like that, right? That's the kind of logic they're using.
But
Yeah.
but
But why
question,
flash the
they could use the exact same essentially threat to just take all the stuff from the front.
Yeah. I guess the front stuff isn't as valuable as the back stuff.
Oh yeah, I think that's the idea.
Well,
Put
I
the
mean,
stuff in the back is
well,
worth
That's
it.
the impression.
Words to live by. And
There's
yeah,
a
and so they
monkey's paw back there, guys.
yeah, they get into the back and they're like, oh my god, look at all this. And again, thank you VLC for fucking up the visuals so that I can get covered. It's just trying to help
Yay.
me. It's almost makes for, and yeah, so and the camera slowly pans around. We got the I don't know, it's like a crystally rock thing. We're just gonna call it the monkey's paw throughout the film, I
I
think.
just want to say real quick, this guy looks like a discount Clint Eastwood.
Kind of. You can see it, yeah.
It does.
Like Gran Torino with Clint Eastwood.
Yeah.
He went down a darker path.
Yeah, Clint Eastwood, after his Wild West days, if he became a shitty jewel thief.
And so then
He
this
broke
is
bad.
up to this point the film's been what I would call normal bad. This is where we start get to like crazy bad. So
Absurd.
Funny bad.
they walk out of the room, and it seems that there's 4 dudes in total who are all a part of this. It's a pretty clean job. Nobody seems to notice anything. Unfortunately for our team, one of the dudes fumbles, and down the gun on the floor goes.
Oh no, what a silly villain.
Now, I guess I'm so limited on my knowledge here. If you're in 1984 in a shopping mall and you drop a gun like that, is there a chance that you can pick it back up and be like, oops, sorry?
Yeah,
Well, I
like,
mean,
what if he was a
surely,
police
yeah.
officer? Like,
Probably.
undercover or
Yeah.
any number of reasons. Do you have a concealed carry in this time and
What's
state?
what state is this?
Well,
Oh,
this
this
is
is
DC.
California before it became too crazy lefty, so I'm not
Wait, this
sure.
is DC, right?
Oh yeah, this is DC, but they're a big crazy lefty place now too. I
'Cause
don't know. Well,
Her
even here,
reaction is like he pulled out the gun and held it to her face. Like, she screams. It's like she just saw.
bit
Yeah,
of an
it's-
overreaction.
well, I mean, I don't know. It's weird. Her reaction isn't what's extra crazy. It's that everyone in the mall now knows exactly what's happening and where it's happening.
And panics instantly.
And panics instantly. Yeah, because even here, where concealed carry is totally legal, and I do it all the time, if a gun randomly fell out of someone's pants, like that would definitely be like, whoa, what the fuck?
It's
Like
so,
that is a what?
Dude, look how badly they do it as well. Like I just realized
Yeah.
because some people in chat commented on it as well. Like look at the nature in which he drops it. So the gun is tucked into the front of his jeans, and he just. What is he doing with this bag? He moves. Oh, the gun. He grabs his own gun and sort of pulls it out. And then it drops. It's like he pulls the gun out himself to throw it to the ground, like the actor, because I don't think he knew.
If your jacket is open like that, why do you have your gun stowed away on the front of your pants if your jacket's open?
It's such forced fumbling. Like there was
Yeah,
no reason
forced
for it to be
fumbling
that.
is a
Yeah,
good way to
like,
describe it.
The director obviously said like, okay, you've got this bag and like you're really struggling with it for some reason. He's like, okay, and then it's just there's no need for it. He's just like, why wouldn't you just like a regular human being just open the fucking bag and take out what you need from it? Like, it's got to be such an ordeal.
The woman screaming at the very sight of a gun, and then the one in the background is like, and yeah, so this sets off the whole scene. Which the funny part to me was we noticed so much of this as we're watching it in the EFAP movies. It's so intense. So everyone runs almost as if there's some kind of. We just have to believe as an audience that these people in this world at this time terrified of seeing a gun. And then this guy, who's in cahoots with him, decides, to blend in, I shall pretend that I'm not bothered and I stand still and, like, I'm just chill. It's like, isn't that the last thing you should do? I
But
understand
in the normal world, just saying, pretending he's not part of, that guy, you would think that's at least somewhat of a mild thing. The guy says, "Hey, we gotta go," and he's like, "Oh,
that's the big fuck up."
Yeah, well, this is what I mean.
Stayed there, he would have been fine.
That's where I was getting
Yeah,
at. So,
probably.
first of all, the first guy, if he had just sprinted in a different direction, like, oh my god, I'm so scared of that gun too, guys. That's terrifying.
Yeah,
But no,
he's got a gun, and just ran away like everyone else.
Instead, he's like, I'm going to chill out here. The other guy's like, come on, fellow thief, let's go. You're like, why would you implicate me, you fucking asshole? And of course, it's meant to be funny. It's just like really stupid, but yeah, all right. So next up, you have, I guess, our team of 4 thieves are all over the place, and the security guards are now picking up on them. And Clint Eastwood just starts running. I don't know what implicated him.
Yeah, this was baffling.
Nothing.
She suddenly knows he's a bad guy. For what?
What did he do? Then you have
nothing.
I'm proud of, I'm going to say, 1 point of compliment. Security guard aims his gun, does not shoot. In a shittier film, he would have just shot at the civilians randomly, because that's just how cops work a lot of the time. They're just like, boom, 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 I gotta stop the bad guy.
In movies, yeah.
Then, of course, you're doing a bit of a funny. They have to run real fast to get up the descending escalator. Because I don't know if you picked up already, chat, but the tone of this scene is absolutely Batman and Robin levels. Like, if you wanted to explain, it's like you're not supposed to take this seriously at all. At least I think so. But it's just incredibly poorly constructed, regardless. So yeah, as if we haven't dealt with enough craziness, our team of thieves are now just like, what the hell do we do? How do we escape? And the guy who dropped his gun is like, I see a little girl. Now, questionnaire. I was like, he's going to use her as a body shield. Like, nobody's going to shoot him if he's got her until he's able to enact the next portion of his plan, which is possibly getting to a particular exit, getting into a car, whatever it is. The one thing I really didn't expect him to do is what happens. Which
but the thing is, right, why did he even grab her? They're not surrounded. This isn't like he's cornered and he has a last thing. Oh, I'll grab the child as the last ditch. They could have just kept running. No one is there stopping them.
Yeah.
And
This
he
is
even
inexcusably stupid.
it gets to the point
He
where
just-
random civilians and his thief buddies are like, "What are you doing? Like, this is weird, dude. Like, put the girl down." But he decides like, "Nah, this is what I'm committing to now, and I'm gonna dangle her over the edge so that if anyone kills me, she dies." And you're like, dude.
And I'm gonna stay here for hours.
No,
I have
it's
a question. Like, did these guys not know that their buddy was this bit of a this much of a retard?
Yeah, I mean, he's screwing up the plaid constantly. He's definitely the loose I do love that Clint Eastwood character's like, dude, no, stop, please.
Why don't they
Nobody
just
wants a
fucking
wild
run and
card in the
leave
group.
him?
Yeah, why don't they just leave him? Yeah.
You think that they just all split?
Well, this is the craziest
Because
thing.
this relies on everybody staying where they are and remaining there, basically.
Like the two on the other side completely blew their cover by going, "No, what are you doing?"
Well, their cover was apparently already blown. Remember, Clint Eastwood guy was like just getting chased for some reason. I don't know why,
For some reason.
Yeah, but this is again a small compliment among the scenes that the thieves are so distracted by this immoral act that they're choosing to try and compel their comrade to stop doing this rather than escape. It's like, oh wow, they look at them. They're trying to be like, hey, please don't hit the little girl, because it's just like, what an insane scenario that he's decided to dangle her off the edge. And yeah, they're all pleading with her, and I think, if I remember, there's a close-up of Clint Eastwood in a moment that's, where is it? Because everyone's just so yeah, there's like the whole crowd, everyone's just staring at this guy.
Yeah. Everyone's shouting, "No, don't do it, bro!"
Oh yeah, there it was. Damn it, VLC, you're
Oh, there's the
destroying
crowd.
the magic.
Look, he kind of looks like Nicolas Cage here in that angle, in the zoom-in angle.
Oh, I can
The
see
fat
it.
Nicolas Cage, not
Yeah.
the other guy. Yeah.
There's this shot of the old dude just being like, no. Okay.
What are you doing? What are you doing? You're holding a. I look away for 1 second, and now you're holding some kid on the side of a balcony. How did you arrive at this point? Oh,
I wonder if this is a reference to Michael Jackson doing this with his own kid. You know, like he dangled a blanket out the window.
Yeah.
So then Wonder Woman apparently bursts in through the ceiling and
apparently
dive bombs and just snatches the child from the man. I presume no one was hurt in this transaction. So her cover's
she
blown.
knew this was happening, and so she went up to the roof. It's like, this is my point of attack.
She's swinging
Yes,
through
exactly.
the very center
And nobody
of this area in
saw
front of
this.
everyone.
This guy's fucking face. Yeah, so
He's definitely the most distinguishable of the group of robbers for his resemblance to Clint Eastwood.
yeah. So she's done. Everyone can see her now. There's no way like everyone would know about this person, the way she's dressed, the way she looks, and what she does, and she has a lasso that she uses, and the tiara and stuff. So this just breaks again the DCEU. But whatever. Let's just move on. Let's see what this film's doing. So she's wrapped up that guy. She's looking. She has a lot of superhero poses. That Gal Gadot, you know.
Does
It's a
this
superhero
scene
movie,
follow
so-
the scene where she's a kid? Like we just go
Yeah.
right into this scene? Oh wow, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so check it out. Here we go. You ready? I'll play the scene first, Chad. So boom, 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 back to her. So you have an issue with this, nitpicker? What?
Now, does this come from like the OG comics? Did she do this in the OG comics? Use her tiara as like
To break
Destroy
security
public,
cameras?
as a weapon?
I'm sorry.
Also,
even if this was in the comics, it's still retarded.
Let's give an
it's
incredible
utterly
hand. Let's give a hand to Diana for being able to throw it in a way that it bounces off of all of the security cameras in this rotunda and then returns to her.
It's
It just
magnetism.
destroys the cameras, doesn't destroy the footage at all.
Exactly.
Of
Like
course.
that. This would be over the news everywhere
Well-
for what the cameras recorded her already doing.
Well,
Like
I
destroying him
thought-
does nothing at that point.
I thought
that's-
we had gotten past this. I thought that films didn't make this mistake anymore. That when you destroy a camera, it doesn't destroy the recording. But I guess we're still in that era. We're gonna have to wait a little bit longer, and people will catch up.
Apparently it erases all of the bystanders that are witnessing all of this too.
Yeah, if you destroy the cameras, it erases people's memories. So it's pretty neat. So then she does that and obviously catches up to second dude. And I want to highlight, she has him by the arm and she pulls him so hard and so fast that he slams through this thing. Would his arm not have basically been detached, at least the bones? That's gonna wreck. But of course it's funny. He's fine. He's just spinning around. And everyone's appreciating the Wonder Woman. Oh yeah, I guess to make sure we covered that, like the whole camera thing, her cover is blown. There's no way that everyone doesn't know about Wonder Woman. It's impossible.
Yeah.
So that guy is hurt. This guy tied up still, but oh, the ropes come off him. We'll just remember that, because of course when they were animating this, they need to have it so that it comes off so that she can swing herself to the next area. She's got to go get Clint Eastwood and the other one. And here we are. I'm guessing they're just terrified by it, but lots of children, lots of people around, so just pulling guns, it's just like, hopefully they don't shoot them, right? Because they were just very concerned about a kid's life earlier.
Also, where is that girl's mother?
I don't know. Doesn't really matter.
Also, she walked into danger. She was behind the tables like everyone else.
Wait.
Like she was with her mother in the previous shot that we like last saw her, and now all of a sudden she's gone. Like,
I like the spin and
her mother
throw.
just not give a shit.
Also, they were
when I was
really
watching it, I thought-
concerned. They were really concerned about like that one guy killing some girl, but I guess they're fine with just wanting to shoot Wonder Woman, but they don't. But they they're threatening to, but they wouldn't actually do it. It's just kind of weird.
Maybe it's because she's like
they
holding
should
onto
have
a
run
kid.
away like 5 minutes ago too.
Man, she's so confident too. Like, you guys, you suck. And it's just like, yeah, this very tension-filled scene, everyone being complete fucking idiots. And so here comes she knew that they would run in this exact way at the exact moment. Just, it's such a I'm so badass. I'm so how the fuck did you figure this would happen?
Yeah, do you actually need to use your eyes?
Well,
to
here's the
see?
thing. She's Wonder Woman, and this movie likes to just give her new superpowers at random at sometimes.
I do that,
So one of her
yeah.
new powers here is she has eyes in the back of her head.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
The lasso is almost sentient in how it can grab on and let go at a whim.
Also trying to follow this, okay? Two of them get pulled. That guy is in so much trouble. Rammed against the wall, but then the whip is pulled off of them and onto these two lads who have not done anything this entire time. They just stood there naturally. So she's got them, swings down, swings back up. Physics again are just not something that Wonder Woman is a fan of. Like, it's in her list of powers.
On the ground too. I hate that.
This guy is.
She seems to be sliding a lot, like on the floor.
Yeah,
I don't know. Looks weird.
But she pulled this guy, but he's released again.
Her latent flying ability, she's just triggering it instinctually at this point.
Well, she flew in the first movie for a brief moment of time.
That guy looks like a hobbit.
Yeah, he could be a hobbit.
Yeah.
Feel bad for hobbits.
So
Now
yeah,
I'm just
she's
picturing saying 11sies.
So this is one of the most fascinating parts. She
The
moves
part where he
toward
wears
him.
a t-shirt, and blazer.
Slides. I've heard that's a valid fashion choice, Rags. Weekend is right
You've heard
there.
from some dumb people.
Oh my god, that's really harsh. It's really harsh.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Don't know what
Well,
they're
this
thinking.
guy is not the pinnacle of the art form. I just have to say.
Yeah, this guy
he's not
clearly isn't
the
with
best
that stash and
representative.
his curly
Yeah.
reddish hair. Yeah,
Jerry
and the
curl,
colors on the
yeah.
t-shirt.
I want to
Yeah.
appreciate
has
the
to go.
physics, okay?
Yeah.
The physics are wonderful in this moment. Full force forward, slide down, kick. So you would expect him to probably fall to the ground with his leg going up. Like you would maybe, or
Yeah,
just break
head
the
first
leg
into the
off. Really
floor.
depends how fast she's going. But he somehow flings all the way up. He should be in so many forms of pain. It's like it's not even fair. And then the force of returning to the ground, she grabs him there. Oof. That poor man. I'm surprised he's even alive with the shock he should have gone into.
Well, I mean, she
Shouldn't they
tried
all be
to
dead?
legitimately murder them just a little bit later. So that, yeah, Wonder Woman's fine with trying to kill people.
Can we talk about
Yeah.
the fact that the guy that's on the ground is now acting like the lasso is tied around him?
Yeah, so this
That's
is
clearly
a
not.
clear error they made. You could see here, he's just like, if anything, he's like, "Oh, my back." Like, I'll just stay down though. It's fine. And the next time we see him, he's like, "Oh my God, this annoying lasso that's currently around me for sure. Ah, damn it!" But they just didn't put it on. They didn't feel they needed to.
Yeah, he's just like, I'm sure that I'll just do what the directors tell me. There's no way that they would fuck something up so incredibly royally, like not animate the lasso around me. Like that would be what an oversight for a movie with this budget. Like,
Yeah, and Wonder Woman is like, "Don't tell anyone," while being surrounded by people. It's like, okay.
Every moment you tell
Yeah.
someone to not tell anybody, more people are witnessing you.
This
No,
is a this little bit is what I like to call forced whimsy. Like this is them trying to be whimsical, and it just like this is they want to be all cutesy and not like the like Man of Steel or BVS. Because you know after BVS came out and flopped and everyone said like it was too dark and grim, they're like, okay, we need to make more lighthearted content now. And it's like this is their attempt to do that, and it's just shit.
Yep.
Oh well.
It feels
And,
like
Wonder
a
Woman-
step above Stranger Things in terms of caricaturing the 80s.
Yeah,
Like it feels a little too much, like an abundance of color, and I don't know. It's
So-
just a little too much. Yeah.
She
That's
drops.
the point I was referring to before, where it's just about it. She basically attempts to murder these guys, throwing them from a roof.
You have to appreciate how far they've just fallen, yeah. That's a clear 10 meters at the very least. Most generous ever, as a group, into a car. And look at the force, it manages to crush the car. And I noted this in our EFAP movies. The old man is on the bottom. Look at him.
He's so dead.
Definitely dead.
Oldman definitely.
Well, he had
bombed,
few years
though.
to. He had few years to live anyway.
Yeah, that oh yeah, they're
All that
really
effort
hurting.
to kill them.
Yeah, they're in serious pain and injury. They're not doing
They're
so
supposed
well.
to be dead.
don't
What the
look
fuck?
They are dead.
Not doing so great.
They're so
Supposed to be
dead.
dead.
And yeah, there's like a news report that's like, there's this person, this mysterious person who once again saves the day. And it's like,
Who could it have been?
all right, I guess, yeah, people just...
Why not just tie them up and leave them? Why did she have to drop them on the car anyway?
Because they deserve that
punishment.
pain somehow.
Also, fuck that cop car, I guess.
Yeah.
What did they
It's like,
do?
well, now we have to pay for the top of a new cop car, and we have to check and make sure that these guys aren't like
Yeah, someone had
dead,
to answer for that, you know?
seriously injured. Yeah.
why
Like,
did you-
Maloney, what happened out there? It's like, I'm sorry, boss.
It was
Me
that...
and the cops, me and
the
the other
criminals
guys
fell
showed
on
up.
it.
They just fell on it
this is
from the
third
sky.
time this
I
week,
don't know.
Maloney.
It wasn't our fault. We were standing in front of the mall with our guns pointing at the door, ready to blast away anyone who walked out, and then all of a sudden they fall from the sky, all tied up.
What is this accent?
I don't know.
I don't know, Maloney.
That's just Maloney's voice.
Gangster.
God damn it,
Maloney.
Maloney.
I want to highlight this amazing little Photoshop job from Jade Raptor in the Discord.
Oh my.
That is
pretty good.
fantastic.
It's surprisingly well. You could probably just to combine the three characters have it saying Ray, you know, good old Finn. So, we are greeted after our introductory scenes. It's like, so just to catch you guys up, the Great War ended. Mystery surrounds miracle of Ludendorff's defeat. So it was never known exactly what happened there, even though that would be a tough secret to keep for all the people involved. But I guess they did. They've even got.
What
Are
would
we
be
in
a
the-
tough secret to
is-
keep?
Is this the present day now? Or...
No, so this is-
Oh no, wait, no. I can't remember what. Oh wait, no. The original film takes place in the 40s or no 30s.
No, 19
10s,
like
20s, yeah.
1918.
Right.
Yeah, World War One. Right. Okay. And then this film
we are
goes
now in
forward in time to
84.
the 80s.
So she's been going for a long time. And we just
Wait, so Mahler, you said that this secret would be hard to keep. Which secret is that?
All of it?
All of them.
Secret of Nim.
I mean,
just all of it.
I thought you were talking about like being a war hero part.
Well, so what happened to Ludendorff and the thing with Ares? I get you have a lot of soldiers who saw all of it and know that she did something there. There's no way you're keeping like the idea that it's like Ludendorff mysteriously died. That's the story. It's like I feel like a bunch of those soldiers would have been willing to testify what they saw.
He was killed by a sword.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, like all the German soldiers who just gave up after she defeated Ares. They'd be like, "Man, there was this crazy boss battle."
Yeah, if they hated violence and war, you think I guess you'd want to find out the crazy soldier who came in with a sword and started killing.
I also don't believe that like the discount Howling Commandos wouldn't have said a word about working with Wonder Woman.
She must have told him, sworn him to secrecy. You know, it must have been.
Don't tell anyone about anything I've done. You're like,
No,
what?
guys.
Who's that old woman on
social
screen
me-
right now?
Oh, we'll get to that in a
Social-
sec. First photo is
Okay.
they honor the local hero that is Steve Trevor for his sacrifice. The bravery of
for
local
whatever
pilot. Yeah, I wonder if they know the specifics of all of that. I don't know, whatever. They kept her a secret. That's the important part. And the lady from the first film who awkwardly is like, Wonder Woman, you gotta put on clothes befitting a lady, is either old or dead at this point. Probably dead, right?
Probably dead, yeah.
By this point, yeah.
It's been like what, 70 years?
I think the movie's
almost?
kind of naive in like not having people tell anyone, right?
Yeah, I
I'd
also
say more than
You could have
kind of
some
naive.
rumors that are kind of floating around in the background. Oh yeah, there's rumors of this happening. It's much better if you do it that way because
Yeah, at the very least, it's like she's gonna be an urban legend, right?
Yeah, exactly. Way better than nobody talk.
Urban
Thousands of
Yeah.
people kept the secret.
Yeah,
all the people in that town as well.
Because social media didn't exist, guys. So people can't tell anyone, right? That's why, right? I mean, it's so dumb, or whatever they were thinking. It's kind of dumb.
I mean, if she's been
It's
saving
not kinda
random
dumb, it's
people,
so dumb. You're right.
if she's been
Like,
saving
what
random people in her
explanation-
day to day for this long, there's just no way everyone knows nothing. There's just no way.
Yeah, exactly.
But they said that she wouldn't do that in multiple films.
Also, like, what
They said she
explanation did that
wouldn't.
village give? What explanation did that village give in the first movie when
It
they
was
had
an
to,
angel
like,
sent from
rebuild
the Lord above.
the church that she destroyed?
They'll
He also,
just
oh
they'll say it
yeah,
was Randy. Randy.
yeah, all the survivors watching her do that. And plus all the people on the in the trenches before she got there, all the soldiers and stuff who saw her, and all the surviving Germans.
Yeah, you think that like one woman getting out of a trench in no man's land and deflecting all the bullets and like with a shield because they all just keep on targeting her shield instead of like her legs or anything besides the shield. You think that would be talked about quite a bit?
No,
of
I
course
think
not.
No.
They wouldn't want to admit they've been beaten by a woman. Too proud.
Yeah, and Wonder Woman got the picture, so no one talked about it, right? That's the reason, or some shit. I don't.
I'm curious
no,
how
so
the
dumb.
Chris Pine character is alive because I had a very stupidly flawed perception of the sequel where it's like, you know, they're going to the 80s. It's like relative to our present day. It's like, oh, it's a throwback. He's still alive. But then I remembered like, oh, the first movie takes place in the 1910s. So like they're going forward in time where
Yeah,
he would still
I mean,
be dead.
plus he
So
exploded.
I don't know. Right, yeah.
Well,
So like
that's
if
part of
does
it, yeah.
if he's alive, does that mean like the plane full of weapons or chemicals, whatever the fuck it was, like didn't get blown
No,
up?
no,
or
Oh
he's
no, he
dead.
destroyed or
fucking
whatever?
died.
Okay.
Yeah, he's dead.
Oh no, he's dead.
Yeah,
No,
he's dead.
We'll
They'll get
to the
to that.
mechanics
Yeah, we're getting there. Don't
Right.
worry.
how he's back.
I have
no, he's
so
super
much
dead.
to say about that.
I assume that's where the monkey's paw comes in, where
Mhm.
it's bringing people back to life somehow.
Well, for now, it's nice and chill. It's just like, look, she's sad that Steve's died. She even went to his ranch, I guess. It's like, yeah. We're just reintroducing you to the world of Wonder Woman. What have you missed in the past 60 plus years? It's like, yeah, just some stuff. It's fine.
Right.
She's
right.
still got the watch he gave her. Which, by the
Classic
way,
panning photograph shot.
I'm gonna just, just drop it in now. We'll talk about it a little bit later too. She knew him for very little amount of time, and it's been many, many days since. You might even say it's been many years since.
Yeah.
You'd
Just can't
think.
get over it.
You'd think, yeah, she may have, you know, just with how life works, that some other things may have happened, but it's almost as if the events of Wonder Woman took place like a week ago. In order to...
Yeah, pretty much.
Strange. Which is funny because they often
70
forget
years
what
is a
happened
long
in their
time.
own movie. But hey. And yeah, she even goes to restaurants to just dine with herself alone. Because you know what? Men suck at this point. None can compare to Chris Pine.
Yeah, they kind of
Who
did.
she knew for a month.
I don't know, I like honestly, even rewatching the film, I can't remember how long she actually knew Chris Pine for, and I would bet it was very little.
Less than a week.
Less than a week, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's a pretty awesome dude, so I can understand how she doesn't want to love again after losing him, you know? I would be the same way.
But he was the first man that she ever saw. Therefore,
Therefore?
Therefore what?
that's it. That's it. Therefore.
Therefore, period.
She has a rule. The first man I see, I fall in love with, and then the second to the 50th man I see, I kill. And then the rest,
it worked.
we'll see how it goes.
Come on, in her defense, it is Chris Pine.
It is Chris Pine.
Oh yeah, he's a charmer.
And yeah, and if you remember when she first meets him, he just gets it out immediately, right in front of her, you know, and that's a bold tactic, but it can work.
Yeah. You heard it here first, folks.
I mean, it did work, right? She's not moved on for 70 years or so.
That must have been one, galaxy peen right there.
The taxi ride. It's just like I don't know what they were going. Like she just
thinking
she wants
about
to
Steve.
put herself in a distance from men. She just doesn't want to even
Honestly, yes.
begin to.
Like this is the film
guess.
language portion of the film where it's like you see she looks at the plane and thinks of Steve. Some guy is like, "Hey, want a taxi ride?" And she's like, "No, Steve." Like, okay.
It's been
okay.
65 years. You're gonna have to like move on.
Ma'am, would you like any dessert? No.
No, she's Wonder
Steve.
Woman. She's sad. She's 10 times as sad as the normal man.
Like, you have to realize at this point that you're a demigoddess and you're immortal, and you're going to outlive basically any romantic partner that you have so long as they are mortal, and that Steve would have died anyways, even if he survived the events of the first movie by this point in time, because it's 1984, and it's like 66 years after that.
That is just heartless. I cannot believe you would say such a thing. You don't understand at all.
You
Introducing
just don't love like Diana loves.
Kristen Wiig as what even was her name? Barbara?
Barbara.
Mrs. Electro?
Mrs. Yeah, kind of. She's
so quirky.
The whole thing, like, look at how she awkwardly is power walking to work. She wears baggy clothing. Her bag is awkward. Her hair is awkward. She is awkward when speaking to people. She is
quirky.
What is the name of him from TASM 2? Max something, right? Max
Dillon.
Max Dillon. She is Maxine Dillon.
She's also very much off of Selena Kyle from Batman Returns.
Yeah.
I need to rewatch that because I'm
She
pretty
even-
sure it's
she
not as
even-
shit as
she even-
this.
No, it isn't.
No, I like
Yeah,
that
most
movie.
things
It's good.
Statistically aren't as shit as this.
I meant specifically this intro compared to the Selena Kyle sort of intro, because she's not like
I see.
a ditzy klutzy idiot person, right? She's a secretary. It's
No,
not...
she's a bit more like self-deprecating and pathetic.
Mm.
She feels much more like a real person, which is weird because it's a Tim Burton Batman movie. But
Oh well.
Well, it was also a lot less cliched by that point when that movie came out.
Well,
Tim Burton does more realistic characters than Wonder Woman 84.
Tim Burton's depiction of real life became more reasonable when we hit 2020, you know?
yeah, especially Danny DeVito as the Penguin. I was the number one son, and they treated me as number two.
I
That's
think
a line
Michelle
I'm good
Pfeiffer's
I'm sorry,
Catwoman's a
I
lot
love
better
it.
than Anne Hathaway's too.
I adored that Penguin.
Oh yeah, that's going to be an EFAP
He's
movies
so
for
gross.
sure.
Well, you better bring me. I have to. Yes.
I think people want you to be in all of the EFAP movies at this point. Just want you laughing at everything.
Okay, but that's just because they like my laughter, right? It's
That's a
because I'm like an
compliment.
easy laugh.
That's a compliment.
Well, you've
I'm
also got
such
a
an
good
easy
personality.
Oh, you lied to me. I see.
So, speaking of establishing things, right? Her briefcase clasp thing opens up. All of her papers are on the floor. Classic. Now, this place she's worked at for a week, is it? She's new. I think she's new anyway. But there's two guys walk past her and they're like, loser. Like, oh, you'd think most people in most work scenarios are more like, oh man, let me help you. Yeah,
it was kind of at this point when we were watching it that I was sort of getting the impression that men were shit. A pretty lady like her dropping her stuff like that in front of everybody, and all these men just walk by and like, it's like, come on,
They look right at her too.
Yeah, they look right at her, and they give her this just condescending, smarmy look, like I ain't helping you.
Which is honestly,
bizarre.
In my experience, this is rare. This just doesn't happen that much in the workplaces I've been in. If someone drops all their shit like that, one of the first things people do is like, "Oh shit, do you need a hand?"
Yes,
there's a guy, they'd be like, "Let me help you, bro."
See this. Like, there's somebody there that can see them doing this as well.
This reminds me of Stranger Things again.
Wonderful and pure and amazing would come by and help her out, you know?
Well, that's the thing. This is a perfect setup. Who will come to her aid? Who do you guys think it'll be? It's Wonder Woman.
Some random guy.
Oh my
god, it's Wonder
Oh my
Woman.
goodness. Thank goodness you were here to save the day. She uses her lasso to get all of the papers together, and the lasso folds them all and then alphabetizes them in order of, well, the alphabet. And then she packs them all into the suitcase, and the lasso closes it and locks it down and resets the combination and then tells her what the new combination is.
Because
then
it's a really good
her
lasso.
Kiss.
It is hard not to look at this scene in the same way that Spider-Man picks up Max's blueprints and hands them to him, but then Max looks at Spider-Man like, wow, you're awesome. Thank you. It's almost like the exact same thing.
It is.
Yeah.
Which is funny because I don't know if anyone caught or didn't catch it, but on Twitter someone was like, stop giving these roles to women and start giving them to men to show men how shitty it is. Like, men have had these roles for ages. The stupid, nerdy, annoying character who then gets given one small break by someone and then becomes a villain. It's like... The first thing I went to was Edward Nygma from Batman.
Oh
Forever.
yeah, Edward Nygma. He's a perfect example.
Yeah.
He is this character.
Yep. And then Max is obviously perfect, but Iron Man 3. What the hell was his name?
Aldrich Killian.
Oh, what an Aldrich Killian.
That was his name.
Aldrich Killian. Wow.
Aldrich Killian.
Wow. Yikes.
Hey, Rags, that's a pretty neat villain name,
film,
right?
This is also about the time that we start to get into. This movie starts to feel like Ghostbusters 2016.
I haven't seen
I was
that,
really
so
getting
that
those
doesn't
vibes
mean-
from watching this.
Is it because of Kristen Wiig?
Because it has kind of like an improv quality to it, like an abundance of improv.
With the way they try to be, with I don't know, it's hard to put my finger on it, but with the men are kind of lame and nerdy women, but they're great, and that sort of thing. It was giving me those vibes. I don't know if I could put a specific finger on what it was. Just the whole aura of the movie, especially after the intros. It started to just make me feel like I was watching a Ghostbusters-esque movie.
I actually have that trope for you right now, Rags.
Oh my god.
What trope? The Ghostbusters trope?
What is this? The women are wiser.
Women are wiser.
What was the reference? Just because I think I might have missed it. For this film, I mean.
Well, I mean,
I don't know. What do you mean?
I mean, I was just going off of what you were just saying there, Rags. Unless I'm mishearing what you're talking about.
Well, you get the vibes of the way that the characters talk and interact, and how they have women behave and how they have men behave. It all sort of just mixes together with this whimsical office quality to it, office-based quality to it that made me think of Ghostbusters 2016. Someone said it's
like there's
this
too
movie's
much
using the
comedy
bad juju,
injected into it, like an artificial level of comedy.
And
bad comedy.
And someone said earlier that, but Rag, she's nerdy, so not hot. Once she stops being a nerd, she's suddenly hot and everyone likes her. No guys have ever liked klutzy nerdy women, not once, not one time.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't like that weird trope. Oh, she doesn't have glasses anymore, therefore she's hot.
Oh, she's
Right.
hot.
I can't. That's so that much like the security camera thing is this thing that I thought we would never do again, but we are. We're still doing it.
Yeah. Yep.
This
Adding
attempt
glasses.
of asserting that
surprised
reality is
them.
just different than what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh
I'm
yeah,
very
no
surprised to see that
chick would
trope.
ever go out with her or help her because she's got glasses on.
Because it's
Very
not
strange.
the big like
Yeah, they're not
frazzly
touching the
hair,
freak.
because she keeps that.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
keeps the shirt. She just takes the glasses off and takes her skirt off, so she's just wearing what, leggings or something?
Undies,
and everyone's
yeah,
like,
she's wearing her
"Whoa,
undies.
Hey,
Damn,
who
girl.
is this person?"
wear the tighter clothes.
It's not like she's not wearing makeup on her face.
As if no man could possibly tell what kind of body she might be sporting if she's wearing baggy clothes, therefore unattractive. It's like, I don't think that's how
If
that
Diana
works, but okay.
dropped her
No.
briefcase, which she never would because she's amazing. But if she did, then oh yeah, she would. Yeah, all the guys would be helping her because she doesn't have glasses on.
If she put them on, though.
Is this what Patty Jenkins thinks men think like?
Probably.
You
I
have to
think
wonder.
maybe that
The-
might be
You
the
do have to
case.
wonder.
I mean, I just
I feel like-
basic humans. Oh, right. And she looks at his shoes while we were recording this. Like, wait, that's not going to be the primer for why she becomes Cheetah, right? The leopard print on his shoes. Like, why is that even there? Is it just a foreshadow? I guess.
Oh my god, that's what it is.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Yeah,
this film is way
foreshadowing.
clever than I thought it would be.
That's what I mean. It's
What a
embarrassing
smart
either
film.
way. Like, oh, look at how clever we are. She's got leopard print shoes. You're like, okay. What did you think you were achieving when you did that? I don't know.
Wow, that's terrible.
I mean, you're not saying that that's Barbara that's got the leopard print shoes, right?
No, it's Wonder Woman.
It's Diana.
Right.
Diana.
But the fact that she
I
has
think-
them.
It's like, oh,
I think
yeah,
it's
she
related to
aspires
this.
be her.
I think it's related to this flawed perception of men in the 80s in particular. Like I was going to say earlier, that Stranger Things did the same thing where you had the corporate guys who were such fucking assholes, all of them. I can't remember which season it was, maybe season 3, where she's working in the office or whatever, and I think Gary Busey is one of the guys who's working in the building, and they're all it's like a big boys club where they're constantly like mocking the woman for being a woman, and it's just so cartoonish, right?
I'm gonna have to call it there. I'm gonna leave for a while, do some family stuff for New Year's, and then I'll be back in a while after that.
Very well.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
See you around, Mr. Ragu.
Catch you later, Rags.
Yeah, I'll see y'all in a bit. Toodaloo. Enjoy discussing Wonder Woman. It's amazing. I love it. Every second is an adventure. So yeah, until then, see ya.
Happy New Year, Rags.
Happy New
Yeah, you
Year.
too.
Later, Rags.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Can someone send me that screenshot for research?
What, the leopard print shoes? Wait, which screenshot?
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh, I think because I was like, you can just grab it yourself, you know. Get light
No, I
shot.
couldn't, yeah.
Everyone should get light shot. Anyone who does not have light shot should get light shot.
There you go.
That was a promo for light shot. I'm not paid by them.
My
I should,
savior.
of course.
Always a sellout.
What is light shot? I don't know what that is.
So it's it like replaces your print screen, and it lets you. I will demonstrate it right now. So.
Oh no, I've seen you do it where you can crop a section of the monitor, right?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Oh, that's
though.
what you were doing.
You get a little pen. You get draw straight lines. You get draw arrows. You get draw squares.
Oh.
You get
That's cool.
highlight. So if I want to highlight, she's wearing glasses here. So ugly. Make sure we got that. There's even a back because obviously I didn't do that very well. This time I did though. That's much better. And yeah, then different forms of saving, and I can just temporary copy and temporary paste, and it's a super useful tool. I recommend everyone get it.
That's cool.
Speaking of modern art, look at that.
So I guess we're at the point now because my memory gets a little bit hazy in this part of the film. So anybody with any thoughts you want to share, go right ahead.
Keep an eye on the suitcase in the scene, by the way, because the papers sticking out of it change from shot to shot.
Well, is that a problem, CJ?
Yes,
How do you know it's not a magic suitcase or briefcase?
because it's not been established that it's a magic suitcase.
You're supposed to pretend that it is.
But in the comics, they have.
But in the comics.
No, that means it's fine.
Well,
It's in the
according
comics,
to
so it's accurate.
according to the official merchandise of this movie, the briefcase actually is magical.
Yeah, it shows up in Wonder Woman issue 27. It's canon.
Everything is magical if you believe it is.
Yeah, honestly,
that's the real theme of this movie.
I'm blanking a little bit. It's like they talk and then we basically. I'm just trying to get to the part where they get the monkey's paw, and she manages to read the inscription, which there's something about a wish on there, right? Which prompts them to try wishing with it.
I'm going to take this opportunity to bow out now before this discussion goes any further, because as fun as this is, I've had enough of this movie for one night. It's just
wow,
it's just too stupid. I hate this movie so much.
Not
It's
even
terrible.
not even a sixth through it, and you're already dead. Damn.
See, Paula, this is why I wanted to address the big thing first, because I reckon everyone who's leaving is missing out on the biggest.
Hey, you can
whatever you have to say about the big thing, just assume I agree, because I hate the big thing too.
Oh, but I wanted to see your reaction.
Oh, I've already seen this movie. I know it's total dog shit. But yeah, the big thing is bad. But I'll let you guys suffer through it because I've had enough. I need a stiff drink and to regain some faith in humanity.
Well, if an hour passes and you want to talk about it again, we'll probably still be here or whatever. Yeah, it's completely up to you. But thanks for jumping in.
No.
Anyway.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. Nice to meet you, whoever I haven't met yet.
Howdy.
You too, man. Happy New Year.
Nice to see you again. Anybody
Happy
else?
New
Happy
Year.
New Year, guys.
Happy
Enjoy
New
this
Year.
train wreck. Bye.
Boy.
The dog.
What a bigot. Good riddance.
Yeah, I'm tired of the hatred. I think it's getting upsetting. Like, oh, it's so bad I had to leave. It's like, that's ridiculous. And
I really do like the idea that he has nowhere to be and nothing to do. He's just sick of this movie.
Can't handle it
So he
anymore.
left.
I mean, honestly, we're not even close to the insanity this movie offers. Like, it gets particularly intense. So yeah, they read the inscription, and they both wish for something each. In Barbara's case, she wants to be like Diana, and in Diana's case, she wants Steve Trevor to. I don't think we get the wording right. She's silent when she wishes for it.
Yeah, she doesn't actually make a wish.
It's a telepathic monkey's paw.
Wait, because later, like, people need to say it out loud for sure, right?
Well, that's one of Wonder Woman's powers. She's able to make wishes silently.
Yeah.
Please tell me this wish granting device doesn't just fucking come out of the ether and is not somehow tied to like the DC, like.
Well, it's
like does it originate from the Amazonian world somehow?
It is apparently the gods had items of import in the world. The lasso of truth is one of them, and this thing is apparently one of them too.
Oh, okay.
They're all Voldemort's Horcruxes.
I don't know what this one like. I don't know how it works at all.
Yeah.
A trickster god
Do you
made
get
it.
one wish? Do you get infinite wishes? Do you have to say the wish out loud? Does the stone decide? Like, does it fill in the blanks if you're really vague in your wish? Does it have creative license over your wish? Who knows?
I wish to wish
Like
with
all
no
of the above,
repercussions.
basically.
What about wishing for and just no fuck the consequences? Like I wish for my wish to come with absolutely nothing that I am not happy with. You know, and the thing is like,
yeah. It
Initially,
initially
have a really long run-on sentence. Is that one wish, or does it like, you know, like I wish for this, comma, and also this is part of that original wish? It's all one thing.
Well, I think there are some people in the movie who do wish for multiple things like that.
Yeah, Cheetah, Barbara does. Barbara Cheetah, whatever her name is.
Oh, you're talking about how she wishes not only to be like Diana, but to eventually be really powerful and apex predator?
Yeah, she gets two wishes for some reason.
Oh, that
But
wasn't
a wish.
That was actually granted by the guy.
Yeah, it seemed to be granted by his.
Wait.
So that's the thing about these mechanics that we're gonna have to wrestle over as we go through because they're so strange. It seems when Maxwell is getting wishes done that he gets to grant his own wish as a result that relates to taking something from the person, almost like a monkey paws.
He gets to delegate a payment that he'll
Yeah.
take in response to the wish.
And he
then
uses that to
when-
provide Cheetah with her wish.
Yeah, he gives
Wait,
payments
so
to Cheetah from other wishes.
which other wish is that payment for?
One of the random wishes that come through.
Yeah, there were a few 100,000.
That's so goddamn stupid.
It's all incredibly strange.
It seems like a very lazy plot device on the part of the
Well,
screenwriter
not
as
only
an
that, it
excuse to
contradicts
bring
itself.
back.
Well, we will talk about it deeper in there, but it's like he had to take something specifically that someone had, like he'll take their health. So I'm wondering, who the hell did he take the cheetah fur thing from to give to Cheetah? Like,
Right.
it was showing he had to take something to give something if it wasn't a wish, and she gets fur.
Well, he made that wall out of nowhere. I don't think he took a wall from somewhere else. So I
Okay,
think
right,
he
so-
designed the cheetah suit in his head
Oh, okay.
and gave it to her. I mean, is it a suit or does she become like a hybrid?
No, she
cheetah
becomes
monster?
Yeah,
It's
hybrid
100%
cheetah
her.
monster. But the thing is, that could have happened if it was a wish for her to become the apex predator. But she doesn't wish for it. She says she wants to be an apex predator, and then Maxwell uses the mechanic of being able to take a payment for a wish to give her the apex predator powers.
Okay. What if a cat was watching?
And the cat made a wish. That could do it.
Cat made a wish. I mean,
Yes.
if she can make a wish silently without saying a thing, right? Then perhaps the cat was looking at it, going, "Man, I could use a mouse right about now," and it happened, and that's how we got Cheetah out of it.
You got it. I think that's it. A cat made a wish. Must
I mean, it is as logical as everything else.
Yes.
It lines up real well. So then random dude is like, let me test it. I wish for a coffee. And then he's like, lol, that's stupid. And then walks away, and someone's like, hey dude, here's a coffee. And he's like, oh, neat. And he doesn't think twice about what just happened. He's just like, whatever. But obviously our two characters, that's enough to convince them. They're like, shit. And so they're going to do
there'd
their...
been a really funny rewrite of this movie. Instead of Max Lord stealing it, it's this.
It's pretty strong that there has to be an actual voicing of a wish or
Not only that,
confirmation.
you're right, but not only that, at one point his son tries to make a wish later and he's like, oh, no, stop it. But he had already said the wish, he just chooses to not grant it, even though it was said out loud. So
no, he wasn't touching him then, so they have to touch him. And so when the
but he
son
doesn't touch anyone in the last half of the movie, in the last act.
I
of the
know,
movie.
that's where it gets
No, you're
totally
wrong.
retarded.
They
That's a-
specifically say the word touch, and that's enough. They say with the technology they have, the touch is involved through particles.
Yes, the
so.
particles are touching him.
Yeah.
So the light.
Look at you trying
from the screen is touching him?
to nitpick when they were explicit. They explained it fully. Particles and touching. God.
Well, if the light from the screen is enough to touch them, then the light from him in the room is enough to touch him.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it totally doesn't make sense, but that's what they were trying to say, is that the son was about to make a wish, but then he pushed away so it wasn't touching, so the wish didn't stick. And then
I'm not touching you.
Yep, and then he was touching him when he says, I want you to be great as well, Daddy, or something like that. And then that was his wish because the wind blew. And it's like, oh, well, there it
Which
goes.
is something we will need to make sure we've made clear to people as we go forward with different things. But when you wish, a wind blows at you.
Yes.
Weird, but you get a little gust of wind. Okay. That will be important for the finale. Because it does mechanically come in. I like anybody who doesn't know this story, hearing that, you'll be like, what do you mean? It's like, oh, you wait. And so, yeah, I think this scene mostly ends, and I think it's just Maxwell Lord ends up donating a portion of money to this group of people's stuff because he wants to get that monkey's paw, right? That's his goal. Does anyone know how he found out about it?
Well, just research. He has papers on it. It's just like reasons he knows.
Yeah, just found out. He got some people did some archaeology somewhere and they found it.
Anthropologists don't know it, but he does because reasons.
Does this wish granting relic have like a comic book origin in the DC comics?
Apparently Maxwell Lord's powers are not the same as in this film. He's a telepathic person in the comics.
Okay.
Oh, so
I assume that most of this is made up.
Right.
You
it's a
can't
really
even blame the
strange
comics.
rule to make up to, because it's like it's such a like they're basically making him into a genie, which will make a story centered around him a little bit harder to write when factoring in all of these various little rules. And it seems like it was a very arbitrary decision to make their job a lot harder than it could have been.
It feels too built around the idea of bringing back Chris Pine because they killed him off in the first movie. It's like, oh shit, how do we bring him back? Like we shouldn't
We
have killed
need
him.
an actor somewhere.
Yeah,
It's
like,
definitely
oh,
a
I
big
know this
whoops.
thing that grants wishes. You're right.
And yeah, so the watch that he'd given her in the last film starts to wobble. I don't know what they're implying. Like, is the watch? Is he about to reform with the watch on?
Because for some reason the watch simply works when his life essence is back on Earth somewhere. There's
It's a metaphor, guys.
between the watch.
You're taking
Have
it too
some heart.
seriously. I just want to know what they were trying to tell me. That's all. Jeez. So then we have this incredibly poorly written. Oh god, like I miss good dialogue. I really do. If I remember correctly, because we made fun of this in the freaking EFAP movies, it's basically these two are out together. It's like neat. Then it's like, do you come out much? And Diana's like, no. And then she's like, wow, you're really hot though. Like that's essentially like how the conversation. And you're like, okay. And then they get onto the they're trying to get him onto the topic of her talking about how she once fell in love and stuff. It's incredibly clunky. And
do they have a prior relationship, or are they just friends now because she helped her pick up her papers?
I can't remember.
Maybe at best they were like co-worker acquaintances. They'd seen each other around, but this is definitely the closest they've ever been before.
Gal
I think it was
Gadot is
pity,
really hot,
right?
though.
It was
That's
like
true.
pity. She felt bad and was like, "Sure, I'll go out to lunch with you."
Sure, I'll have a drink with
Yeah,
the
for
weird
sure.
kid. So it's charity, okay? And yeah, kind of just waiting for the scene to end. There's a lot of that in this film. I think a lot of people felt that way. Everything to do with.
Have you
like-
ever been in love? Okay.
And you
I
guys,
thought you were asking Mahler.
have you guys ever like watched a movie and thought the protagonist's plot line could be removed and the film would be better? Because that's how I felt about Wonder Woman 84. If it was just about Maxwell, I feel like this film would have been a lot better.
If it was just Maxwell, this could have been like a 90s sort of like business dad doesn't spend enough time with his kid, and kid wishes he'd spend more time with him, or whatever. You know, that kind of movie.
It's funny because that's like the premise of like Liar Liar, I think, or maybe it's been a while since I've seen that movie, but like a kid wishes that his dad will like stop lying, I guess.
Yeah,
Because
Liar
Yeah.
yeah. And what's hilarious to me is that in that movie, the kid's name is Max.
Damn, they ripped it off. Kind of. They were inspired. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, both the
I'd
Wonder Woman
hesitate
and
to call anything about this movie inspired, but
you know, that's just mean. You just hate you hate not only women, but probably men too. You're just a big old hater. Because Maxwell's storyline is beautiful in this. Okay.
honestly, it kind of is.
We'll talk a little bit about what I don't know. Shad, did you feel anything about Maxwell was working for you? Because we thought there was some stuff there.
I mean, I think the actor committed to the role, and he like it's interesting how over the top acting can sometimes sell and then sometimes not work. I think his over the top actually sold a bit, where like he made it work, and that was a little surprising. His motivation
Surprising it worked.
and I wasn't sure if that was the corruption of the stone working on him or not, where, you know, he wanted to be rich and have all the oil, but when he becomes the stone, he's like wanting to grant everyone's wishes almost uncontrollably. And I was like, is that a
Yeah, like a
is that from
desire
the
to
stone?
grant wishes.
Yeah, it's like, okay, and yeah.
You're right, because it doesn't make a lot of sense. Especially, remember the one guy who was like, "Oh, I asked for a farm, but I didn't ask for what? What could he possibly? Why would he have stopped there at that moment to say, "Hey, you need a farm, don't you?"
Yeah, well,
it makes no sense.
The guy wished for a farm. You know, you saw. It seems that he had, as if the stone itself had a innate desire to grant wishes. It transferred to him when he became the stone.
Sure, but I didn't see that. That's the thing.
It was confusing.
You know?
So anyway, Kristen Wiig's heading home, and she's really nice to a hobo guy. That'll pay off later, I guess. When she's mean in front of him, because that's writing. And then she keeps on walking, and unfortunately for her, there is a sexual predator on the loose.
I mean, it always, seems to be a sexual predator in these movies. Like, just they're everywhere, apparently.
And
I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm just saying their representation in film seems to be very unbalanced.
Yeah.
What is she
especially the? Go ahead.
What does she say to the hobo guy?
I don't know. She gives him
here's
food,
some
I think.
food.
Yeah.
Gave him.
I'm a nice
she
person.
does. Okay.
Something like that.
I thought she told him to fuck off or something.
But yeah, this guy gets real touchy-feely real quick. And, of course,
as you do,
looking grim for our hero. What will happen? Then through the power of editing, he's kind of gone, and she nearly falls, but Wonder Woman catches her. Like, huh? What is happening here? What is going on? And of course, it would seem that Wonder Woman threw him across the room and grabbed Barbara. I guess. Across the area. I don't know.
Oh, wow.
We've defeated sexual harassment, I guess, for now. And yeah, and she's like, huh,
editing
weird,
is
I don't
the
know.
best.
And I don't understand why she would
editing is
do...
the best.
Why wouldn't she have just helped
Go
her
ahead.
and disappeared so that she wouldn't incriminate herself in terms of like who's this vigilante? Because it's like, it's obviously you. But secondly, why not just turn up as you? You don't need to be Wonder Woman. You just be like, hey, stop doing that. And the guy will be like, oh shit, another woman.
I feel like right away the antagonist would have been a lot more interesting if she was portrayed as like a competent, professional, refined employee who like succumbs to like the power of whatever it is that the relic grants her, right? Rather than just being as pathetic as possible to maximize the arc of like, she's this clumsy, just pathetic character who nobody respects to this like supervillain character. Like, I feel like, yeah, that was just unnecessary. I feel like I've seen this character before again and again.
Well, okay, but the thing is that her arc stops halfway through, and then they just completely ignore the rest of it. She disappears for most of the film, and then comes back at the end. So, like, there could be an arc there. I actually, and I know that this may be something that sounds controversial in this, but I would have liked to see more of her story. I think that there is a potential character in her. I think that she could have a cool arc where she like goes through all these things, but they don't show that at all. They take the cool sections that could be there and they just throw them the fuck out and then focus on the weird shit that's going on in some other storyline.
Despite spending so long with her in this film, it's really bare bones. Like, look at her falling over, look at her having no luck with men, look at her feeling ugly, look at her feeling unconfident, look at her getting harassed, and then the reverse happens when she gets her powers. Like, now look at her. People are watching her, she moves by, now she's pretty, I don't know, like, she's really strong. She's also agile to a degree and then she becomes a cheater. And it's
Also, I just wanted to highlight the fact that Wonder Woman just like walks away without doing anything about the guy that like attempted to rape Barbara.
It's confusing. It's like, is he okay? Like, I know that what he was doing was wrong, but is he dead? And it's like, no, he'll be back later in the film for a really awesome payoff. Can't wait to get there.
Yeah, and let's not apprehend him or anything like that.
What that guy was doing was really bad, of course. I mean, was he trying to rape her though?
I don't know. This scene is obviously a little ambiguous as to what would have happened had Wonder Woman not gotten there in time. Though, whatever he did up to that point, it doesn't earn him the death penalty, I assume. So maybe if you could just see if he's okay? Like, I don't know.
Well, she's obviously, I'm going to say that Wonder Woman is all right with sexual harassment because she watched it when the briefcase was knocked over. She just stood there and watched. She didn't stand up to anybody. She's not like making her workplace better.
Well,
she's fine with
the ultimate criticism.
Also, does the scene imply that the guy's also like drunk out of his mind? Not that that's excusing what he's doing, but
maybe, yeah. He seems to be constantly drunk, I think. That's just like his personality. I don't know. So she just takes off her clothes and then removes. She hasn't removed the glasses
Isn't this
yet.
directly after her wish? So she wishes to be
She
like
wishes,
Diana.
goes to sleep, wakes up, and now we're at that point.
Yeah.
So
yeah, she keeps on her baggy top, but just takes off her skirt, and she's wearing her leggings underneath, and
see,
now she's attractive.
She's agile and to a degree like lucky now too. It's like, oh, things have changed. This whole archetype, things are getting different. And look at her wearing things that accentuate her body now immediately too. Wow, how life is changing for her thanks to that monkey's paw. It feels so generic, doesn't it? It's like, oh look, guy who used to be mean to her is like, whoa, you're like attractive. Any more boxes to
So
tick,
shallow.
guys?
It's so shallow.
Baby's first
Yeah, guys
like
are
screenplay.
shallow.
Hey,
But like,
look at you.
just the way they do it, it's so bad.
Oh,
It's so
I hate
bad.
this guy. I hate the guy because he had a popped collar. I just don't like popped collars.
There's
I
a
just
scene
don't
where
like
he
it.
has 2 popped collars.
Oh, fuck pop.
Oh my god.
I think it comes up later. There's a pink shirt and a white shirt that both have popped collars. I remember that.
The douchiest of all plays the dual
And then
pop collar.
then we get Maxwell Lord. He is introduced. And I guess
He's here to carry the movie.
Yeah, to make sure. Yeah, Pedro Pascal is actually like acting in this film. It's pretty cool compared to Mandalorian. Like in this, he's doing all kinds of emotions, and he's playing a character with many layers. It was neat to see. He's honestly the main thing that I found entertaining and engaging about this film. And so you immediately get this blast of he's well known, he's rich, he's charismatic, and he's obviously the person that is going to be helping fund them. But his ulterior motive is to get at the monkey's paw. I don't honestly like the scene where they just meet up. That's pretty much that. The only thing to probably highlight is that I don't know that everybody's really happy and paying attention to Barbara now. Kristen Wiig is more popular. How terrifying. And you got suspicious
Also,
eyes from Wonder Woman.
I suppose this is as good a time as any to mention the fact that Max Lord is the best part of this movie, and Steve Trevor being the best part of the original, the first Wonder Woman, means that the best part of the Wonder Woman movies are the men.
Damn.
So there's that. Maybe not the best if you're like trying to go for a female empowerment sort of movie, that the most interesting and compelling characters are the men. But
also,
you know,
dude, the part where the man has to convince the woman to let him go, like, not that empowering for her.
I'd say that it's only a natural consequence of having much better actors playing the male characters and also giving them like actual material to work with as opposed to what they do with Diana.
Yeah. Well, that's a big part of it. Yeah, if Wonder Woman was as charismatic as Pedro Pascal is in this movie, it'd be a lot better for sure.
Well, hey, she winked. She winked at that one child. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Did we talk about how Diana just hated this guy for no apparent reason? She just walked in and was like sus on him.
She can tell bad character, you know, like evil people just by looking at them because she's perfect.
And also, the other lady, she was fully into him. They were building chemistry, and then Wonder Woman comes in and basically cuts her off. Like you
Are you suggesting that she is a chemistry black hole? What are you? What? How dare you?
No, but even in the dialogue, right? They're talking, and then she literally kind of cuts off and says, "Shouldn't you get back to work now?" Like she's trying to. It's like, here's a girl who doesn't get a lot of interaction with men, and and it looks like she's getting somewhere with someone now. And then Wonder Woman just says, "All right, enough of this." Like, okay, that didn't seem too nice to say.
Max, when he's coming into his building, is like the payoff is going to be what we learn about his monetary state. But it was just funny that like one of his secretaries, it's like, "Oh no, I just missed you before I could tell you something really important." It's like, couldn't have been that important. You had a really long time to tell him as he was moving through the whole building. But okay. And they do a quick. There's a magazine about the king of crude oil, I guess, and obviously we know that he's supposed to be that, and he's looking real sad. This is way better than what they did with Kristen Wiig already. It's like, wait, you just showed him to be really confident and charismatic, and everyone knows him, yet he's really annoyed and arguably sad in this elevator while looking at a magazine. It's like, I wonder what's going on. He's looking at all these past due bills. Like, I understand now. And then you get the big visual of his offices essentially being cleared out. There's nobody really there, and it's all a mess. Like, it's all
Are
a
you telling
show.
me he's not just one-dimensional evil corporate guy? That he actually is well-rounded?
That's what I mean. He's it's not too bad.
Yeah.
And his son is here, which is awkward, and that's what the secretary was trying to tell him, is that this was his weekend or whatever to take care of the son, and he doesn't want the son to see this, obviously, because...
Baby Yoda is there?
Oh, yeah. It's old Baby Yoda. But I feel like in a matter of 30 seconds, we've got the premise of this character now. It's all sorted, and the main
Yeah,
being...
they did it really well.
Yeah.
I mean, just compared to the Kristen Wiig one, which is embarrassing, but this one is like, I see, okay, alright, cool, I'm interested, let's see where it goes. And the, I like that his major thing is that he wants to look impressive and great to his son, rather than just, I want power or something like that. He wants his son to think of him as successful. That's neat. We can go places with that. And I think at this point, when we were watching it, we were like, oh shit, this is like a scene. That's interesting.
We had that like that quiet. We had that like we were watching with quiet investment, as you would put it.
And yeah, he's trying to explain to his son that like things are chill, it's fine, stop worrying. But there's a dude in the room, one of his investors, who is tired of his bullshit. And what's interesting at this point is we weren't sure if he was genuine or not, Maxwell, as in like if he was tricking his investors because he knew that the company was a disaster, or if he believed that he really could succeed. And I think at this point it is that he believes it, and that this ties into that opening scene. You see, he should accept that he's only ever going to make it through evil means, and that his position right now is loss. You know, stop wishing for things to be better, guys. Evil.
Wishes are for liars. The truth will set you free.
And yeah, the investor basically just tells him, "Fuck you." And I think the scene ends with him trying to balance, reassuring his son with anger that everything is falling apart. And again, Pedro Pascal has to act. It's pretty cool. I don't know if you guys have seen that before. Acting. I mean.
It's refreshing.
Yeah,
dude, I loved him in
this
Narcos,
movie especially.
He was great in Narcos.
I hear that. Well, he was fucking. I thought he was great in Game of Thrones. I just don't get why.
He was, yeah.
What they did with him in Mando, he doesn't really do anything.
No, he's wasted in Mando. I agree.
Because people say like, in Finis,
people...
he's got the helmet on. It's like, yeah, but he still has a voice. You can do a lot with a voice.
Yeah. He does a lot with his voice in this movie, that's for sure. And a lot of people I've heard describe him as over the top in this movie, and I can get that, but he's the only interesting character. So I don't know. There's a weird thing between, like, obviously he's a little bit cartoonish in the way he not in his character, but like his mannerisms and behavior. He's kind of over the top, but at least it's interesting. At least it's compelling to watch. It's like, it's not the same sort of energy, but it's like Jack Nicholson in The Shining.
I mean, I can believe some people this character in the 80s trying to follow that American dream and just not quite getting it and trying to impress. I can believe he's a larger than life character, as they call it.
Yeah, over the top people do exist where even their expressions are overly exaggerated for effect. Like, this might not be the best example. It's the only one that comes to mind. If you have a look at some of the footage of Mussolini and the way he acted and the posed and stuff when he was talking, it's like he's a caricature. It's like, what, he really acted like that? And he really did. It's like, oh, wow. And so there are people who exaggerate their expressions to almost a unrealistic way in the real world. And so...
Yeah, he's super compelling in this movie. You just kind of like stare at him in silence the whole time. Like, there's all this crazy nonsense happening, but whenever he's on screen, you're like, oh, you just shut up and pay attention. It's great.
Well, we were way more excited to see his scenes than any other character.
Oh yeah, the role that he's playing in Mandalorian strikes me as a very like the most uncompelling role for an actor
Shitty.
that you could possibly imagine, just because like he's supposed to be a very like monotone, unemotional character, and not only that, but he's constantly wearing a fucking helmet. Like there's no range. You can't show off at all like your acting ability. It's just like put on the suit, do the action, do the thing. Like there's just no dimensionality to it.
Also,
I don't
hi,
know.
Rags.
I guess you only
Hello,
take
hi,
a role like
yeah,
that because
I,
it's Star Wars. Yeah, sorry, Rags. Hey, but
Sort
hey,
of.
what's up?
No, it's fine. I just got here. A little bit of a change of plans. It's raining here, and my car's windshield wipers are not working. So I'll add that to the pile of things in my life I got to take care of. But that means I can't make this trip. So, yeah, here I am. However, fortuitously, we're on my favorite scene in Wonder Woman 84. This is the best one.
I don't
This is
think
it.
he's
It's all
being
downhill from
sarcastic,
here.
everyone. I think he's being serious.
No,
Right?
I am.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am. I'm being completely 100% in earnest here. Yeah, this is I think the best scene in the film. Though I think it's very closely tied with another scene with these characters in this location that happens later.
Yes.
But this is where we were legitimately like became interested and invested in a character and what they
Well,
cared about.
Talk about confusion in terms of like, oh, I'm ready to just laugh at this film, and then this film presents this, and you're like, okay, all right, if that's what you want to do.
Yeah.
okay.
We were super interested to see where this goes. Unfortunately, they completely squander this idea and concept and characters. But man, for a moment, they had us.
And every time you're interested in Maxwell, cut back to Wonder Woman. You're like, no.
Wonder Woman's shit.
Yeah.
Wonder Woman shouldn't be in this movie about Wonder Woman.
Yeah, I feel like she brings Wonder Woman down. And if we can just get rid of the Wonder Woman element, these films will be great. Make it Maxwell 84. That's what we've sort of been calling it.
Because she's just like a personality black hole. And there's nothing you could get from her. It's all just, there's nothing. Her face is constantly blank. Her delivery is horrible. And then you have that compared to Maxwell and Pedro acting. And you're like, damn, it's like night and day. I don't give a shit about Diana and her character, if we could call it that. But man, it's just, she's so shit in her own movie. It is such a shame. They did nothing with her.
So I'm going to do the best I can to explain what happens next, because I get lost myself. So she wants to find the monkey's paw, and she finds the receipt at the bottom of it for it being sold to Max Lord, presumably, or is this Max Lord provided it?
So I think Max bought it on the black market through the internet, and the black market dealer said, okay, sold to Maxwell Lord, and they were gonna get ready to ship it out to him before the robbers came in and stuffed everything up.
Right, and so it's in here, which means this gives Wonder Woman the lead to go to... She goes to a party. Is it at his house?
Well, this is the weird thing, right? So I'm assuming she thinks Max took it because it's not there, but in reality, it's in the other lady's office.
Yeah.
So if she just asked around the office a bit more, she would have found it, but she doesn't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's really odd. But yeah, back to Kristen Wiig. This is the film. It goes Maxwell, you're like, ooh, Wonder Woman. Oh, Kristen Wiig. Oh my God, you're in the film. Yeah, okay.
This film is a roller coaster of disappointment and hope.
Yeah, it really tricks you. So here she is, super hot Kristen Wiig. They removed her glasses, and look at the wonders it did. She's almost a completely transformed person, and you're just sitting there like, huh?
Oh my God!
Even the person who
That
worked
much
there.
different. She's just wearing something tight.
Exactly.
So-
She was doing that the last time we
Yeah.
saw her legs anyway. Like it's, and look at this woman.
Yeah,
It's like,
but that was just-
whoa.
That was
Is she-
improvisation.
Is she
Even this chick who works here, who's looking in multiple directions at one time, even she can tell that this chick is
Smoking.
damn smoking. Like I work here.
Can I just
see
say
a
I
lot
don't
of
really?
hotties.
You don't really what?
is she,
I-
is she paranormally influenced at this point?
Can I just
Like-
say she's not really hot? I'm sorry. I
What?
don't find Kristen Wiig hot. I'm sorry. The character,
I
her
can find it.
her
He
arc
has a
in so
third
many
dimension.
quotes.
Is that why?
No, it's because her arc would work if she actually became hot, and she's not hot, so it doesn't really work for me. I just putting it out there.
Well,
I don't
It's not
understand.
she took her
working.
You don't
glasses
find
off
her
though.
hot because she didn't become hot, but she was always attractive.
Oh wait, is he saying
No,
you saying she's ugly or
well,
just in general?
I don't find her. No, I just don't find her attractive. So I'm not buying all of this happening. It's
I mean,
what
I
I'm
could
trying
You
to
don't
say.
have to find her
I get-
attractive
if you
to
find
understand that other people can find her attractive.
Sorry, you got choppy, right, Rags? I'm sorry. Singapore is not helping us right now.
No. Well, like, but everyone, you could see why people would find her attractive, right?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't do it for me, but I could see that.
Yeah,
I
she
think
wouldn't
she's
be my first
attractive.
choice if I
Yeah,
had, 3 wishes, but pretty good.
I'm just
Like,
curious
I'll
if this
do with
has
her.
anything to do with the relic, or if she's just trying a new outfit out right now. To,
Oh,
like,
well, so there is an element of does it just make people attracted to her because of as part of the thing?
I would assume there's a supernatural allure happening because of the wish.
right.
That's my take.
Yeah, probably.
So yeah, it's just bizarre to watch because you're like, but all she did was take the glasses off though, and it's like no.
It's just bizarre. Yeah, if all she needed to do was a makeover, did she really need the relic?
That's the lesson she has to
Also,
learn.
right?
Well, the relic also like influences people to like be enamored with her, right?
I think so.
I see.
So that's also an element of it.
Yeah, just translate. A lot of things translate weird in this film in terms of just what's happening right now.
Oh yeah, we had a huge misunderstanding about like Diana's powers and everything until like the end.
I don't know. We're probably still at that point.
I'm still confused about it, pals, man.
Oh yeah. I'm
Um,
pretending like everything's been made clear.
So yeah, Kristen Wiig and Gal Gadot turn up to this place. This place is also the place in which Kristen Wiig gives up her, or Maxwell gets the monkey's paw. So it's the office still, right?
Yeah, this
Or
is
do
a
they-
party at the office.
Or do they leave to go to the office in this scene?
I assume it's like the same building.
Right. It's just
They
a
work
little.
in a large building.
Yeah, it's the Smithsonian, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
One
a
of those.
big,
They have a
it's
bunch
big
of
place,
buildings.
and there's a lot of buildings in the Smithsonian, and you can walk from one to the other. If
Just
they're in
wanted to
different
make
buildings.
sure because I couldn't tell if she's trying to get to Max to find out if he's got the monkey's paw. That's what Wonder Woman's doing. Meanwhile, Kristen Wiig is just because she's attractive / he wants to get to her office. I can't remember if he finds out
More like he wants to get into her orifice.
which one.
Funny.
Hey, any hole's a goal.
No.
That made me giggle. Yeah.
Including the nose.
I mean,
Nose.
No.
who knows?
I mean, it's a hole.
Maybe she's into that. Maybe that's what the weird monkey's paw rock power was. Like, I'm gonna take away all of your normal fetishes and give you these fucking weird ones. That's all that's left.
That's a strong meme right there.
Reduced by dick suckle. Oh my goodness.
You know, Dick Suckle does a lot of hard work, and I think we should appreciate it.
Yeah, he does work hard. I will say that.
And yeah, so they get close real fast, and through the seduction Maxwell provides, he sneaks the monkey's paw, which is weird because he probably could just get it himself anyway.
Couldn't he just walk
Yeah.
there and grabbed it?
I don't. It's a weird scene because it's just like, why did you do all of this to get it? You could have just gotten it.
Yeah, was it the door?
Also, where did he put it?
In his pocket.
You were talking about
What's the
whole
goal, Rags?
I guess yeah, because they go to her office, and I think they're gonna just do the do, and he sneakily grabs it.
Do the do.
It's the
Sorry, continue.
it's the monetizable way of saying they fuck. But they don't actually, or at least I don't know. I don't know. They're not going to show that on Wonder Woman
think-
84.
Well,
are they?
that's when he grabs the thing. So after there's a joke in here somewhere. I'm trying desperately to form it.
Grabs her thing.
Oh no, it rocks.
Getting their rocks off. Some
Yeah, I'm trying to work it into the narrative in some seamless way, which I've already clearly abandoned. But we're just gonna have to chalk this one up to it wasn't meant to be.
So that's his plot line. Meanwhile, Wonder Woman still not entirely clear of what her goal is. She's sort of just walking around, and then nerdy guy is like, "Nah, hello," and she's like, "Ew, I am leagues ahead of you, therefore you're insulting me."
Well, yeah, Diana's an asshole.
Yeah, he's
She
like,
really
"Yeah,
has
okay."
that girl leave me alone thing. You like.
She wasn't the first one too, because like when she first meets Steve Trevor, she's all friendly and smiles, and then when that guy, the guy that's part of their team, I think is he Indian or something? Who is that guy? Or
Oh
is, like,
yeah,
Turkish or something?
the guy who wants
He's
to be
like,
an
"Oh my
actor.
god, you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen," and she's like, "Yeah, okay, gross." Like, she's so
Well,
rude to him.
I
Yeah,
wonder
she's-
if that's the influence from the writer, where she's like, "Isn't it annoying being an awesome hot woman when guys try to go out with you?" It's like,
Oh yeah, that
okay.
must be it must be really tough. What
But you know-
what a hard life.
You know, they won't complain when it's like it's a Steve Trevor type though. They'll be like, "Oh, that's chill,
Yeah.
that's cool." Like, yeah, okay. Speaking of,
Oh,
introducing
comes
Guy. Here, we have Guy, and it's a little confused at first. He's like, "Hey, who's this guy?" And he says a
This
thing.
baffledness.
Says a thing that's like only something Steve would say. So it's like, "What?" And
After she's a dick to this dude.
yeah, because she's a dick to everybody. And by the way, her mission is completely stunted by this. She doesn't even continue it, right? She just hangs out with him. Of course, she's missed him for
Yeah,
65 years. So
That's true.
it's fine. Choosing love over duty. That's the
She
the
has-
thematic undertone.
Yeah, she's been missing him for 65 years.
So, a little bit strange for anybody watching this, because you're just like, first of all, Steve's back somehow, but he's in this body, question mark, and the camera does a little spin around until,
He's possessed some poor innocent guy's body. That's the first thing we need to. Yeah.
So
Well, yeah, I'm just
when
getting
we
the
got
shot.
this
There you go.
reveal where
Yeah.
it spins around.
that is Steve right there. And so for the chat, might be confused, nobody sees him as Chris Pine. We do, because, of course, that's just making it easier for filming, I guess. Everyone sees him as other guy.
Oh,
But
what
Chris,
the fuck, really?
But Chris Pine...
Yeah.
oh
And-
no.
And
Chris,
what's worse is that this is so poorly
Oh, no.
communicated to the viewer.
it is really
that
badly.
they have to have a. Yeah, we didn't know it at first that this is the way things were. However, they have to devote a part of another scene later on to him standing in front of a mirror just to cement the fact for the audience that he doesn't look like this to anybody except for Wonder Woman. Because they just nailed the delivery here, and it's so clear.
Even
So,
says.
Chad, do you want to take the implications of this?
Well,
Oh boy.
yeah, I was going to say, how
This
to
is what we've
properly...
been waiting
So
for the whole
many
time.
implications. But also, she says that whenever I look at you, I just see, Steve, right? Implying that she's just doing it in her own imagination. When she actually looks at the guy, it is the other guy. She's pretending that she can see Steve. Like, because the mirror
Wait,
confirms.
she's hallucinating Steve Trevor
No,
throughout
I
the whole
thought
movie?
she actually looks like Chris Pine to her.
Yeah.
What?
Oh,
And it's his
God, this is
consciousness.
so-
only because
Well,
she's
yeah, right?
I thought-
imagining it. I don't
Yeah,
think
yeah,
this
I
is
No,
thought-
she actually sees him as Chris Pine.
I thought it only looked
Just-
like Chris Pine for our convenience, that no one actually sees him as Chris Pine, including
Yes,
her.
that's
Oh,
my
I thought
point.
Wonder
So
Woman
terrible,
saw him
Jesus
as Chris
Christ.
Pine.
No,
No, this-
I assume she sees him as Guy.
Well,
Oh my God.
but they have Chris Pine for the entire film being the actor, so I assume that meant that because we're kind of with Diana and him, that it was Chris Pine to Diana, but not to anyone else.
I
Yes.
assume he looks like
Yeah,
Guy
sorry.
to everyone. We don't see
See,
him
we
that
have
way.
a split
Yep.
here.
We have
The
a
film
split.
poorly communicates this so much that we don't even know.
Really bad, but it's a bit of both. She is pretending like
It
she's
can't be
making
both.
it in her own mind that it's
No.
Chris. When I look at you, I see Chris. But the reality is, when she physically looks at him, confirmed by the mirror part, when he sees his reflection, it is the other
Well,
guy.
no, that's him looking at him, and us looking at what other people see.
How does she
point-
see him as Chris Pine once she knows he's Chris Pine? How does that work?
It
She's just
doesn't work.
She's
Don't even begin
pretending,
to
yeah.
ask me how it works, Smaller. Don't
Because
even
yeah.
dare.
loads of people are saying I'm wrong.
You
It's like
son of a
I've
bitch.
only reported
Let's
what I
pretend.
saw. I don't know what to tell
I
you.
have no idea which one it is. I just
Okay,
thought
so-
it was that way.
This is what's very important though, is that's his character's consciousness in that body. Like,
yes,
for sure.
Yes, 100% that. And for those curious, what happens to the wish of bringing Steve Trevor back to life made it so the cosmic gods of the monkey paw took his essence, for lack of a better word, his soul, his spirit, his personality, and dropped it into the body of Guy, who is credited as Handsome Guy, I believe, Handsome Man. And
he doesn't even get a name.
And
this poor bastard doesn't even get a name.
Meanwhile, his essence, his soul, his personality, whatever, is either dug so deep that it has no influence on Steve at all, or it's just gone temporarily. It's in like a pocket universe waiting to reoccupy his own body.
So,
I like to imagine it's been folded into a memory like
happening to you. You're going around your regular day and you suddenly get possessed and control of your body is taken away from you and you just go into ether, blackness. You're not aware of anything now, but someone has just stolen your body.
Or alternatively, he can see and experience everything that's happening, but he has no control over it.
Which is even more horrifying.
Oh my god.
That would. Like, the thing is though,
why didn't they just scream?
We see him at the end and he doesn't recognize Diana, so that means he wasn't aware of anything that was going on.
Bashad, what if it just erased his memory along with all the wishes? What if it just
and he was there screaming? No, please! Don't run me towards gunfire! They might kill me! What are you doing?
Why couldn't I come back when I was balls deep in Gal Gadot?
Yeah, well...
Oh, Rags might have
bring Steve Trevor alive. Like, if they were gonna bring magic shit up, why didn't they just revive Steve Trevor?
That's exactly
nobody knows.
That is a good question.
Why this terribly uncomfortable scenario?
The only bone to potentially, not even really throw, bone to whittle away near them, is that they show the photo of him being a hero of World War I, especially in the local area, I think, or something. The concern that if he were to come back the way he is, he could get recognized, and that causes plot issues or something, which I find incredibly amusing. Because, of course, he's been gone for 60-plus years, and who's gonna be able to tell that? Like, I just like the idea that they thought about that as a team of writers, they came up with that, they didn't realize what they'd just done.
Well, they abandoned that idea because Wonder Woman and Diana look exactly the same. One just has a circlet, and no one ever pieces that together, so...
As if anyone would be able to really think that if someone that looks like Alvin York or Audie Murphy was walking around today, that they would actually think, oh, that's actually a guy
Audie
from
Murphy?
World War II. Audie Murphy.
Oh, I thought you were talking about
He's a
Eddie
cool
Murphy
manlet from
for a
World
second,
War II.
and I was very confused.
No, honestly,
Audie Murphy, actual like World War II war hero.
Badass.
Yeah, it would be.
Well, Eddie Murphy is a
extremely
hero of
unlikely that
the
anyone would have
Silver Screen.
recognized Chris Pine.
You were saying, Shad?
Yeah, it would have been extremely unlikely that anyone would have recognized Chris Pine if they just rematerialized his body from the Wish.
And I don't think that they care enough about continuity, as proven by everything we talked about so far, that even crossed their mind.
I think the issue with the recognizing Chris Pine thing is that the magic is such that it can change the minds of everybody in the world, essentially.
True.
So it doesn't even matter. Just the magic can be they don't recognize him.
Correct.
So why write it this way that we...
Yeah, because they have total creative freedom over how the
I
magic
wonder if they had this arbitrary rule they were trying to follow, that the wishes could not create matter. If you wish for something, it needed to come from something that was already in the world. That would, and
they don't establish that.
They decided.
Oh God! It raises his bones from the.
I know.
The cemetery.
Form it out of.
For example, they make a giant wall around an entire Middle Eastern country. So, but they never show that it's from somewhere else.
From the ground.
Take a wall.
Just do the simple things. Like, it can't change people's minds. Like, people keep their free will essentially.
Like Bruce Almighty, essentially.
Yeah, it's the Aladdin rules. You can't make people fall in love. You can't kill anybody. And this could be and this could have been in the scene where they have the Mayan dude, because apparently the relic is like an old Mayan demon curse this thing to give wishes. So that could be part of the story where the trickster goddess Coatlicue had these 3 rules that would determine as long as the 3 rules were followed, the wish, no matter what it was, could be granted or something like that. And they could give themselves some rules, but they don't. And so then everything becomes possible, which ruins everything because it's so nonsensical and crazy.
So here's the $1 million question. Why write it this way that bringing him back yeets an innocent person out of existence?
Because he's a man and fuck men.
And
Well, I have no idea, but it gets worse when you think about it, because from the point of him coming back through to the rest of the film, to the point where she renounces her wish, right? They are perfectly fine with him being in the body forever, basically. And that's what they want. Wonder Woman wants Steve to stay in the body forever, to live with him until he dies, which effectively means they're okay with killing this poor guy. They're effectively saying Wonder Woman is okay with murdering this person.
Yeah, though they don't register that whatsoever. They have no idea that that's the
we
implication.
were waiting for it.
Yep.
We were waiting for the point where the film recognizes what it's done, and maybe Diana says, you know, I'm so glad that you're back. I'm so happy to see you, but this isn't right. You know, what about this guy's life? Because they go through his apartment and like his photos, and they use his mirror and shit, and they fuck on his bed. And you're like, at what point?
Okay, Greg, I need to stop you there, because this means this is the big part. This is the big thing,
wait,
okay?
Before you go, Moriarty needs to
Now,
jump
not
out.
only essentially a murderer, she is now also a rapist.
All right.
Wonder Woman.
All right, then I guess.
Rape this guy. I'm not kidding, right? This is analogous to some guy getting a chick drunk in a bar where she's unconscious, then he puts on a mask over her of his ex-girlfriend that is dead, and then screws her, right? That's what Wonder Woman does in this movie.
You know how much they did care about the guy? If what you say is true, they credit him as handsome guy.
He doesn't even
He's
get
a
a
non-entity. He doesn't even get a name. He doesn't.
And also,
doesn't even get a name, guys. He's just a plot device.
And most importantly, if we can bring that up, this confirms what I said during the film, that he is a handsome guy. So fuck you.
It's such a like, if you could speak to Patty Jenkins, you'd be like, you disrespectful, moronic fucking child. How did you write this as wholesome? Wholesome rape. What is wrong with you?
Just romantic.
How do you? How do you?
Guys?
Believe it or not, it gets worse.
How do you fuck it up so much? And how does no one catch it?
All of us did when we were watching it. We were waiting for the scene where Diana realizes, I'm so happy to see you. I'm glad. It's wonderful, but this isn't right.
Yep.
I remember what I was told as a little girl about that fucking lie thing. And this is that thing that's happening where you've stolen. It doesn't even really fit that well, but it's
whatever.
something.
Close enough.
Yeah.
But you're like, it's surely like this super heroin, right? Which is not only the drug you have to take to enjoy this movie, but you would also expect from our protagonist that you'd get this goodness, I guess, just general goodness. But the scene never comes where she recognizes that this can't go on and it has to end until she needs to get her powers back.
Yeah, exactly. So she doesn't learn that her wish to have him back at the expense of yeeting some poor innocent handsome man out of existence is selfish. She learns that she doesn't learn anything, because the only reason she renounces her wish is because she needs her powers, which is kind of selfish.
They didn't even think what they did was bad.
It's consistent with the intro.
I want my powers back. Now we'll change it back.
Wait. It's consistent with the intro, right? I mean, little Wonder Woman is crying, but we don't see that she gets the lesson. It's kind of like the ending where she doesn't even be a hero. She's just, I need to yeet him. So bye, Steve. So it's like
Moriarty does indeed have to leave us now. I'm just going to allow him this moment to escape.
Thank you so much.
It's been fun, sir. I guess we'll catch you the next time we do.
Happy New Year's. Thank you very much for having me here. 2020 has been a really great year.
Yay.
Because I've been able to hang out with you guys.
Aww.
And I've had a lot of fun. We've watched a lot of movies.
Yay.
And this is the last one of 2020. So, this is my only chance to say this. Thank you so much, all of you. I really appreciate it.
Aww.
And I'm going to jump out
man. Wholesome.
You're way better than Wonder Woman 84.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, wholesome
Have a
rape.
good one, guys.
Just wholesome in general.
Okay, look, it doesn't count if they don't remember. Okay.
Oh, thank goodness.
All right, guys. Bye-bye.
See you, dude.
Bye.
This movie is so bad.
Another
Okay,
bigot
so-
gone. Good riddance. Again.
So
we
yeah.
need to deconstruct what's gone on with this poor guy a bit more, because like I'm baffled. I cannot believe in what universe that they let this happen in the movie and they portrayed it as an okay thing. Like I cannot believe it. And I'm thinking, is it because Wonder Woman was hot and any guy, even if you're unconscious, would be like, "Hey, I did it with Wonder Woman." And if you reverse
Dude.
the roles on this,
I've seen
like,
that on Twitter. Some people are like, in fairness, what guy wouldn't want this? It's like, what are you? You cut. No.
That's fair. What guy wouldn't want to be
That's what I'm
forced to
saying,
have
it's
sex
not
against
fake,
their
it
will?
works.
Yeah.
No,
If you
I
got
think
That's
Shad, I think it's
unbelievable.
worse.
someone says to the girl,
The-
"Hey,
the-
but it was
the
Chris
movie is
Pine. You enjoy it?" Like, I can't believe
I
it.
think
I have to say,
I think it's
that
worse
this
because
is...
the movie is.
Go
Alright, go
ahead, Weekend. No, you go ahead.
You for okay.
Okay, fine.
I
fine.
think it's
I'll
worse
fucking
because
start. I'll
the
talk
movie
about
is,
something
like,
if one of you
making it
doesn't
look
go.
like it's romantic, right? Yeah, no. Did you hear me? I did you guys hear me? I don't.
Go
Some
ahead,
about
Weekend
romantic.
Warrior.
Say it
Not
again.
sure. So I'm just saying it's worse because the movie is like, yeah, the movie is like making it look romantic.
Yeah, the movie doesn't treat it like it's a mistake in a
Because,
horror.
oh, my love from 60 years ago or some shit, and
Sorry.
You're cutting out a
God.
lot, Weekend.
yeah, I'll try to connect it again.
All right. So, what if this guy had a girlfriend, or even worse, was married?
I mean,
okay?
look at his face. He's definitely gonna go.
Dude, imagine he had a
David-
family
David's
or
handsome
friends
guy.
who never get to see him again, or at least
Well-
they've lost that guy forever, potentially.
What if his name is actually Guy, like Guy Pearce, and people call him Handsome Guy, like Fat Neil from Community?
Well, that could answer a lot.
French.
You know?
His name is Guy.
God, that's so slimy that when they were getting the credits sorted, they didn't give him a name, and so the guy doing the credits was like, I don't know, what's the identifying feature of this guy?
handsome
He's
guy.
hot, I guess.
Like they couldn't even have, like, I don't know, some sort of degree on the wall that's got his name on it, just so that they can give him a name. Anything at all.
To humanize him even further, so the horror is even
Yep.
worse. Yeah.
David Johnson or something. Like fucking Neil Druckmann did a better job at
Hicksuckle.
humanizing the NPCs than
Oh.
this movie did.
Gosh, like, what if he? What
He
if
gets
had
recognized on the street
That's
while Wonder
right.
Woman's with him.
Oh, I mean, they break several laws. Like they break into the Smithsonian, and that's his face on the cameras.
No, I thought you meant like laws of logic. Like, yeah, oh yeah, and also human legal laws. Yeah.
Laws of
Yeah.
physics.
They've turned him into a criminal. They've turned him into a fugitive in this movie. Like I have to say,
He
this
wakes
is
up
way
in his
worse.
body, or he wakes up in a cell in jail.
It's way worse than what Captain Marvel did to the Dawn. I'm sorry.
like
It
he
is,
the-
yeah.
Yeah,
like,
this is existential. This is
Yeah, it's way worse.
it's-
Captain Marvel
it's
didn't
not
rape
just-
him, and at least when he
Yeah.
got his hand hurt, it was probably okay the next day.
Mhm.
And he probably did get his bike back because it was reported as stolen in the movie. So he got his stuff back. So yeah, this guy's way worse.
I can't
Fuck
believe that
Wonder
we
Woman.
found a female superhero worse than Captain Marvel.
they're all pretty
It's
bad. Though.
incredible.
Put Ray
She
there,
never
Batwoman.
thinks twice about it.
Yeah, well,
She
the
never
problem is
thinks
that
twice
even though
about
what
it.
Captain Marvel did wasn't as bad, she did it in a malicious way. Whereas Gal Gadot just seems like an idiot who doesn't have any concept of that, like that this is a problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
So it makes it kind of harder to weigh up.
Well, at least Wonder Woman is a somewhat flawed character. Captain Marvel has no flaws. That was my biggest piss off with that character. It's like
But
she's
neither
just
film
perfect.
treats these actions like they're bad.
But that's the thing. Like, how could Wonder Woman not know this is happening? She can look at the guy and see it's not his face,
Wonder
even
Woman's
though
an
she's
idiot.
pretending it's someone else's. He knows this isn't him, and she's like, "All right, I'm gonna kiss you. I'm gonna have sex with you."
No,
I'm gonna be happy with you,
Wonder
all right?"
Woman is so stupid that she can't connect, like the neurons in her brain won't connect these two things together.
See,
Yeah.
I think that is a greater stretch than what I think is implying that she just doesn't give a crap because she has her hubby now. Like,
Yeah.
that's the
With a
impression-
normal person, I
Yeah.
would probably agree, but Wonder Woman's really dumb. Like, for how smart she is, she's really dumb.
She
Like,
doesn't
I can
even,
speak
like-
712 languages, but at the same time, I think that if I kill Ares, all war will end.
Like men
Yeah,
choosing to
best
do.
case scenario, she's incredibly stupid. Worst case
Yeah.
scenario is she's the most selfish person ever.
All right.
I really
Even
don't
if
think
I
she
don't
should have
think that's-
kissed him.
Let's drop the hookers because she still rapes the guy.
Yeah.
Because,
Even
yeah,
just the kiss is like, whoa. Like, you should be having the discussion immediately, but they just don't.
It's weird
Better
because
give
if
him
she
a kiss,
kissed
like,
him
right
like
away.
immediately, just out of almost like reflex, like, oh my god, Chris, you're here. I can't believe it. And then she kissed Chris Pine, and that was it. I'd be like, okay, I understand that. You shouldn't have done
Also-
it, but it's like I understand.
Some people are saying, like, she's naive, though. It's like, she can't be naive after 65 years on this planet. Like,
Oh, she is a superhero. She could be super naive.
super naive.
Well, her kissing him, I don't like the implication that there's no physiological component in her being attracted to him. Like, she can see that it's a different guy, but it's just like, oh, it's the personality
I
of
thought
Chris
she sees him
Pine,
as
so
Chris
I'm in love.
Pine.
I don't. Is that what's
don't-
going on?
I need a reference
we
for
were
that.
mid discussion on that before something else derailed our train of thought, because I thought that she saw him as Chris Pine, everyone else saw him as handsome guy.
She
When
clearly.
she first sees him, she sees him as handsome guy. She
Yeah.
can see him as handsome guy, right?
But I thought that was like the magic, like working when she can now she could see. Like at first she can't, but then when he holds her close
is
and they do the
that?
spinny thing, it's like, oh, I could see you as you are Chris Pine now. I see it.
But
That's just something for the
That's just-
audience. So
yeah,
like,
unless
what
there's a
role was-
line that I'm missing here where she says, like, I can see you as you. Even that, I would just choose to interpret she means I can see you for who you are rather than handsome guy. But yeah, the fact that she's like, stop following me, weird person, to me is like, yeah, she sees him as that throughout the whole film, as does everyone else, but we see him as Chris Pine for, simplicity's sake, so we can understand what the fuck's happening.
Well,
But
that
she
wouldn't
never
be more
initially saw him as
simple.
Chris
It
Pine.
it makes it more complex that Chris Pine is the actor
For who?
I'm with Rex
For-
on this one.
for just everyone involved.
I mean,
Like for the audience, I think.
they
Like,
want
if
you.
everyone is supposed to see him as him.
They want you to forget that he's not Chris Pine, I think, because it's hard to...
I think that was just a convenient byproduct, and the real reason was they wanted it to be Chris Pine, the famous, talented actor.
I'm with Rags on this one too. I think that it just makes sense that they would want to have Chris Pine come back because it was his.
No, you've
charisma
missed my
performance
point
that
entirely. Of
elevated
course
the-
they want Chris Pine on screen. What I'm suggesting is we don't have any more scenes of, hey, this is handsome guy to random public, or this is handsome guy still to Gal Gadot in a mirror, anything. No references, because they don't want you thinking about that at all.
I'm not sure if it's a matter of they don't want you
Maybe.
thinking about
100% that.
like,
The fact that we're actually trying to remind the film that rape has happened is clear evidence that they don't in any way want to actually recognize that's what they've done.
I'm not sure
I don't know
that's
if they
intentional,
even
though.
thought about that being a
Yeah.
thing, though.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well.
No, I don't
So,
think they
wait,
were
are you-
trying to hide the fact it was rape. I don't even think that they were thinking
No,
about it.
I'm suggesting that that's evidence that they have not even thought this through at all, but they just want to skip over that entirely. I don't think they ever thought that it was like rape.
Yeah.
They just want to skip over the fact that this
I think
isn't
we
Steve
all agree
Trevor.
on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. By the way, everyone who hasn't seen this film, this is the discussion of Wonder Woman 84.
We can't
This
figure
is
out
what's-
what the fuck this film was even trying to say. Like, it's so hard.
Don't you guys miss the days when the biggest contention that people had with the DCEU's interpretation of the superheroes of DC Comics was Superman snapping Zod's neck?
Tell
I
that to
remember
Zod.
those days.
Neck.
Or Batman being the Punisher? Yeah, I miss those days.
Hey
Now we
man,
have
that
Wonder Woman
fight
the
sequence in
Rapist.
BVS was cool.
Was
I
it
was
though?
expecting
Not-
expecting the return of this character to be stupid. I didn't think it was going to be this stupid. Like, this flat out does not fucking work. Like, the fact we're having
Yeah.
this discussion, like, it doesn't work. It's stupid. Like,
Also,
I
they're
I
good.
think she's choosing to see Chris Pine, and like the audience is seeing what she wants to see, basically, based
but-
on the reveal that
Yeah,
it's
but like
his personality.
the literal what her eyes perceive is still handsome guy, but she of course treats the character entirely as though he's Chris Pine.
Yes.
Right.
Maybe. I don't even know. I don't even know.
Well, here's another reason that we're all confused about this. The movie cuts from that to hours later and skips over all the interesting questions that any normal person would have to ask Steve about how this all works. How did this happen? It just cuts right to like, oh, were you in a good place? And he's like, yeah, I was in heaven, basically. He sort of implies it's heaven, and then they just move on. They skipped.
And now
that
I'm
whole
back
scene.
in fucking Washington, D.C. Ugh.
You know what I find funny about this as well is that the only reason we want to get this clear is so that we can make the criticism perfectly clear. Because like it's until you get all, because it's wrong no matter what. We just want to get the pieces right, and the film was just like, yeah, what are the pieces? Tell me. And you're like, what?
Yeah, and you would expect that even though Gal Gadot's an idiot and might not even in her extremely super dumb brain think about it, surely Chris Pine
Yeah,
was. He wasn't
yeah.
an idiot. Like he did a lot
Yeah.
of he did dumb things in Wonder Woman 1, but he wasn't an idiot.
Well,
Yeah.
So
Surely he'd be thinking like, yeah, I'm
right?
occupying another man's body.
I would argue it's a missing opportunity to have him go around the house of this person he's taken over, see the family photos, and see the life they've crafted, and be like, shit, I've just
Yeah,
he's
taken
the
this.
one who wants to tell Wonder Woman this can't go on. She's
Yep.
so desperate to have him, but Chris Pine is like, no, you've got to let me go. You've got to move on. I mean, it's
I can't
costing
believe
this
that
man his
wasn't the
life.
message. That should have been the message. Like that's like taking a shortcut. It's like a selfish wish.
The message of the film is you have to let Chris Pine go.
Also, Gary, how you doing? All right.
Hi.
You probably, I don't know if it's getting his microphone to work. Maybe I don't know. I was gonna ask him if he had said hi. Just immediately his thoughts on the rape scene from
Oh,
Wonder Woman
yeah.
84.
Haven't heard
don't-
anything yet, but we're in the middle of a very confusing discussion about what the fuck happened. Always
exactly-
a great thing to ask about films.
Yeah, just how wrong is the film? It's like, different degrees.
Yeah, we're arguing over the degree of how wrong it is.
And
Not that it
this is the
isn't.
thing. This movie is made by self-proclaimed feminists, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
All-
shit.
all about
Allegedly.
women, yeah. And
Ostensibly.
guys so strongly out of anything that they are showing this, handsome guy as a nobody, a nothing, a faceless, characterless entity, an object. They have objectified this guy so much that it's okay to rape him, have sex with his body against his will, without his consent, and it's perfectly okay. Like, oh my goodness, I'm still in awe and astounded by this. And have they been pushed that far to disregard male rights that didn't even go on their radar when they were writing this or making this film? I
Well,
can't believe
I
because
think
if this
we-
happened,
I don't think it's a
character,
disregard actively. I think it's just they don't even think about thinking about it.
that's what
Yeah.
I mean. Like, if this happened to a female character, people would be screaming
yeah,
bloody
absolutely.
Giving
murder.
arms, there'd be blood.
Yeah.
I don't know that they ever realized at any point. I don't even think that there was a moment where someone said, wait, couldn't someone interpret this in a bad way? And Patty went, nope, I don't think that ever even happened. Never at all. They
No,
were just like,
that conversation never took place.
Even
If
though
I was a
they didn't
gambling dog,
about it.
but
Yeah.
If this happened to me, this would have been one of the greatest horrors of my life. I'm married, right? So if someone possessed my body and went and had sex,
sure, yeah, you are.
the red, like, what the freaking hell? You know, I can't believe it.
Dude, in that scene where they're next to the pool, next to the monument, it'd be great if in the reflection it was the other guy. But of course they're not going to do that.
Imagine- imagine-
reflection show.
imagine every
That
once
would
in a
be a nice
while,
attention to
the
detail,
guy...
but, not in this movie.
Imagine
I
the
think
guy
my mic
retook
works now.
control. Oh shit! Hey,
Oh.
hey Gary, how you doing?
Hey, hi everyone.
We're talking
Howdy.
about that awesome movie that came out recently about a superhero.
Wonder Woman 1984. Oh, it was beautiful.
Yeah.
It
What?
was
A,
Brought me to
So how do you
tears.
feel about wholesome rape?
Oh, really good about it. I'm glad they brought it back into filmmaking. It's been a long time. And,
it's time to
I
bring
think
it
there's a move
back.
forward.
Damn it!
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was missing it. I haven't seen a woman sexually assaulting a man since The Last Jedi, and I feel like I was just running out of references for it.
There
It's
we go.
so emotionally resonant.
It is. It is. You can rape a guy,
Emotional
and then
resonance.
once you
That's
get rid
terror,
of
pain, horror, disgust.
Yeah. Once you get rid of the guy, you are free to. You can fly afterwards once you free yourself of the D.
That's true.
Yeah.
You
It's a
lasso
very powerful
lightning.
method.
Fuck it.
Yep. Well, as Mrs. Nerdrotic says, the penis is a prison. So yeah.
So yeah, I don't know because we've been so long with this. I feel as though I guess it's time for us to move on. Is there anything else anyone wants to say about this horrific scene and why in the world they made it?
We will move
So,
on.
quick-
I'm speechless about it. I'm in awe. I cannot believe that it passed all the quality checks. It's in the film, flat out. Wonder Woman is now a rapist. I'm amazed by it. I'm in awe. I can't believe it. I think I want to make a video just speaking about it on my own channel because wow, man, this is a new level for me.
Yeah.
And what I just keep coming back to is it's fucking magic. They didn't have to write it this way.
Nope. Well,
all they could have done I think it would have been really cool if Chris Pine reappears at like the moment of his death, where he's got a 1911 in his hand. He's sitting down. He's aiming backwards. He's got his bomber jacket and everything on, and he just suddenly reappears in front of her. The moment that he died, he's back now, and he's super confused. And he's like, "What the fuck is going on here?" And everyone around her, they see this happening too, and they're like, "Oh my god, it could have been cool." Instead,
I
she rapes a
would
guy.
have taken that easily over what they're doing here.
Yeah.
Like as neither makes any fucking sense, but I would take
Well,
that
we
over this.
assumed
this is the worst thing they could have done.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We assumed from seeing this that the idea was, this is the drawback. They're gonna say like you've taken over someone's life, and thus you have to give that life back, and you have to undo the wish. That doesn't come up at all. It's just never. At all.
Nope.
We were waiting for it to, but it never did.
He has to give him up.
Wait,
because
so Mahler,
Hello.
About how far are we into the movie at this point?
Oh God, don't even.
50 minutes. So that's a chunk. That's a good chunk.
About a third of the way
Horrible
there.
by EFAP standards.
Yeah, we're oh my god, we're at 4 hours of stream. Jesus.
We're
Okay.
never gonna get to anything.
Yeah, well, the pace will pick up, I'm sure. Because
I just wanted to say one more thing. Like, High Top Films and Brown Table are simping for this movie, and I love the fact that we have this scene that could potentially pressure them into changing their minds eventually.
I think anybody who praises this film wants to walk it back once they hear about this. They're like,
How did it make you feel, guys? How does this make you feel?
That made me horrified.
Hopeful. I felt so hopeful after
that it
this.
Sexual harassment.
There's hope for film. Film isn't destroyed. Yay.
I didn't think we were that far into the film. So we're almost an hour in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, there's no
And
Wonder
believe it or
Woman.
not,
There's
this
only
film
Wonder
is still
Woman.
better paced than its predecessor.
All right,
Whoa.
I needed to also just add another thing, right? So it's amazing that the people who made the film didn't pick up on this, but equally amazing, it's that no one else who has watched the film, apart from, I don't know, people looking at it, so many people have completely missed this. They're completely unaware of it. And if anything says about the disregard for, men's rights that they can be abused, I think that says it pretty clearly. Like, there's these other people saying the film is perfect when it has something this big and this terrible in it, and they are oblivious to it.
Well, yeah. Imagine if this was like a male-led superhero film, and your male protagonist did this to a woman. Like, holy shit, the backlash would break the internet.
And I feel that there should be as equal backlash to this film because of this. Like, this should be the largest talking point on the internet out of anything regarding this film. This point right here. And I've heard no one address it yet. I can't believe it.
Chris Pine, he is a man though, so
Like, the only way that they could retcon this to be like somewhat sensible is if handsome guy found his way to the monkey's paw and wished that he could have sex with the Wonder Woman. Like, he gets that wish, but like it's monkey's paw effect. Like, that could actually work, but
quite a
there's nothing else.
workaround.
Yeah.
Like the
And that
drawback
would
is
that would be the thing they take away is he got to have sex with Wonder Woman, but he doesn't remember it.
Yeah, like,
that's pretty
the
bad.
thing. I've had a week of trying to like figure out how could they canonically fix this right without like retconning the whole thing. And that's it. That's the only thing that I can come up with.
Just add that in the extended cut.
The thing about the
Yeah,
monkey's
that's the
paw
reality.
is that the wishes come at the expense of some aspect of the wisher's life. But in this case, it just like some random guy gets fucking
Well,
his life erased
well, no,
because of
it's
Wonder Woman's
because
wish.
That's unrelated.
well, it's like a double whammy, unfortunately. So The Rock wants Diana's powers, I guess.
Yeah.
So because she wishes to The Rock, and so does what's her name, Barbara. She also wishes to The Rock. So The Rock just sort of like takes stuff. It takes something back. Whereas Maxwell was taking things that would be useful to him, which was
Damn
a
it.
concept that they butchered, but it's something.
Yeah.
But like, I guess The Rock chose the things it would take from you.
Kind
Okay.
of. What did it take from Barbara? What was her drawback?
Her kindness.
She became a furry.
Kindness. She's like, we will give you everything you want, but you'll be a meaner person. You're like, all right, I guess.
All right. Well, that's
That seems a little bit unfair because it's just changing
yeah,
you
it's
as
a
a
price
person.
other people have to pay more than anything else.
Yeah, because with the Wonder Woman one, you think there might be some kind of thematic or mechanical rule that really does make sense that it took her power to give Steve Trevor back, but it's more just like, that's just it. It does that, and that's what makes it such a hard choice to give him up. Like, oh, okay. Imagine it, like, I think we went over this in the recording. It's like, imagine it just gave her bad luck from now on, or her clothes never fit right, or she's depressed a bit. Like, instead it's like, no, we took all of your Wonder. It doesn't even take her Wonder Woman powers. It takes them like a portion of
Slowly
them.
drains them
Yeah.
over time.
Yeah.
Very
and they're never
strange.
gone. They just get weaker and weaker. And I guess she's still superhuman, but not as much. She can't just tank her way through every scenario. She can't just hold W and right click and just fucking beat the game,
So
life is now on very easy instead of extremely easy difficulty.
Mm-hmm.
she's so Maxwell's become the stone, which he got really lucky with how that turned out with his wording. He's like, I wish to be the monkey's paw, essentially. The stone breaks apart. I'd have to check the wording specifically. It's just funny that he didn't himself become a crystally stone thing and just fall over.
Yeah, interesting idea. This was still when we were on board with his whole plan, and it was like, oh, this is interesting, where he becomes, the stone source and all that.
And I like it as a workaround in the same vein as I wish for infinite wishes. It's like, I wish to be the wishing stone. It's like, ooh, that's an interesting idea. Where do you go with that? So yeah,
What happens if someone holds his hands and then asks to also be able to grant wishes?
Well,
I guess they get to grant wishes.
Is the way that he
rules.
Is it the way that he words it means that the stone has to be destroyed rather than just duplicated?
Well,
into him,
if he becomes something, one of them can't exist. Or he would double as the thing. It's very.
I get what you mean. Like, you wouldn't expect to, if you're like, I wish to become X, like, well, then X can no longer be X because it can't occupy the same existence. But then again,
because the two of you will be different. Yeah.
The power of the stone's interpretation, much like it does with the wall, it could just be like, yeah, I'll just give you its powers. It doesn't have to destroy the stone.
Yeah, I wish I had your power. Yeah, I wish I had the stone's power.
Kristen
So
Wiig
is the
figures
stone
out
back somewhere? Like when he renounced his well, I don't want to get ahead of it, but when he renounced his wish, does the stone reappear somewhere then?
We assumed that actually. Yeah, it should just
yeah.
in his office. It should just be a wish stone in there, I guess.
And then he could try again.
Yeah, he could just do it all over again.
Which is kind of weird.
So,
Wonder Woman 3.
Talking about Wonder Woman 84's incredible lack of just translation to the audience, we saw this scene where Kristen Wiig breaks open her fridge by accident, and the first thing I thought was just like, she should have figured out that she's really strong ages ago. She's been this for a while now. That's not something you can miss in your day-to-day activities.
Yeah.
Picking things up. You will notice, holy shit, I'm fast and strong now.
Yeah.
But of course, it's not a surprise.
Spider-Verse did it better. A lot. Fucking everything does it better.
What we thought the film was telling us with this was that she's gradually getting power, and she's sapping it from Diana. That's what we thought was happening.
That is what I thought as well.
Yeah, that would make some sense.
I don't think that is what happens.
It came as a shock to us at the end.
Yeah.
When the film was like, no, why did you think that, you idiot?
Like the weird thing is that if it were the case, right, then it's not much of a monkey's paw effect on Barbara.
No.
Because it's not affecting her negatively at all. It's just
Yeah, what did it
affecting
take from
Diana.
her?
Look at the
And also,
look at that. It cuts right to Diana as if to imply, like, where do you think she's getting that power from? It's like, ooh.
Yeah.
and
But no.
but like you have this thing where she wishes to be like Diana, and then Diana starts losing her power, and so you think that that's a monkey's paw effect in and of itself, because you would think that the monkey's paw effect of Diana's wish to have Steve back is the fact that it's the fact that he's actually in a random dude's body, and there's a sexual harassment on the screen there. But like, no, it actually turns out the monkey's paw effect for Diana is she's losing her powers because Steve's there.
Chat like we've made it clear.
Apparently that's what you're supposed to think, but I don't think any of us, when we were watching it, did any of us pick up the correct interpretation?
No.
Oh well, as chat is saying, like, you should have picked up that it's her humanity that was the prize. It's just like, what do you, chat? Chill out.
So this also
Yeah,
bugs
that's
me
really
when people say that people's humanity is only their good traits. Like humans are just wonderful, pure, amazing things, and any bad attribute is not human.
If you were to
Can
remove
you stop with that?
the humanity from a person, they're like, I don't even know what you end up with.
Something different.
It's going to be something very, very different. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Also, I'm not
W-
saying
hence-
I didn't grasp that fact, guys.
Well, no,
That's not
yeah, I was
what
going to say, like,
that's not what I was saying.
the point being made is we made fun of this already. It's like, she's mean now. And it's like, no, you don't understand. They took her humanity. It's like, yeah. She's mean now is what the film does.
Took away
So the price that she has to pay for being a super apex mega predator is that she's meaner?
She lost it. Well, this is what I mean, Rags. On the surface, you lose your humanity. You're like, oh my god, what does that entail? It's like, well, you're mean. You're
You
a mean
look like a Thundercat.
It's like,
No, but she lost her
hence-
kind before she became the cat. That was just the trade to get the Diana powers.
Yeah. It's,
Oh, and here's the other thing: the wish she makes, and the power she gets from it makes her more of a selfish, potentially mean, evil person, right? That's not a monkey's paw side effect, because the same thing happens to Max Lord. Like, all the power goes to his head and his ego and everything, but his monkey's paw effect is that he's like gonna die if he doesn't keep granting wishes.
Well, yeah, it almost seems like just
No, I thought
a
he was
logical
gonna die.
conclusion.
Granting wish made him worse.
Would you say that's the humanity of it?
Wait,
The
what
fact
were we
that
saying, Chad?
it
Power
will-
corrupts people.
Yeah, like that. You would think that that's like the logical conclusion of her suddenly becoming so powerful, is
So
it
I
going
think
to
that-
her head?
I think that works in a meta sense, but because the film never addresses the fact that Wonder Woman raped a guy, I don't know if we could say that's the message the film was making.
which is, by the way,
We're going on a lot of assumptions here.
we'll probably skip that. That's
You
the
have
next
to,
scene.
though. The film's so terrible.
We've definitely
Yeah.
covered that. I was just gonna say that's the next scene, so we'll probably move past that one, where it's just. And when this came up, I think all of us were just like, no, you shouldn't have done this. No,
Green was like, nor.
it's definitely a Nor moment.
So I haven't seen the movie. Obviously, I can't hear the dialogue here, but with the antagonist, Kristen Wiig has wished to be like Diana because she's envious of her confidence or whatever. And the stone has taken that to mean that she wants her powers. And
Well,
now she has superpowers and she doesn't understand why.
She gets the full package. People are attracted to her. She's very confident. She's agile and she's strong. And yeah, she doesn't.
And she
I don't
gets
think-
the powers.
Yeah, I don't
So
think she
she
knows why she has powers at this point.
You'd think, like, because
That's
isn't Wonder
fucking
Woman's
dumb,
powers
wow.
come from love? Like, I have the power of love.
Wonder Woman's powers come through the power of love. No.
Wasn't that in the first movie?
Well, that's how she
No,
beats
no,
Ares.
She's like, I believe that love can save the world, or something like that. But
That's
I
not
don't
where her
think
powers come from.
That's where her powers are coming from now.
What I'm getting at, when she says she wants to be like Diana, it's like, okay, if the stone was going to be more literal about that, wouldn't that also affect her personality to be more like Diana? And that would make her a better person, not a worse one?
Well, again, Diana rapes a guy in this, so if
Oh,
she's
yes,
just
you're
gonna be
right.
like Diana,
Diana's
then
a
that means that she becomes
Is it?
evil.
Is it bad? Is it bad that comes up a lot now? It's like, bear in mind, we've got it pinned. She did rape a guy. You're like, oh right, yeah, okay, that does.
Yeah, Shad, who makes their protagonist a rapist?
Yeah.
Hey.
By the way,
okay, for proper plot reasons.
That's true. At least I meant to make my protagonist.
At least I meant.
Also, one of the only other female metahumans in the DCEU is played by Amber Heard.
Oh no!
Just point out there.
It's a
Not
theme now.
Isn't it
not a
great?
One more and it's
whole
a
lot of-
pattern.
Not a whole lot of role models here is what I'm trying to bring up.
Horse is female, guys.
So yeah,
Female empowerment through any means necessary.
then we have an example of a scene that I'm chill with. Just we just cut all of this and the film improves. It's just Kristen Wiig goes to 70s workout and she's like, "Wow, I'm strong." That is the scene.
Yeah, that's the scene, is that she's strong.
Didn't we already do this beat with the fridge door?
Yep.
With the fridge. You know what?
Yep.
It is a totally redundant scene that establishes nothing about anything, but there it is.
There it is.
They
yeah,
didn't
and,
even use the opportunity to have like nice 80s music. They could have done like a Call on Me thing, might have been too on the nose, but they could have had nice 80s music, and I'm pretty sure it's just kind of like quirky comedy music.
Yeah, so
right.
that reminds me of the opera music. So there's a montage that would have been nice if it was done better. That's this movie though. But they have
Sorry.
There's a bunch of scenes where they have Chris Pine and Wonder Woman, and they're walking around. They go to museums and stuff, and there's a little good aspect of the film where Chris Pine is like amazed by how far aviation technology has gone, and he's, oh shit, we've gone to the moon. That's incredible. That's good. That's nice that they did that. It's nice that they put a good thing in the film. And they have this opera music playing over the whole thing, and it's bizarre.
it is bizarre. Yeah.
Right.
Instead of having that really cool 80s music vibe, because
Like a
80s
synthesizer?
tons of great songs and music, very, that would be very, very appropriate and fun to listen to and would set the tone well. It's just random opera music. What
Also,
are you doing?
Happy New Year to Britain. Woohoo!
Oh,
Happy
hooray.
New Year.
Still another
Happy
6
New Year.
hours
Happy New
for
Year.
me.
You're all really like. It's
I'll
nearly
get there eventually.
it's nearly 12 o'clock in the nearly noon of the New Year's Day for me.
Onto the music point, like Thor Ragnarok honestly gives a better 80s vibe than this movie does, and Thor Ragnarok isn't even set in the 80s.
Yeah, well.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Hell
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's a lot of fireworks. I'm scared, guys. World War 3.
Whoa. Hooray.
Ares is back.
So, oh no. He's tainting the souls of men. So yeah, that was a scene, and they literally just cut to Maxwell's next scene. All the point was Kristen Wiig picking up weights. I think the movie actually forgot that it already did it. I don't know how else to explain it. Just cut the scene. You don't need it. Just go. And yeah, so this is Maxwell testing out his powers, I guess. He wants the investor to wish for better things for the company. Sorry if that's really loud right now. I don't know if it is.
No, it's all right.
And of course, the investor would naturally... Like, this was, I think, one of the best examples of actually having to write in this film, where Maxwell has to guide the conversation to what he wants the person to wish for, which is a really interesting element of this whole story. Like, Max is doing this for himself, but he has to get people into a position where they'll wish for the thing that he wants them to. It's like, that's cool, you should use that. The rest of the film doesn't do it as much. I think there's the bit with his son, but that's about it. The rest of them are sort of just whatever, wish.
Yeah. Just on that point, it actually almost inverts it, where he becomes that he doesn't care what they wish for, but then he selects the thing he's going to take arbitrarily to benefit himself. So he doesn't need people to wish for the things he wants. He can actually just take what he wants as the payment for the wish. So that's contradicted.
I think it's way cooler to have just had it the whole time. Every conversation is like a battle where he has to unlock the thing he wants, and sometimes it can backfire, you know?
Totally agree. Yeah.
So it works. He gets what he wants, and then just does anyone remember the scene better than I do? The FBI show up to the place or something?
Yeah, they show up immediately, right after he says he gets his wish, right? He grants that guy's wish, and he goes, and now I'm going to take all your shares, and you're going to be taken out by some random element. Basically, I'm paraphrasing, and then they show up right when he's walking out.
Yeah. So his choice of what their payment is for the wish, if you will, it's taken to the extreme. He can just select whatever he wants out loud, and he gets it instantly. And this is the kind of thing where, whether or not that makes sense mechanically with the wish stuff, it's insane how much the world will have to bend its back to be able to actually facilitate these things that he wants. Like, everyone is mine now. They're all just, it's like, wait, do they all lose free will? Or do they all just have a memory where they were convinced to follow you? Like, how does this work?
Well, yeah, like his guards. He's like, your private security detail, they're mine. And they just obey him now. Which makes it kind of fucked up when they get attacked by Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
Because they did nothing wrong.
Uh-huh. Good point.
That action scene, we're coming to it eventually.
It was terrible.
It's so funny though. So yeah, that's just letting us know that's how his power works. Go ahead.
Well, like in the comics, I hate to appeal to the comics, but like Max Lord's power is being able to like persuade people with like telepathic powers. So it almost seems like this is the closest that the film gets to adapting Max Lord faithfully.
Well, Gary, you've read the comics. Is this a faithful and cleverly written adaptation of Maxwell Lord?
No.
What a shame, because the idea was so good.
Never would have guessed.
If only.
Yeah.
This is the thing. I wouldn't. Well, better question: is this a good adaptation of Wonder Woman at this point?
No. When you get into like her character choices in this film, in particular, which you've brought up before, and we'll bring up again when we get to the Steve Trevor part, no, she's not that selfish at all. And Gal Gadot is good in her performance. She's fine with the garbage writing she's given. I mean, she's stoic. She's not like she has massive range or anything, but
stoic is
she's a good Wonder
very
Woman.
Generous way to describe her.
We don't think she's a very good actress, I'm afraid.
Well, the first one, she had like, she's improved, but she needs somebody to play off of, obviously. And these, listen, these are superhero. Chris Evans, he's a good Captain America, but he's stoic. It's actually not. He's a decent actor, but he's pretty muted.
But he's good. But he's good at acting stoic.
Yeah,
you don't just assign the stoic attribute to him after the fact.
Yeah, like he can emote when he needs to. When
absolutely,
really
he can quip and emote.
Because she is really hot. Completely agree. But when she has to exclaim when someone dies and she goes no, it's like ooh.
Like her ability to just like speak and use her face to express her thoughts is really horrible.
I wish it were
very
better.
supermodel.
Yes,
but man, she is hot.
She is hot though.
Which brings us to who? Go ahead.
So I want to ask Gary a question. By the way, Gary, awesome being a stream with you, mate. I've watched your stuff for a while now. So
thanks.
Hey, so question: has Wonder Woman in the comic books ever raped anyone?
No. She's been spanked though. She's been spanked a lot. Okay. And listen, I haven't read every Silver Age comic, and this like Wonder Woman was created by a pervert, right? So a guy who was like a submissive and into bondage and all that stuff. They made a movie on it.
You're a pervert.
Oh, is that why her weakness
No.
like her weakness?
I mean,
existed.
We'll say sexually permissive. How's that? But I say pervert to save time. And she gets spanked a lot. Like a lot, but no rape that I know of.
Where was the spanking scenes in these movies? What the hell?
In the 50s, in the Silver Age comics, you can look it up. I mean, it's all there.
Oh, I can believe. Yeah, I can believe it. Yeah,
all right.
I'll believe that.
I mean, research purposes.
They had the comics code in the 50s, so the artists and writers did whatever they could, like to get around it. Like Batman and Robin is a giant gay innuendo for like a decade. So yeah, it's pretty funny. There's an old website called Super Dickery. Superman is a dick, and it goes over all of that with Batman and Superman. Superman's like a total asshole to Lois Lane, and it's pretty funny.
Well, yeah, they didn't go as far as having any naughty spanking scenes. They just wanted to throw a rape one in there, that's not so.
No, they did.
Warrior always there.
Yeah, there we go, right there.
There you go, guys.
I just want to ask what the fuck is going on with her back?
Yeah. Oh, she's melting.
Man, what is going on here? She is like ice cream on the countertop, man. I do not know.
Oh my god, it's true.
Oh my!
I was gonna say what the fuck is going on with that picture in general, but yeah, sure, the back.
Oh yeah,
that's also weird.
Sure.
I think the person who is spanking looks so stressed out to do so. I
She's
don't
not
know.
doing it because she enjoys it.
Oh,
She's
this
doing
is
it 'cause
bad.
it's
I
TV.
just saw something really bad. Wait.
Well, see the little kids watching. I mean, this is some weird shit.
It's weird, yeah.
Oh my god!
What in the world? Why?
I don't know.
An entire generation was
What?
raised on this. She's a feminist icon,
What?
everyone.
A feminist icon.
What?
Feminist icon.
Or a feminist, I
What
cannot
is-
believe
There
this.
you go.
This is the way we brand you. The red mark of displeasure will remain with you until the smart from this spanking wears off. Okay.
That's word for word something that he's heard in the bedroom.
Oh yeah.
Pretty tough be
It's
thrown
like-
down like Steve.
It's just amusing because like right back to the film where there's the awkward scene where he's picking clothes
So anyway,
to
back
wear.
to a legitimately less pleasant thing.
Yeah. This is obviously the point of this is to reflect the first movie where it's like, remember when she was trying on clothes? Well, now he's trying on clothes. Tee hee. And you're like, all right, yeah.
They switched it up on us.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that scene went on for a while.
It did. A lot of them do.
It did.
And it's just like, man, this fashion. It's just not cool. Apparently.
Fanny packs. Yeah, fanny packs are so 80s. Like nobody made fun of anybody wearing them back then. Like I did.
Mhm. And yeah, and
I didn't.
They even do like the hard cuts, with even to the point where it's moving them across the screen because that's how you edit scenes that are like funny and montagey for wearing clothes. It's funny. This whole movie is like a big mixture of paint by numbers and then also insane. Like, oh, they're doing the thing everyone does. Also, they're doing rape. You're like, oh, okay, that's yeah. I mean, throw that in.
And Patty Jenkins is the hottest director now. Everybody wants her because she knows how to direct and she has boobs.
Surely her reputation's going to take a little bit of a hit from this one, right?
It should, honestly, because she had a writing credit on this one and not on the first one. So, yeah, that's not looking good for her rep.
Zach was there. Love or hate Zach. He was there helping her in the first one, obviously.
Well,
it's a
I'm not
good
saying,
thing
listen,
in that
I know.
in that trying on clothes thing. It's a good thing that Chris Pine and handsome guy that he's possessing have similar physiques.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that scene might not make much sense.
That's right.
Imagine he'd possessed literally anybody who doesn't have his body type. Oh,
Danny DeVito.
Yeah,
see, that would have been.
That's what I
funny,
thought it
though.
was going to be. I thought they were going to go
Danny
that route. They
DeVito?
were going to get some like, yeah, some like, bald 40-year-old guy that like is making out with, Gal Gadot. That would have been kind of funny. But that, yeah, they couldn't. They could have been the same size, just not,
Would you still have
handsome.
had sex with him? That's the question.
Yes,
I think she would have.
I would have liked to.
which
have
makes
seen
the rape
Danny DeVito.
funnier. Okay, so humorous rape.
Yeah, and then they do the trailer thing, it was just again scenes that go on for a while, and you're just sitting there, we're waiting for them to go back to Max in his crazy. Because I legit remember seeing this when it shows him again. We were like, oh shit, what's he doing now? Who's he manipulating? What kind of powers is he getting? What kind of resources is he getting? I want to follow our protagonist, Enough with the Wonder Woman testing her boyfriend's clothing. It's like that's lame. And yeah, he gets his secretary to wish for help. I think with the phones.
Yeah, and people randomly show up.
Yeah, and again, makes you wonder how exactly that works. Are they poofed into
Yeah.
existence? And if so, why didn't you do that for Chris Pine?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. They could have
Well,
gone
they could
down
explain-
any avenue.
One guy, the guy who comes in there says, I was going to some other place and I ended up here. But I mean, forget about like filling out applications and all that stuff because you still had to do that back in the 80s. You didn't just say you're hired and walk in.
It's magic, Gary.
corporation.
Gary, come on, man. It's
Magic.
magic.
Well,
It's
yeah.
magic.
Then that brings up your point. Why didn't Chris Pine just appear?
It makes me wonder as well, because if they do, they're basically on the part, because like it's way too quick to be like that. It would have to be guys walking down the street and he has this random idea. I'm going to go into this building and I'm going to work for this guy, and that's because of the monkey's paw. The timing means he would have had to have been on that track before the wish was even made, in which case that gets into a lot of stuff about fate, I guess, like how everything, the world operates as though it already knows what's going to happen and puts everything in place ready for it to happen, designed for what people want and stuff. And it's like, oh my god, this film's dealing with concepts that I don't think it's ready for. Then back to Kristen Wiig. And you're like, no. You see, she's captivating an audience because all this is just beats to say that she's slowly... She even says like, oh, so weird, I don't need my glasses anymore. And everyone laughs. And it's like, what?
That's like so weird.
If anybody here is wearing glasses and they suddenly didn't need to, I feel like that would be huge. You'd be like, holy shit, my eyes don't... Wow.
How come this isn't affecting Diana? How come Diana's not affected? Is it because she's drawing her powers out? Wouldn't she be enamored with Barbara too?
Yeah, that's always come across as weird to me because it does seem as though everybody is under a spell, but it doesn't work on Diana. Maybe it's because she's the one she was copying. Is that what the justification is?
Could be.
You have to kind of...
Assumption number 1,000, you know.
You have to do a bit of work for the movie, you know.
I don't want to do that much work for a movie like this.
No, no one does. Yeah, and so then Wonder Woman gets really pissed at her because she allowed Max to have the stone, and it's a really weird scene because it only works if Kristen Wiig's character isn't a character. She goes along with it as if she knows all the context we know. When in reality she should be like, why are you mad at me? This guy, not only was it something he bought, he's funding us. Isn't it totally fine that he has it? Like, why are you so pissed at me? But that never happens. Kristen Wiig's like, oh no, sorry, I didn't. Oh no. Like,
Yeah, and she's just really rude. Again, this is not the first time that Gal Gadot's Wonder Woman is just incredibly rude to people, and like in a way that's not even helpful for her.
She's just angry.
Yeah, I know. She's like, how could you do this? And she's like, what? I didn't do anything.
I don't even know what I've done, really, unfortunately,
yeah.
It's a fascinating movie. I said, like, if anybody did a full-on video on this thing, it would take so long to break down. Are you planning on doing one, Shad?
Probably just on the big thing, the rape thing. I like more awareness of this for the fact that so many people are not talking about it when they should be. I'm astounded by it. So I think I'm just going to do a full-blown rant on this.
Well, let's Google it. Let's take a look. Is Wonder Woman a rapist?
Women can do no wrong. You guys are forgetting.
Cosmic Book News, the warped morality of Wonder Woman 1984. That's on Forbes. How to address its big consent. I mean, there's some stuff here, but it's not as
It would be everywhere.
Yeah, it should
if it
be
was the
everywhere,
other way
but there's
around.
only like 4 or so things that pop up.
I think everybody agrees that the reverse would be insane on the internet. It would be on fire if it was the new Captain America film and this was happening. No, just a reverse role, but
Lincoln Incognito.
Luckily, most creators I've seen talking about this film don't fail to mention that element. So, you know, humanity's not lost yet, guys.
Not yet.
So yeah, they get to Max's office, they're looking for the stone, and they look in his bin, I think, and they find tickets to Cairo. That's not only really lucky
that happened?
I think so. I'm playing it now. I'll be able to confirm, but because they're after the stone, and the fact that he's gone to Cairo because he wants to talk to the oil baron person, right?
He went to Cairo, but he threw out the tickets.
Well, receipts?
That's a receipt in the trash can. In that scene, remember, they also established that he had been researching the stone, so that's how we're supposed to go. Oh, that's how he found it and knew about it, which was just Steve picking up a couple of pieces of paper, right?
Yeah, still feels flimsy, like an object of that type in this world, and he's the one who found it because he just, I don't know, read the right books at the right times. It's like, okay.
Oh, there should have been a scene, like a prologue, well, like they did in in was it Batman versus Superman where they found the kryptonite, right? Was it Batman versus or set whatever? But like some little scene where there's somebody discovers the stone, and that could establish anything, some archaeologist or whatever.
Do you remember Justice League where Batman finds out about the mother cubes because he kills a random gremlin thing and its body inscribes the thing into a wall of cubes or something? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
That's one of the weird. I remember when I first saw that film, I could already just not. I'm so looking forward to showing Rags that shit. I just remember it blows up on a wall and it just makes a painting of cubes or something. Listen, the DC world is very good at connecting scenes. They know what kind of shit the audience is thinking about in terms of how does one get from A to B. And like I said, in this scene, they found that there's research on the stone. The stone is clearly broken. I think from that they jump to he is the stone now. Do you remember we were all like, whoa, that's a leap. Of all the things you could think that he did with the stone. I can't even remember what the rationale is. I just remember us being really surprised that the heroes have already figured out that he is now a wish-granting stone.
Wait, is it the body of Pedro, but he has the powers of the stone, or is the stone hopping around with like a little mouth on it, like Family Guy or something?
The properties of the stone are now within him. If you touch his hand and wish for something, the same, thing happens.
Yeah, it's a massive leap that they figure that out. Like,
yeah, if you were on my team and suggested that, I'd be like, why would you assume that's what happened? Like, it seems, I just think I would have assumed he destroyed it after using it to make sure no one could counter his wish or something.
That's what I would have assumed too, yeah, for sure.
Right.
But yeah, they're obviously looking around the office for any clues, and just bear in mind, if they don't have the Cairo clue, they're fucked. And I've nearly got the shot, so I'm assuming they're just looking in his bin. It's this is leading us to the wonderful action scene anyway, so you guys should be hype. Yeah, Steve finds them. I think it's just
so I was while y'all were talking, I was doing a little quiet because I was talking about just a couple, just looking around. So I saw that that was removed because I guess it wasn't a leak, I guess. But I guess it's been removed, but I could still find it, so it wasn't removed. I don't know. Point being, there are clearly people, as shown in the comments, that don't think that this is rape at all. So there are some fucking crazy ass people.
Oh wow, okay.
But one of the more popular ones was from r/nofap Christians. It is a safe place for the Christian nofap users to discuss the process of abstaining from pornography and masturbation. We're an official accountability group of r/nofap. And the thread is called Wonder Woman 1984 reminded me why pornography is evil. So, yeah, that's definitely interesting. So there you go.
Of all the things to learn from Wonder Woman 84, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, but so they do a good job at recognizing the rape that takes place, but apparently pornography is evil.
And this is what is found, by the way. I guess I'm not sure what the term for it is, but it's just the other portion of the ticket that he would have bought.
Passenger receipt.
Yeah. So they're lucky that they managed to find that, of course, and they also find the magazine with the new King of Crude. So it's funny because it's like a video game where it's like there are 2 clues in this room, find them, and you pick up 2 things, and it goes, "What have you learned from this magazine about a crude oil baron in Cairo and a plane ticket to Cairo?" It's like,
So, have we actually mentioned that Max didn't need to go to Cairo to get that wish done? He could have gotten anyone. If you just said, "Hey, could you do me a favor and say this words for me?" I wish I wish Max will get this guy's oil reserve just for me, and I'll pay you $100. He could have done that.
Then we don't get our action scene in Cairo.
That would have been
Seems like you're not even
just
oriented.
Say, I wish I was in Cairo.
Yeah, wish himself to Cairo. That could work.
I mean, if you have the power of the wish, it does come across as like there's a lot of things you can do that take you to the finish line, so to speak.
Or not just wish. I wish I had everything I ever needed.
Oh, I completely forgot about this. So they need to get to Cairo, everyone, from Washington. And that means they're going to go to the Smithsonian with her access and get to an aeroplane. Now, there's so much about this scene that doesn't work. Like, I'm not sure where to begin.
I don't think there's anything about it that does work.
So
honestly, every detail is wrong.
It's like we need to make a list. It's like clearance to leave would be something, access to the actual airplane, the keys to turn it on, the knowledge to use it from Steve, the fuel to get to Cairo. Yeah.
There is not enough fuel to get to Cairo. Even if it's
No.
fully fueled, you have to stop somewhere. That's what, what are those big ships called where the planes land on? What are those called?
Aircraft carriers?
Yeah, that's what those are for, because
Yeah.
you cannot fly from here to Cairo on one tank.
Like,
oh god,
this is one of those scenes I think that is really good for just a class to study. It's like nothing about this works. Every possible thing that would prevent them from getting to Cairo is still in play. This answers nothing. They've just broken the world. That's all they've done.
While we were in the middle of watching this, we were like pointing out like tons of issues with this, and then it took us like until about a minute into the scene when I'm like, guys, how's the plane fueled up?
Yeah, this
that was.
He just keeps
it's
the plane fueled up.
crazy. It's like a museum,
okay.
and there's
It's at a museum, right? So yeah, it's fully, it's fueled. Why is there somebody in the tower at the museum of planes you're not going to
I don't know,
fly?
security, I guess. They're just making sure no one steals these wide
is the
open
radar on?
keys.
No, it's a real airport. People just take off, they land, you know.
100%.
In the
Why is
middle
there
of
a night
DC.
shift there?
But you know what, guys? Drama ensues. They are on a radar. How will they escape this
goodness.
I like that the writers, they had like 8,000 issues to deal with writing-wise, and they're like, let's just go with the radar. It allows us to get this payoff that we think is neat. That's the only reason they went with it. How do you solve being on a radar, everyone?
You probably have to put some special reflective material on the outside of your plane that the radar waves don't like interfere with a certain way, or I don't really know.
The guys looking at the radar. Is that a little too dark?
Shit. Oh fuck! I'm
Oh, no,
sorry.
what?
I'm playing Guild Wars 2 in the back, and I just pulled a vision of the Con-Er.
I don't know what that means.
All right.
I don't know
How
what that means either.
Is
I'm
that like,
very happy for you.
Is that a sexual thing, Rags? Just
Man, woo! That's
How can they be on?
We're all
How
nerds
can
here,
they be
that's
on
just-
radar already if they're like they're not haven't even taken off yet?
I don't know. It's detecting them.
Yeah,
Maybe that would be
because of
another way,
altitude.
is to give off a bunch of false signals that could be detected on a radar. That's possibly another way to... There's probably people in chat who know more about how to deal with radar than we do or this film does. So, much like, and I referenced it in our watching of it, I in TFA Part 3, I think I talked about like the power of throwaway lines, and an example of a bad one is in Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, where they're like, damn, this 20-year-old broken down Jeep, we need it to work. Lucky we repair Jeeps. Like, what? What? It's like, okay then. It's like, we repaired... So, this is, damn, we're being detected by a radar. And she's like, oh, it's chill. My dad could make things invisible. Let me try.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, this
She's
is
never done it before, right? That's the idea.
She's
My
basically
dad's a TV repairman. He can fix anything.
so Wonder Woman's
Sorry.
basically a wizard.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, Wonder Woman's basically a wizard now. She could just magic. Okay.
Yeah, and I don't think you can pull the... Well, the invisible jet, that's a thing from the comics. It's like, this isn't that. This is like...
I've heard people say that. I've heard people say, oh, well, that's the thing from the comics.
It's like, it's so funny
Right.
because she starts doing these hand movements, and I thought it was all just like going to be a payoff for a joke, where she's like, huh, I guess that doesn't do anything. And you're like, okay, but no, weird stuff starts to happen. See these special effects, everyone? Look at those special effects. Oh, and so you're like, wait,
Very
what's going to happen? And Gal Gadot is expressing frustration as she tries to get this working. It's exciting.
Is the invisible jet a Wonder Woman thing or a Justice
I mean,
League
look at her
thing where they
facial
all use it?
expression. She's just like constipated.
Yeah? Do you never do that when trying to make things invisible? Also, I thought the invisible jet was a Wonder Woman thing. Is it the technology, or is it something
Yeah.
she makes invisible? I guess Gary
it
might know.
depends.
It's comic book logic. They've retconned it a few times, but it was just magic-y stuff before, but Zeus is the daddy. But they even put it in the TV show. That's probably what their reference is from it, and she just had it from Paradise Island.
I thought
which
it
is
was like the
chemistry.
X-Men jet where they all use it. It doesn't really belong to any one person.
Yeah, I'm no radar expert, but I'm pretty positive being
What good are you?
invisible.
Why are you even
I'm
here?
pretty,
Why
I'm
are you
pretty-
even here?
I'm sorry. You're right.
Well, to finish his point,
Now,
I don't
ironically, no one
understand-
can see him. So,
Well,
Oh.
just because it's invisible to the eyes, I think a radar would still be able to detect it.
As
unless
far as I
it's
know, with how
super
radar
magic.
works, yes. So that's very funny.
People will just say it's magic, guys. Magic will stop the radar.
Magical, immune to sight and radar.
Yeah, and I know that, like, in terms of Invisible Jet, there's a DC animated movie that has her have an actual jet that can turn invisible through technology. It's a stealth jet that she gets a hold of and then she decides to keep. And so that they invisible jet cameo thing in that way. But the way they've done it here is just baffling, because this is one of the things that really ticks me off in movies where they do, like, prequel stuff and they show characters doing things that they've never done in any other time. And so it's like, oh, okay, so she can make things invisible now. That would never come in any other time she fights anyone in Justice League at all. Like, sure, okay.
Yeah, how does this not come up in other films? Like, because this isn't something she learned in this film. This is something she just mentions is a thing in this film. You're like, wait a minute, how long have you known this?
Diana designed the invisible plane on Paradise Island.
It was an old thing from the cartoons and the comics, so it's okay.
Well,
it doesn't have to make any fucking sense.
See, and I think that's it's almost mean to the comics because of the fact that this didn't even try. It was like, what does the comic have? It's like invisible jet. Like, oh, I don't know, she makes stuff invisible. And she went into a jet. That's close enough, right?
she just pulls out not only that she can turn invisible, which she never makes herself invisible. You think she would? That seems like really fucking useful. But she's like,
Especially
no,
later in
I
this
can just
movie.
I can turn shit invisible. It's all good,
I watched
I'll
my
just
dad
turn
do
this
it.
plane invisible.
I watched my dad do a lot of stuff.
I'm curious, what is radar displaying when
My
it
dad
reads
treated me like
something?
I
Is
was
it
invisible.
tracking motion? Is it tracking heat?
It's bouncing. I'm pretty sure it's bouncing radio waves off of. It's sending radio waves out, and then things bounce back or something like that. I don't know. Don't quote me on that.
I think that is how it
But
works.
the R stands for radio, so it's radio detection and ranging. I think.
Right.
Radio.
Okay.
Yeah.
How does radar work?
Oh, no.
It sends out electromagnetic waves similar to wireless computer networks and mobile phones. They're sent out in short pulses, which may be reflected by objects in their path, in part reflecting back to the radar.
Oh no. Meaning,
So when something's invisible, nothing changes.
yay.
Yeah.
Well done, Wonder Woman.
Echolocation. Yeah, that makes
So
sense. Right.
they could have had that really cool scene where they get, so the radar picks up that they're there, so they scramble some jets to go and intercept them or find them, and then the jets are like, are you sure it's here? And they're looking around and they can't see it, and you have that you could make a funny little comedy moment where they're like, oh god, can they see us? And there's jets right next to them but they can't see them, and that would have been a cool little moment. You could have Chris Pine and Diana having, just a little fun moment together where they're just invisible next to these jets. But we got this, so there you go.
Oh, we had to go through fireworks for like 5 minutes, and then we had to go above the cloud and see the colors
Yeah,
that the
man.
fireworks made.
That was a long scene, and it was almost like ill-advised too. It's just like, you have a job to fucking do. Flying through fireworks? Like, what are you... Guys.
And he flew a biplane in World War One. How in the hell
Therefore-
is he flying a jet?
Hey, it's a
And hang on.
plane. It's like if I rode a bike, I could ride a motorcycle, right?
And drive
Exactly.
a tank, I'm sure.
Why not throw a tank in there?
He's amazed by the fireworks as well. Like, didn't they exist back then? Aren't they pretty old?
They did.
What I will say is, it would be pretty
Pretty sure
cool.
the Chinese invented it like 5,000 years ago. So
It would be pretty cool, regardless, to fly through fireworks. Like I could get, I'd be interested in that. But this scene is so distractingly stupid that I don't care. If you know what I mean.
I don't think you want to fly through them though.
Flying through projectiles that explode in the
Whoa!
Exactly.
Under the
Not a
pretense
good
that I am
idea.
safe, if I know I am safe in this invisible jet, Gosh, you guys you're missing the emotional resonance of this film, okay?
Nitpicker.
The other thing that's
I don't think you could find emotional resonance in this film if you had radar.
Wow.
The other thing that's weird to me is that it's not shot in slow motion, like the reactions are in real time, but the plane is moving incredibly slow through that. Like, don't those kind of planes have to go pretty fast just to stay airborne?
Right.
I would guess.
That's kind of weird.
Yeah.
We had to enjoy
A
the
little
scene.
distracting. Oh, sorry.
It was important.
That's the whole theme of the movie, right? Just sit back and enjoy.
And again, we've been without Maxwell for so long, and then it cuts back to Kristen Wiig, and you're like, no, not again.
Wait, in the film, has Chris Pine never seen fireworks?
Where have you been?
Playing Guild Wars.
Oh.
No, I legit wasn't. I was reading some messages and stuff people have been sending me, but I forget. Did he not or?
Well, Shad brought it up, and yeah, it's like the one thing I think is important to consider is that you're in them rather than just seeing them. Like I think it would be interesting to be at the explosion level right next to fireworks, but at the same time, it shouldn't probably be that shocking to him, fireworks. At least, I mean, she's just as surprised, and she lives in a world with fire. I don't know.
He reacts like he's never seen them before.
Yeah.
Yeah, because someone messaged me and said that they were invented in like 200 BC.
Yeah.
So they should have both seen fireworks, like the both of them. It's 1984. They will have seen these before, like every New Year's and 4th of July, and so like them being bewildered by them occurring it would be odd.
Says, "What's that?" When he sees them, he's like, "What's that?" It's like he had no idea what they are.
He's just like, the Germans, they're shooting shooting gay flat cannons at us. Yeah, we need to dodge.
That's my wife said, good thing he doesn't have PTSD.
Oh my god, yeah.
That's so true. Oh, that's hilarious.
Film could go. This is the thing. This film is actually pretty dark. If you
so he should be like really afraid of them.
You interpret it the right way, this film can get dark real quick. Speaking of, next scene, Kristen Wiig is like, enough rape, enough. Gonna kill rape, and this guy, the drunken asshole dude, she fucks him up quite a bit.
Before that,
oh yeah,
catcalled 3 times in a row, like by nearly every guy she passes. Just goes bang, bang, bang. Like, I wonder what they're trying to say about men. Just
hey.
Wasn't sure. A little too subtle.
What's curious about this is this is the polar opposite of the deleted scene from Captain Marvel with the Dawn, where that is in Captain Marvel, it's a bad thing presented as good, and this is so she's I think this is a bad thing that she's doing in terms of the degree in which she's assaulting him, even when he's clearly no longer a threat. But at the same time, he is a creep, and so then there's people that are outraged by how they're depicting her fighting off a rapist as a bad thing.
I can understand the mixed messaging aspect that people this is portrayed as a dark and horrifying scene when in a broad sense it's a woman defending herself from a rapist. I understand why they say that. At the same time, fucking hell, she really lays into him.
He's not able to walk. That's the thing. That's what I'm trying to get at here is he's not a threat to her at this point. I think it's weird that, again, Wonder Woman just didn't apprehend him, lasso him, turn him in, or anything like that earlier in the film. She just walks away. And okay,
I guess she was thinking he's drunk and he's learned his lesson.
So
I was more concerned about her checking on his health. I didn't know if he was dead from what she did. She moved him 5 meters in a second. Did she punch him?
Fucked him up.
Totally, from what she does to him. But when you say defending herself, right? He catcalled her, and she passed, and if she kept running, that would have been the end of it. But she stops and then basically picks the fight with him.
He doesn't he go to do something to her and she grabs him?
Yeah, he tries to hit her, I think, and she grabs it or something like that. But that's after she was calling him names and things.
Also, how hard you have
But
to
that
throw
doesn't
him.
justify him touching her.
Yeah, of course it doesn't. I'm not saying it does, but
Well, all this
it's
is,
just-
this whole scene is escalation. It's just it's everything
Yeah.
escalates.
It's a very disproportionate response. Absolutely.
So when she did that initial hit, I think in our recording we're like, well, he's dead. He's dead. That,
I mean, look what it does to the truck.
Yeah, movie
Van,
logic
whatever
likes
that
to
is.
pretend a lot of the time you could do a shit ton to a human body and it just sort of gets back up immediately. And it's like, no.
I mean, the amount of force you need to exert on a human body to lift it off its feet and launch it a few meters in the air is insane. That would to crush in a rib cage, usually kill someone instantly right then. Like, it's crazy.
To
And of course,
dent.
it also depends on how quickly the force is applied. I will put that caveat there.
Yeah.
If you're slowly accelerated, but look at that kick! Holy crap!
Yeah. So this kick, to have the force to move someone several meters almost off their feet, all in the space of just the I don't even know what the word for it is, but you know, like the edge of your foot before your toes, that area. Yeah, that on your chest with enough force to move you several meters, he's probably dead again.
It's power.
Yeah. In the same way that a slap to a face is different than the same force being projected in just a single prick, you know? It'll go, and you're just like, ah, fuck. But, yeah, she's pretty pissed to this guy. And of course, this is probably what they were looking to do, is, like, be like, this is her descent into villainy. And it's it comes from a place that's vaguely, like... Even the first hit she does to him is still like, okay, you crossed the line already.
Yeah,
so
that first hit against the truck is like, okay, calm
hey,
down.
You guys are nitpicking for assuming that people that are not established to have superhuman durability in a comic book movie should not have superhuman durability. Okay, just like in Doc Ock and Spider-Man 2. All right, it's a comic book movie. Everyone's durable. That's how it works.
When she just kicked him, do all of his teeth fly out, or is that spit?
It looked like it.
I think it's.
Honestly,
I wouldn't think this film would want to do teeth. I think it's just spit.
Yeah, that looked like spit.
Yeah,
It's a good thing Wonder Woman initially let him go to reoffend and also show up here coincidentally.
Yeah, Washington D.C. is a pretty big town. So
To
the same guy
to the
again is a
film's
little.
credit.
That last kick she does, holy shit!
Yeah. This guy is now. It is important to note, though, that this film portrays this as a bad thing she is doing.
Yeah.
Just so we're
Which is
being
something.
clear, just so everyone knows. Just so everyone knows, right? The film isn't trying to portray her as a good person doing a good thing where this guy gets his just comeuppance. This is definitely portrayed as a villainous action.
They
This
even
isn't
have
like the Captain Marvel stuff.
They even have the friendly hobo from earlier just randomly turn up and be like,
Yeah.
"Oh no, why are you being mean?"
Oh my
what the
god,
fuck?
seriously?
Yeah.
That's so dumb.
Washington D.C. There's like a solid 6 people that live there.
Well, it gets better as well because he's like, "What are you?"
Population 6.
Like, what are you doing? She's like, "Stay out of my business," or whatever line that involves business, like mind your own business. I think.
Mind your own business, yeah.
It's just me beating a man to death. Fuck off. Like, okay. I just like the homeless man is just the paragon of virtue because he's probably chill. He's just like,
saint.
yeah, that's like a
Well, that's
trope, I think,
Hollywood
isn't
now.
it? Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's
And-
what they're doing.
And of course,
What's he saying here? Like, oh, he didn't deserve that.
I think he's just confused. He's saying, "What the fuck's going on?" Which,
Okay.
I don't think we see him again, do we?
Nope, this is the last time.
Bye, homeless
I
man.
can't believe he showed up in this scene. That's fucking ridiculous. It was ridiculous enough already with like the rapist showing up. Then also the fucking homeless guy shows up.
And I love this film.
Oh,
Suddenly,
God.
Cairo. You're like, right then. I guess we got to Cairo.
Yeah.
It's such a wild ride. You just don't know what's gonna happen next. And of course, yeah. So Max is just talking with the other oil dude and gets him. What is even the wording? He wants all of like the correct people in the city he has and the non-correct people out. I can't remember what the specific wording is. though.
Yeah, that guy wants basically like he really wants the caliphate back, or like some sort of empire that used to exist there. He wants that back. He wants that territory under his control, and only like we know the true believers, not the heathens, kind of thing.
And so Max grants him that, and it erects a wall around his city. That's not really what he wished for.
They built the wall.
Yeah, it isn't.
So
the thing with like the creative license that the Wish Stone and then Max Lord take is it's really crazy that he's just like, you wanted to be #1 apex predator, I'm going to make you a human cheetah hybrid.
We'll get to that.
You want your empire back, we're going to build a giant wall just around this city specifically.
Yeah,
it's like, I didn't ask for that even a little bit.
And then because of that, he's able to basically like take all of his stuff, right? He just says all of your. Does he say all your security detail are mine now? Is that what he's after, or does he just take everything?
Something like that. I think he takes the the bodyguards he has.
Doesn't he just take everything? Because we see that guy later, and he's just like in some random room because he's like lost everything almost. It seems.
Oh, I missed that.
I can't remember.
There's just so much that I just like flew right over my head watching this movie because there's just so much. So much happens. There's just movies chock full of stuff.
Yeah, like I said, it's quite a challenge to break it down. We're getting there. It's only taken us 5 hours to get through an hour and 20 minutes. That's actually probably a good ratio for EFAP. I don't know. Yeah, and so Maxwell takes all of his men, and they sort of drone walk like they're zombies, which is really interesting to me, because again, it's like, wait, do they stop being the people? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good question.
We'll never know.
Because he can just kind of take over people's free will. So I know this might come as a surprise, but I'm not sure that there's any real consistent rules to this whole wish thing.
What? No way. What?
And yeah, so this is the problem with the wall is like, did it teleport everyone outside of it, or did it just raise a wall? Because raising the wall is just not useful at all to the wish if the specifics are keeping certain people in and out, and they're all just the way they were.
Yeah, they didn't show anyone being teleported out of there, any of the non-believers or whatever else he asked for. So I don't really understand.
Nope. But it does give us access to Maxwell having a convoy, which is going to be really important for an upcoming action scene.
I'm so excited for this action scene.
It is time for us to get to it, I'm sure. We're so close. I think all that happens between is, isn't it like Wonder Woman phones Kristen Wiig for more information on the stone? I don't know. The plot at this point is getting really weird because the world is taking...
follow.
Yeah. And the world is just taking a beating.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that, like, with the wall being erected, people just walking off with Max, it was like things are starting to get more and more significant on the world stage.
Yeah. Things are going to escalate.
They drive right past them.
It'll make your head spin.
I forgot. They drive right past them. They went on the same road. There's one road in and out of Cairo, okay? So they must have landed the plane somewhere. And
it's not like the capital city of Egypt or anything.
There you go.
Maybe Cairo.
This
car. Well, maybe it was smaller back then in 1984. It was.
Oh shit! I didn't realize they actually buy the car off the guy who was driving them.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like, this is a good price. I cannot say no.
Yeah.
What? They just fucking leave the guy there?
Well.
Oh, okay. It's a highway. People drive up and down the highway, and he can get a ride.
Let's just hope he does. Yeah, it must have been a lot of money for him to agree.
He clearly thought it was worth it.
Yeah.
Let's just presume he
can.
Yeah, he can pay for a ride, I guess.
It could have been worse. They could have just taken it from him.
So my other question is this how roads are there? Do they really have just a white line down the middle? I don't know. I'm just curious because if so, that's a nice little detail. Unless they actually drove to Egypt to make this.
So well, they got to film somewhere like that because there's nowhere in like California that looks like that. So
you can go to the in America they've got deserts.
Sweet.
Yeah, but not like that kind of desert.
Not like
This movie has
like
got
sandy deserts.
What kind of desert are we talking about?
1 hour 20 minutes, right?
Yeah.
And there has been barely any Wonder Woman.
There's none.
Thank God.
The first scene in the mall.
You
don't see Wonder Woman until 1 hour and 21 minutes.
It's like the film
during the movie.
I think that's a positive.
Well, I would take Wonder Woman action scenes over watching Kristen Wiig lift weights. I'm definitely more on board with the fun, because that opening mall scene was hilarious. And so, well, and you know, on form, we're about to get another one. So the way this begins,
real quick. These desert scenes were shot in Spain.
Huh.
Oh,
Fair
interesting.
enough, yeah, fair enough. I can believe it.
Look at this dude. There's two people shooting, and he's like, no.
Sorry.
Well.
Chris is dead.
Oh yeah, so Chris dies here, but we're gonna jump to the dimension where he was lucky that they missed him entirely, for some reason.
Oh yeah, this is insane. His plot armor here is absolutely bonkers.
And the thing is, you can't win, because if you have it so that they shot the shit out of the hood, then that car is stopping. Like, you can't shoot that many times and not do serious harm.
Yeah, those are. Yeah, they're shooting AK.
Is he immortal?
Well,
she wished for him back. I want him back alive.
Well, this is a fight that didn't have to happen. Like, this is pointless violence.
Yep.
Also,
which is why I'm rooting for the security detail, because I don't want him to get killed by Wonder Woman for no reason.
Yeah.
So this part, he's driving, presumably full speed. She opens the door and just gets out as though there isn't a moving car, and then starts running, and then goes past it. It's like, okay. Once again, establishing, by the way, that Wonder Woman can move faster than a car, and yet she rides a horse in many scenes in the first film for some reason. God, it looks so awkward when she runs.
Screenwriting 101. You need a big action scene every 10 pages. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
It makes no fucking sense.
Her running is always funny when she fast runs.
Muller, what sound was that?
It's so bad.
It is so bad.
It makes me cringe. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, it's awful.
Even like, look at her face. Even this still, there's no emotion.
Rags,
Yeah.
this is perseverance, confidence, a sense of arrogance and naivety. It's all involved.
That is, honestly, I mean, she delivered some really awful lines that we looked at earlier. This is the worst acting she's ever done.
Well, this one
Well,
shot.
I don't need it. Can you even say this is acting?
That's how bad it is, because it's like
Can
she's not.
you lose the game if you don't play?
like Gary, does she not look bored in this?
She looks bored, very bored.
Look at that face. Oh my god, that's the perfect still.
It's daytime. It's freaking daytime, and there's a shadow on the right side of her face. Where's that coming from? Where's the? I mean, the sun's
the
above
green
her.
screen is not especially strong in this scene.
Look how bored she is.
Yeah.
Like I am so bored.
I am Wonder Woman.
She
doesn't even look like. Go ahead.
Guys,
She's like trying to compete with Brie Larson to be the biggest plank playing a superhero.
So it doesn't even look like she's looking at what's in front of her, trying to figure out like where to run, and like she's not tracking people with her eyes.
That's right. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, she would be. You think she'd be like keying in on a truck or something? No, she's just like, I'm out for a
She'd be like
jog.
looking at the people with the guns, but she's just staring straight ahead, bored as all hell.
I can believe that they shot this without even knowing what scene it was going to be in. They were like, we need you to just be running because we might need it. It's like, what emotion?
Yeah.
I don't even think that question was asked. It was just run.
What emotion? What's my motivation? You're Wonder Woman.
I assume they were using like a treadmill in front of a green screen, but it'd be great
Yeah.
if she was just like running on the spot, like that kind of cringy, like amateur green screen where she's just like, you know
Could
how
be
it's, you're
wireless,
not actually
honestly.
moving, you're just like hopping up and down in one place.
So this always amused me. She just rips the wheel off the fucking car. You're like, okay. It's just like, what do you wonder like what the goal is right now? I guess she just wants to stop everyone, right? Like she doesn't want to. Does she want to kill? Is it ever clear with Wonder Woman if she's cool with killing?
She seems like she doesn't want to, but she does so many reckless things that definitely cause people to die. So it's kind of a wash.
She's killed our mood many times.
Oh yeah.
Like, yeah, her. I think I was even talking about that, or at least some of us were, when she just takes the steering wheel from that guy's car, and I'm like, yeah, they could absolutely die.
Rags, they go off road, and the camera does not show us what happens to them.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, those guys could be very dead. Oh man, the brakes still work. Cause like, yeah, but I have like fucking momentum, bitch.
So
Oh,
this
here we go.
this
Oh,
scene
here we
is
go.
incredible.
Oh.
Like, we've got one shot heading right toward, I guess, Trevor. Wow, what a shot, by the way. And so
well,
she spots
you'd
that.
think that they shoot enough, but yeah, that's it, because if there was a hailstorm of fire and one of them hit him, yeah, but a
Yeah.
single shot, wow, what a
And-
he was so sure that that shot was perfect. He didn't shoot anymore.
And so I just want to confirm, her lasso moves 3 times possibly as fast as a bullet.
And that ain't just any bullet. That's a big old. That's like an H2 something. Let me find out. Because I think coincidentally, the day before we watched this, Forgotten Weapons did a video on it. But I think that's a 50 cal. So that is a hefty bullet. That ain't oof. That is gonna fuck your day up.
This image shouldn't be possible.
Like Chris Pine tries to swerve and avoid it as if he can see it coming towards him too, like it's not a
Yeah.
I can't believe this is in a film. That's insane. She wraps the whip around the bullet. Like, wow.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
But how does this scene make you feel?
It made
Intense.
we laughed. I laughed my ass off.
Incredible work.
I cannot hear you, Shad.
Can you hear me?
Hello?
We can hear you now.
Can you
Just
hear
A
me?
little
now?
bit, a little bit.
Little bit, or is it breaking up?
I
You're
can hear.
good now, but you weren't earlier.
Okay, all right. So it should be fine now. Yeah.
This movie is so.
But hang on.
I don't know what to feel about this movie.
Oh, wait,
That's
Shad, go ahead.
insane.
Lassoing the bullet is too much.
It's
Yeah,
too
that-
much.
we laughed out loud. We
Yeah,
laughed
that's the
out
line.
loud. It was hilarious.
So here's the thing. I think I might actually enjoy this movie more than the first one, only
You
because
will.
it's so bad it's good.
Oh yeah, this is worse than the first, but it's way more enjoyable.
I feel
Yeah,
pretty
he's
It's
saying-
confident
quite
in saying that.
boring.
It's so
It's running, it's so weird. Yeah.
The way, yeah, so I was
It's-
about to bring up the way she just ran in that scene is. It looks like she's a bystander, has no idea what's going on. Let me just show that again. This
it-
whole scene is a miracle.
Am I correct in this? Is this like shot in the studio or did they shoot it live? It's like
It's a bit of
Well,
both,
parts
probably.
of it are.
Uh,
Yeah.
She must have been on a green screen.
The way she
yeah,
runs.
when she was gliding, running, that was so funny.
Oh, she's
Like,
on a
what?
green screen for sure.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
those cars are actually in Spain.
Funny, man.
So awkward.
Action scenes in stuff that's poorly written are always a gold mine because you don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
So yeah, now she's charging one of the vehicles forward at the same speed that they're driving,
That's insane.
and you'd think it
I
would have
mean, as if-
flipped because the wheels and the
Yeah.
friction, but you know it's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, it definitely would have
And it
flipped.
looks like it. Yeah, it's. Also, she is strong enough to do this, but she struggles to break the lock on a door.
Yeah, remember that, guys? She couldn't quite break the lock on the door. This is chill.
Wait, when was that? Wait.
When her and Steve want to break into somewhere.
Oh, that's right. That's right. She can throw tanks, but she can't open a lock.
Just trying to
think-
hot out.
Things
Is
happen
this
and don't
guy just,
happen
like,
when the
shooting at
plot
his
needs them
own-
to.
I guess he's shooting at the boxes. So I was about to say, is he fucking his own dude up? But I was like, nah, he's shooting at the boxes. Fair enough.
Oh, and a trusty piece of metal slips out, and she surfs it, and then slides under the car to the next one. It's just like, whoa, wow. All right. She's.
That's her incredible skill. She pulls herself underneath the car. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's really cool.
She reacts to her environment, and somehow this guy did not see her at all. I don't know how he missed all of that, but down he goes. He's probably fine. Not like they were going at a
He's
really
fine.
high speed. He's fine. And there we go. She is shot by what my limited knowledge would be a fucking powerful gun, and it does that to her.
It grazes her, apparently.
And this is
Should've gone
shocking.
right through her shoulder. But...
Like, even Steve is like, whoa! And it's like, this was a thing in the first movie. This happened in the first movie. She was shot and she got grazed.
Yeah, I guess he's just
Oh, yeah.
surprised that
Well,
the
but-
plot armor
but the film-
wasn't perfect.
The film treats
Well, like
it as
how
though
incredible.
it's a surprise and it relates to her lacking, like her waning powers. But it's like, but this was always a thing.
Oh yeah. I see what you mean.
And how
I never
incredibly lucky
properly
that when she discovers that she's apparently not invulnerable to bullets, I guess, which is the shocker, that it just happens to be a bullet that grazed her shoulder. Like, wow, how lucky.
This also means if she's vulnerable to certain caliber of bullet rounds, Superman would be able to rip her limb from limb without even trying.
Absolutely, she's got no chance against him. And which she does lose to him in a tug of war in Justice League, right? I think she isn't as strong as he is in the Snyderverse already, but still.
She also was getting, like, I think, assistance from Cyborg and Aquaman as well, who's also supposed to be super strong, I believe.
Yeah, then Steve just casually crashing into the armored military vehicle with his already practically destroyed car. Good choice. And this allows like this movie, he drags himself across all of the jagged, broken window, not a scratch, of course, and then just makes his way up the thing because apparently his car like attached itself to the armored car. Like, okay.
Also, bear in mind, he is risking someone else's life who is not consenting to this at all at the same time.
Absolutely, yeah. Rags, do you remember this bit? I can't remember your reaction, but I'm pretty sure you were angry. Like, he just kicks the gun.
Yeah,
the guy with that gun's probably like, hey, stop. Hey.
And apparently he was the only guy in there?
Yeah, and he comes out. Why would he come out?
Yeah, so that big vehicle, because the guy's shooting while it's also being driven. However, apparently, there's only one guy in there that Chris Pine punches or something. I don't think he kills him. He like punches him or something and jumps in. And I guess he just commandeers the whole vehicle. I don't know if there was anyone else inside. If there was, then we just don't get to see, any of that happening.
So then this happens, and I don't quite understand what happened. She pulled down a part of the car.
The drive shaft.
Yeah, and it flips the entire car.
Oh, wow.
And there she is.
Okay.
So whoever was driving that, dead, probably. But it's fine, it'll be off screen.
Yeah. It wouldn't have dug into the ground like that. It just would have scraped along it and made a lot of sparks. But anyway.
But no, epic.
That's amazing.
Oh no. Even when she's CGI, she can't
What music is playing here?
I don't know.
Is that... I'm just curious. I can't hear the music. Is it like hopeful music or
probably
like the Snyder?
It's the theme. The new one that they repeat over and over and over again throughout the entire film, and except at the end when they rip off the Batman music.
Maxwell Lord is still at the front of this convoy, just like, Oh, there she is. Max, stop doing wish things. It's evil. This is such a
Max,
bizarre
I
scenario.
came all the way up here to ask you to kindly stop.
That's a hot girl thing to do. They just expect things to happen all the time. you
Yeah,
know?
she's too used to dealing with betas, unlike Max, who's a total Chad.
Oh, look at
Right.
this. Remember, she is not immune to the bullets. They have clearly established that. This guy has the best shot you're
And
gonna
he
get.
just somehow, I don't understand how, but in the world of terrible aim lackeys, never before have I seen a more terrible aiming lackey.
What did she hook her lasso
And he's got like
onto?
an MG3 or something, an MG42, some ridiculously high rate of fire gun. I think I barely saw it.
What is she?
think
What is
that's
she?
what it looked like.
What is she hooked onto? What is she doing there? When did that
lasso.
happen?
The lasso it's sticky.
Oh.
It's like a spaghetti.
Seriously, I've seen people
spaghetti.
compare her to Spider-Man in this film, and she does use it that way in a couple of scenes in
Man,
this
that's
film.
an insult to Spider-Man.
No, I know. Well, the comparison is not favorable to her. it's definitely not. So yeah, then this happens, and she's getting crushed between two of these vehicles, even though not 5 minutes, 1 minute later, she just kicks the tire and it fucks the other car up completely. She just can't think to do this at all. Remember, she pushed one of these things across the road at the speed of another car, but now she's like, oh, I just can't. There's nothing I can do. I'm getting crushed. This is horrible. Is it all over for me? No. Because Guy got out... Look at fucking Chris Pine's face.
He gets out of his armored vehicle because you see, there's a dude outside, and so also you can control copy to copy that, right?
Hmm.
You can control C to copy that when you use light shot.
That's what I did, didn't I?
I think I'm getting light
You click the
shot.
button.
Oh,
I think I might have
that's a good shortcut, I guess. Yeah, all right. I did not know that.
Oh, I didn't know. Yeah, you
Oh,
can
it's-
control C to directly copy that for light shot.
Neato.
It's a free app. Wow.
Fun fact.
I can't remember if you were here, Rags, but I gave like a full ad for Light Shot on this stream. I was like, everyone
I
should
was
have
not
Light
here.
Shot. It was.
Yeah, because he's a sellout. Got him.
I mean, if I'm gonna sell out for something like Light Shot, I'm not even gonna have any shame about it. It's such a useful tool,
Yeah.
and it makes
That
for
looks
fun.
like another good face to crop right there.
So
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. At this scene, is Chris Pine driving the vehicle? Then he just got out of it. Am I right? And
so he climbed onto the armored
he
car.
got on, oh.
And
got-
he
okay, I
kicked
see.
he kicked the gun until someone came out as if like, hey, annoying person, get off my car. And he punched them, and they presumably fell off the car, and then he was grabbed by the throat by someone else and pulled into the vehicle. That's the last we saw of him. Don't know what the fuck is happening, but yeah. Yeah, Wonder Woman, she's in trouble. What's she gonna do? Oh no.
Oh
yeah.
no.
Don't want to die.
I couldn't help but think about Indiana Jones here. My mind was just thinking about better movies.
Where the fuck did the other
Fighting on the tank, yeah.
Where did the other tank
No,
go so
no.
suddenly?
When Indiana Jones when he's in the boat and there's the other two boats coming in and he's got to get out from in between them. That's just what I was thinking about.
Oh, is that in Last Crusade?
I think it is.
Okay.
Look how close
It's
this
at the
is.
beginning when they're in Venice.
And she kicks away. It slowly
Right,
moves.
right.
It's fucking gone. That shit's gone.
Also, she can push away a tank, but she struggles to break a
Oh,
lock.
here it comes once again. Yeah, and
Wait,
so
then the other thing is she's hanging from the car, but she could just run alongside it.
she could also get up.
There's no real threat there.
And she just like consigns herself to doom.
Yep, she doesn't even try to put up her legs again this time. She's just like, well, I'm done.
Yeah,
Wow, what a
you
strong
think that
woman.
she would like put her legs up on the other one and use that to kick herself up, or she would just like climb up?
But it would seem that Chris Pine has successfully defeated the tank operators and has now taken the vehicle for himself and jammed it between the two. Well done, boy.
And he has made sure to stick his head out the top as he's driving so that he cannot see because of the wind blowing in his face and the
Clearly the
sand and the
best
dust
choice.
and the
But oh no, drama.
Oh god, the fucking kids in the
Unfortunately,
road.
as this convoy approaches from clearly ages away, these idiot children begin playing football on the road.
So question.
Oh, look how
question.
close they are in that shot.
Like, because I have. Has anyone else played on a road as a kid?
Oh yeah,
yeah, but
this-
when the
have-
car came,
yeah.
I got out of the way.
Yeah,
that is
so
cursed.
you can hear cars
Yeah.
ages away.
Even far away.
Oh no.
I feel like they're on a stretch of road that's in the middle of fucking nowhere. I feel like it's too far out.
Like
See,
there's no way.
for the
Two of
kids
those
to be
kids who
playing.
are on one team are fucking assholes for not telling the other two kids that a whole convoy of military vehicles was coming barreling through the road.
But yeah, because that's the new drama, she just kicks the fucking wheel of the tank and it's gone. It's out. It's like, yeah, that drama's over. It's like, oh, all right. You could have.
And why do they not stop?
Could have done that the whole time. Yeah, no, they don't. They continue barreling toward these children because fuck it.
Yeah, because they're just randomly evil now. Like, why would Maxwell and why would their guards keep plowing through? They're not evil.
And they actually do try and dodge the kids when they're past.
Oh
Like-
God, this.
Look,
Oh,
wait.
Fuck off
So,
with this.
so
I'm so. There it is.
Oh my
John,
God.
you've not seen this film. Look at this frame. What do you tell me? What you think is about to happen?
I don't know if that's one of the tanks firing that, or a mortar, or like some.
It is,
Alright,
it
wait,
is
I'll get you-
literally Chris
I didn't see
Pine
what
who
fired
fired
it.
that.
Full context, without giving you any of the answers, Chris Pine, in response to the children being there, has launched this. So what do you think's going to happen?
Blows up
No
the
one told me.
ATM
Kids
at the, or not ATM.
Kids blow up.
So-
the vehicle at the front, I guess. That,
Yeah,
that
I
will
think-
throw the other vehicles in disarray.
I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing to assume because this is insane and that he must be trying to destroy the vehicles before they can get to the children. That must be what he's doing because what the fuck else could he possibly be doing?
That's my guess. Yeah.
That would be incorrect. Do you have
I can't
any
wait to
other
see that.
guesses? I would like for you to really... We've seen something like what is about to happen in this scene already. Can you think of anything else?
Okay, if there's
No.
another
I'll give you
hostile
a hint.
projectile
I'm
in
gonna
the
give you
air
a
that
hint.
it's trying to take out, maybe that. It certainly isn't
no,
the
that's too
children.
Smart. I'm gonna
Still-
give you a hint.
Okay.
Imagine this
No,
stupidest
no
thing you
hints. I
can
want to
think
see how far you can go.
Yeah, and also, just to be clear, we're skipping past the fact that this is even something that Chris Pine can just do.
Oh, we'll do all of that too. I just want... This is so
Okay.
fucking amazing to me. This is
Nope.
one of the best moments.
Wait.
The kids run
Bef-
away because of the rocket. Wait, is that it? The kids run away because of the
Right.
rocket?
Not the
Before
noise
you
of the
play it,
truck or anything.
Before you play it, tell me he's not firing it with the expectation that Wonder Woman is supposed to kick it into one of the vehicles or something like that.
No, but my
That's a
no
good
should...
Milan.
right
I can
That's a
applaud
Milan
that.
thing? Oh my
that's
God.
good Milan strategy. Yeah.
the fact that I am saying no should imply to you that you're close.
Okay.
Chat is saying.
One more
is
guess.
The,
He gets
is
one
the
more
whip
guess.
gonna?
Alright.
Is she gonna whip the rocket to the car? The chat is saying.
It's
that.
even more.
Wow,
Is
chat.
that right?
Chat, no spoilers.
That's
Yeah,
the only
something
other thing
like
that I can guess is she is going to whip it into one of the vehicles.
Wrong. So
Jesus!
let us,
I don't know. I don't know.
Hey, look, you're close. You're very
Hey,
close. Let
play
us
it.
let us
Okay.
see what happens. I will play it in 4-second increments, I suppose.
All right.
So
Okay.
I guess I'll describe it as it goes. Rocket is fired. She attaches and she uses it as a way to quickly get to the children. She throws it away. It blows up in a safe area. And then she swings onto whatever the pylon. And then there's this image that I love.
It is so.
This is
amazing.
one of the greatest things that's
Come
ever happened.
on, dude.
Also,
Wow.
that asshole
This is so-
walking his goat over there didn't tell the kids that the cars were coming.
This is so dumb.
Again, these
This is
kids,
so dumb. Jesus
He's just
Christ.
standing over there waiting.
these
I'm
kids are
gonna watch
doing.
these kids get hit.
They're doing what the stormtroopers did in Mandalorian episode 6, where they're
Wait,
running in a straight line away from the thing that's chasing them down, rather than just run off to the side, in order for all of this
Yeah, right.
bullshit to happen.
Yeah.
You
Just
know
go to
what?
the sides, kids.
Those two characters have just such a strong bond that they're able to finish each other's sentences and also work out a plan subconsciously where it's like, I'm going to fire this missile and you're going to use it as propulsion to save the kid.
Yeah.
And then
This is so dumb.
managed to throw it away, swing onto the pylon. Can you imagine her momentum? I would like to bring up the word whiplash. Boom, boom. Look at the way she grabs
Yeah.
them. Their necks are fucked.
Mhm. Right, yeah.
No, but she's Wonder Woman. She saves them, obviously, right?
And,
This-
well, no,
I'm
because she's
wait.
losing her powers, you see. And so, for some reason, in this moment, she
Oh.
drops the whip.
Wait.
Now, this is really important, okay? So, if she was able to swing and slow down and put those kids down, we would still have a pretty big issue on our hands for Whiplash, but she has lost control of it. Now we're heading to concrete at high speeds, real high speeds, and you may be holding on to these children, but that's not going to protect them if you roll.
So hang on, let's figure out what high speeds, because she accelerated to a speed where she overtook those other cars, like by easily a factor of 2. And so if they're traveling at 120 kilometers, she could be moving at 240 kilometers.
Yeah.
At least.
So
Wait.
the RPG-7 rocket moves at about 295 meters per second.
See,
So
Wait,
she-
meters
Wow.
per second?
It also has
Meters
momentum
per
from that,
second, yeah.
right?
So
Wait,
yeah,
how
there
did
you
she
go.
lose her grip on the whip? Is it just because the rocket's so fast?
No, she's getting weaker.
No, because she's getting
No,
weaker.
because magic.
Because
So-
what you can do is when you like the weight of an Amazonian
So dumb.
and the lasso grabbing that rocket will definitely not stop it or change its momentum or direction, and you can just
Oh
ride
my
it. and then-
god, I didn't realize how bad it was. Look at the
Yeah,
way
you
that,
could ride the. That's right. You could use
By the
momentum.
neck.
look at the way she
catches the
grabs
kid by the
her.
neck!
Oh
my
my
god, that kid is so damn
Wait, wait, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Oh my
Did no
god.
one tell them that the
Motion, it
sequence
doesn't
was
count.
dumb? No, I'm sorry. Like, did no one watch this in the edit and went, guys, this is dumb.
Like maybe, yeah. I assume that Wonder Woman grabbed her
This
by
is
like the
fucking dumb, guys.
midsection.
Should we put this in the movie? Like,
The neck.
That's amazing.
child.
A broken neck or a decapitation. Like,
Fuck, man.
can you imagine
By
that?
the way,
Things by.
Wow.
by the way, quick note. Apparently, it is an Arab thing to have the single white line down the middle. So bravo to them for getting that detail
You
right.
nailed it,
However,
Wonder Woman. You
yeah, you
nailed
did it. You're actually good, despite what we're witnessing on screen at this very second. It's actually great.
Gotta give it up for Wonder Woman.
Gotta give it up for Wonder Woman.
Nice
Attention to
job.
detail.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can really tell
That's
they
gonna
were.
be the next broom boy right there.
You're just trying to
Notice
nail
the camels in the back.
it. So anyway,
So,
yeah, the
Why is there a
momentum.
camel there?
The momentum at this point would be intense, is the word. But oh,
Yeah.
just so sad that she just couldn't hang on.
And she can grab two kids in
It's a
one
fucking
arm.
shame it is.
And so, oof, the damage, oof,
Oh no, she slipped.
Oh, they're fine. They'll be fine.
Oh my goodness, they. Oh,
I love this
are you
shot
Sure, they're gonna be
of
okay.
the
Oh my
villains
God.
trying to avoid hurting innocent people again. This film likes to play with that every once in a while. It's like, oh no. So
I
yeah.
suppose-
those kids would be dead, right?
Oh, they died like 3 different times in that moment.
Mhm. But
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
one of the
let-
that's one of the benefits of using slow motion shots is that you can cushion a moment like that. Where if you played that in full speed, you'd be like, "There's no way those fucking kids live." But you play it in slow motion, it's like, "Oh, okay." She just casually kind of like cradled them. They're fine. The kids are just
Yeah,
hugging
that's a
her.
good point.
Also, she rolled to a stop way too easily for the speed that she must have been going at. Like, she would have needed to have skipped and rolled at least a good 50 meters or something, I reckon, to slow down normally without brakes or something to assist
Mhm.
you.
Also,
Yeah.
since we're at 5.5 hours, I think I might split and make a second EFAP just because this one can start processing while we do the next one. Literally, just go offline, back online in like 10 seconds, sort of thing. Well, 5
Yeah,
minutes.
sure. Yeah.
Is that okay with everyone here? Is anyone? And of course, there'll
Yeah,
be
no
a
problem.
You're the boss.
sweet.
This
So
is amazing.
we will just go over this scene once more before we head on through it on the next part. So don't worry. Pee break. Yes, everyone in chat, go for a pee break. We got plenty to talk about with Wonder Woman left. You know.
Go urinate.
Yes. So thank you for watching, and see you in part 2/EFAP 1 whatever. Yes.
Yeah. See you in a bit, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Yay.
Ciao.
Yay.